Hello, everybody. How's it going?
Hi.
Good. Hey, did my... I look over here. Why is it freezing?
I.
What the heck?
What the hell, everybody?
Ah,
What the hell? Thank you so much. Was not ready for that. Oh my god, a level 5 hype train. Thank you.
thank you, thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why my VTube Studio camera is freezing if I look left or right.
We have pinned above our incentives and goals and such, if you want to take a look.
Oh,
For
okay.
every 5
Now it's
gift
working.
subs, you're getting in a pool for an animated PNG tuber or GIF tuber. Oh my god, thank you, Swiss! So,
Excellent, excellent.
Ciabatta and Tuna have a few entries already in there. And happy birthday, Tuna! Which I just made Tuna actually a really funny one for his birthday.
Something like on camera? Is that what?
Oh? You seem fine.
Oh, yeah, now I do. But every time I was looking this way, it freezes. Yeah, it froze.
Oh.
Anytime I look that direction, it freezes.
Hmm.
Never seen that before in my life.
Recollaborate?
Would be on the phone though.
Yeah, you just go and click on the face and then like tap to collaborate. Yeah, you all get to see the goofy reactive I made, Tuna.
Do I have it on this screen? Actually, the command probably won't work on this screen. I planned it for the just chatting.
What was the command? Is it just raffle?
Yeah, it won't work on here, but like it'll just say the thing,
Aha.
but it won't pop up the video not until we're on the live.
Yes. If you want to see, though, the easiest way I can share it.
Can't find recalibrate anywhere. I don't know what this thing is.
It's at the very top.
Okay, of which tab? Hello, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Ulif.
Thank you, thank you.
On the side, on your phone, when you tap it and all the icons pop up, it's the camera.
Camera when the okay, this one up here.
And then you tap to collaborate. It'll tell you.
Really does keep losing my face. I wonder if maybe it's
I'm adding Ulif into the raffle. Thank you so much.
I wonder if somehow the lighting has changed down here.
Do you think it's a lighting problem? Like, it's weird that it's not.
Well, it's only that one direction, so I wonder if it's because maybe not getting enough light from that side. I can try that because the calibration looked fine.
We may have already hit one of our goals.
Yes, yeah, we definitely hit the Blue Sky Post goal. That's enough to make us also hit that we have to do the B-rated horror movie night.
Yes.
And we have to do a couple candy roulettes too. But welcome everybody.
Yes.
To our Streamerversary.
I haven't gone into the candy yet because Tweak is having a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I was setting up a little bit. If you want to start on candies, I can probably bring over the text to this screen that shows what the incentives are.
But don't worry about where I got the crown. It's fine. I definitely didn't steal it. I didn't just open a portal into her castle and stole her crown. Nah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be me. But yes,
Okay.
we got everything pinned because we couldn't fit it all.
Yeah, we had to pin you to the channel because our incentives and goals were too large to fit on here.
So since we can do a blue sky post, you can help us with that.
Yeah.
We can probably start up a poll of like the top ideas, however cringy and cursed they are.
I need to change.
And we were planning to start off with some Void Crew.
Big. The answer.
Yeah. Looks like you're turning your head well to me.
Yeah, is it
Yeah,
working
you're
now?
turning okay. Yeah.
Weird. I mean, I guess there's more on that monitor now. Maybe it was a lighting thing.
Yeah. But usually I just recalibrate. Usually fixes things.
Yeah, I haven't had to.
Sometimes it just gets wonky.
Yeah.
I'm just forced to know things now that I'm making models.
It's weird that it's cut off. The
That I don't know.
Too long? Shouldn't it just show
like it looks
anyway?
like it's forced into a crop.
Yeah. Weird. That's just how it default works, I guess. If there's a way to tell it not to crop it.
Yeah, but you get the idea. I can also go through things and just...
So weird.
I can read them out. Just so you get the idea. What you could have done instead of that, why don't you just bring up the thing I made?
Yeah, the picture? You're right, yeah. Right.
Yeah, why didn't you just take that?
Well, I had incentives text on another screen, but I guess it...
Yeah, just bring up the image, and we can talk about it. And you can see what the next thing is, because we hit the B-rated horror movie night, which I'm super excited about. I'm thinking maybe we could do a poll for some picks.
Yeah, we'll start with the top there. There we go.
Yes, there we go. Perfect. Good. Yes. I was just like, wait, why are you writing it out?
Oh, I just copy-pasted it into the thing. I was hoping it would work.
I made a thing!
But, well, yeah, I was gonna set it up to scroll and everything, so we would be able to go through the text as we were reading it, but didn't.
It's okay, this is better. This is better. So at 50, we want to do an Elden Ring Smasher Pass stream.
Yep.
You know,
was that at the 50? Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I gotta do my candy roulette, which I think is mainly sour keys. I think right now.
Yeah, so give me some. So it's mainly doing the candy roulette over there. I'm gonna participate a little bit in that, but it's mainly because I guess I'll slide.
So much, you better.
I guess I'll slide up just to show the thing. I'm gonna be doing the pizza. Yeah, pizza topping. Yeah, so basically...
Because he's a goblin. He's gonna eat anything.
Anyone that's gifted 5+ subs before our supper break will be allowed to pick a topping for our pizza. Or sorry, for my pizza. And I'm just gonna eat whatever comes out of that, so I'll, like, show off the toppings and everything like that people can pick from when it's around that time, but I figured that'd be kind of fun. I am a goblin. I am willing to try pretty much anything for a pizza combination, so...
What are we at right now?
Is earthworms actually... I've had earthworm jelly beans before. They were nasty.
Wow.
Also, what was it? The every flavor beans? There was like vomit flavor, earwax flavor, all that stuff.
I couldn't do it. Well, I did it.
Like Bean Boozled.
But they made me so sick. And I was just like, if you were around during that time, we have a sacred clip.
Oh.
You're never getting that again. And it's just me gagging and trying to eat them.
I mean, I haven't applied any restrictions yet. I'm gonna show all the available toppings so people can choose what to pick. There is a list of available toppings that they have, but it's a wide list. Like there should be stuff like you could mix like anchovies with, I don't know, tandooried chicken on Alfredo cream sauce or something. No, I don't know. That sounds pretty weird, but yeah, something like that. Pepperoni and bacon. Carolina Reaper berry. If they have hot peppers, yeah, throw that on there. I'll probably die, but I'll do it. Be good.
At 75, chat designs a new zip command.
Yeah, I'll try and code a zip command. Do what chat wants. Should be fun. I got a sweet one.
And if we can make 100, we're gonna do a merch giveaway.
Yep.
We've been adding to our merch lineup slowly. I've also been working on a new playmat.
Mail me a slice. Sounds good.
That I'm excited about. I want to add in more nerdy, cool things for everybody.
Yeah. At 125, I'm going to match the next like big sub bomb that happens. So if someone gifts like, I don't know, 5, 10 subs or more than that, like even if it's like 50 subs or something, I'll match it for the community. So that should be fun. 150, we're planning an August multi-day streaming event if we hit that.
Yes.
Which, if you know us, we don't usually do extended streams, so like that's a big thing for our channel.
Yeah.
If I drop 100 now, you'll match it. Oh my gosh, technically you're right, because I would go over the thing and then I would have to match it. Yes.
Tuna, calm.
But it's just the beginning of streams, though. Then we've got Drunken Community Night for 175.
Yes. Which I'm sure we'll find some really fun things for that one, because, like, I don't know, Repo, Mecha Chameleon, there's a lot of fun. My god, Yap would be hilarious.
Yep.
I really wanted to do that to drinking.
Or Cursed Companions, because it'd be hard to remember what your
curse word is. I don't know enough people with that game. But it's hilarious, please.
And if we hit,
I would love to.
And if we hit 200, you'll get a bit of a model teaser.
Yes.
Working on some enhanced model. Well, right now an enhanced model for herself, and then planning to work on some extra model stuff for Tweak 2.
Yeah. I can already share a teaser.
Oh yeah, Chris Comedians
for my own
8-player, I think.
Yes, like that game is so funny.
It's really good. Yeah.
Like, who has that game? Only a couple people I know have it. But, yeah, I would love to play that again.
And then we have incentives going on as well. So, like, y'all have dropped a couple 5-time subs, so you've already been entered in the raffle per 5 subs.
I am keeping track of that. We also have a bot keeping track. Which we can pull up a thing for that as well. Yeah.
And anyone that's not on the screen, but we'll pull it up as soon as we
yeah. Just to see.
For 5+ subs, so anyone that did 5 or more subs, you'll get to pick one of the pizza toppings for the pizza later. So do you guys have to do the 20 plus sweet and sour?
Oh my god.
We're gonna eat a bunch of sweet and sour candies. Yes, that is the idea.
I'm so doomed. I'm just I'm just eating sour keys right now.
We're kind of grabbing out of the bowl and eating as explaining instead of. That's why we're alternating. There's been a good mix.
I was not prepared. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, and every 25 subs, I'm supposed to do a game giveaway too. I was not expecting it to go that fast. I had to look that up quick.
Yeah, we're gonna be getting into our game a little later because You all came in and destroyed us.
Yeah. We got to catch up on everything. But why don't I look for the game giveaway thing? And then if you want to work with chat on the Blue Sky post, meantime.
Yes, get some ideas ready.
Yeah.
Also, hello, Serenity.
You can pitch some ideas and then always put them in a poll or something to see which one chat wants to do.
I mean, I take good care of my teeth.
Yeah, it's
it
true.
It should be fine.
Oh,
it's my stomach I'm worried about later.
Should we reveal what the B-rated horror movie is, or should we let people find out when that happens?
I want to do a poll in the Discord. Maybe
okay.
get some ideas, because I have one I really want to share with everybody. I don't know if any of you have seen Zombie Beavers, but that's gonna be my pick.
Is it Zombie Beavers or is it Zombie Beavers?
Yes.
It is a really good one. Let me grab the first one here for giveaway.
Well, we are gonna do our giveaway. And the only issue is with these candies, it just keeps getting stuck in my teeth.
Yeah, that's fair. I had a good one lined up. Hold on.
What I will also share again as well. You can see directly on my VGen the reactives. They will be half body only for this, and just simple talking animation.
I can't believe how fast everyone jumped on stuff. I wasn't ready to do a giveaway in the first 5 seconds.
Nom nom. Yeah, my teeth are built for rock solid gems. If only this was rock candy. That would have also been a good idea.
So this is going to be for that. Just double check everything here. Yep. Should be fine. Yeah, humble bundle. Okay. So, we basically have it that, just to be fair with, obviously, like, raffle rules and everything like that, everyone gets to enter these game giveaways, but subscribers just have a much higher chance of winning, is the trade-off. Because we want to, obviously, be like, thanks for subscribing and causing the giveaway to happen. So...
Yes.
Excellent. So let me try it. Let's see if this is working. This will be our first attempt. It show up.
Wow.
Don't know if it showed up. Because I borked the thing for it.
Ow.
There is a page for it, but I was hoping people could do it through the thing. Point of having a stream giveaway bot if it doesn't actually show up on stream.
Oh.
Yeah, like it's not showing up on stream. Giveaway bot. Guess I'm just gonna have to grab something on the fly here.
Yeah, I might have to just do that.
Like, that's unfortunate.
Oh yeah, zip just for this moment is hidden.
Oh yeah, he's just not in the. He's not on the screen for just chatting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna try this thing. It's literally just called giveaway bot, so we'll see if it works. Title. So this is gonna be for Core Keeper.
Ooh, oh, I love Core Keeper. A good time too with the big update. It is something I eventually want to do is host a server and stream some, but that is gonna be a bit because now Pow World and Valheim 1.0 are happening. But it's still something I want to do. So anybody that gets it is a very fun game.
Overland setup. Okay, I don't think I need that. Okay, so it'll be !enter. It looks like this one only lets you set it up for subscribers. So I guess it'll have to be subscribers only. The way this one's set. Let me see if that works. Did that show up in chat? No. Okay, so it should be !enter to win. If you wanna try it out, I'll let you know if it worked, and then we can be like,
yeah.
Oh, it's working. Oh, it does see the chat. Oh, it does have people in. Okay, yeah, no, it's working. It just doesn't have a pop-up to say the giveaway started, so I guess we have to say the giveaway started.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay. That's cool. Okay, so yeah, people are entering in. It's working. Yay! We got it working. Yeah. So the current one's for Core Keeper on Steam. So if you want a copy of Core Keeper, you can gift it to someone else if you want. It'll be a humble gift link. So
yeah,
if you're entering for a friend, that's totally fine too. I wish we could pin multiple messages.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty. That'd probably be crazy though.
But we'll leave that going. And in the meantime, who wants to work on a Blue Sky? Do we have any ideas? Well,
get your best Blue Sky post ideas out. Do it now.
Yeah, so we're gonna take an idea from chat and post it on our Sipco Gaming Guild Blue Sky.
Yes. Let's see your most unhinged takes.
Everyone's fighting for Zip supremacy right now. Oh, you can post them right here in chat. We'll copy them down so that way we can pick one at the end. Actually, I'm gonna bring up a program and then I can literally just copy paste the ideas.
Oh, perfect. Good.
There we go. Yeah. Gotta be one of the random quotes. That's an interesting idea. Convert a random quote to a post. Okay, hold on. I'll convert random quote to a post. Okay. That's idea number one. Unless that's the idea people want to go with, because that's pretty funny. Oh, you reversed my suck and blow. Like, we could actually, like, combo a quote together, like, get one from Tweak and one from Soot, and, like, put it in a, like, try to put it in a post. I'm totally down for that idea. Oh, you suck and blow. Am I allowed to do a random quote? Oh. Me fan. Can grab. Wait, can I grab quotes? Do we have an admin command for quotes? I don't know if I ever set that up.
What do you mean?
Oh, like to trigger quotes on a faster cool.
We have a random quote.
We do, but it's on like a 30-second cooldown.
No, I don't think we have just a command, but I mean...
Oh, a parody of the PlayStation Digital Games announcement. We get switching to do only physical mods for games. That's actually a great one. Oh, I like that.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, okay, hold on. PlayStation physical games announcement. Let me grab that just to...
That's good. That's a good one.
There it is, the official statement. Yeah, so it'd be like official statement in response to trends in the gaming industry as of July 11th, 2027. So basically our next Streamerversary. We will cease production of all digital mods and shift to the production of physical mods only.
Are we just going with this one because it's pretty good?
Yeah. Consumers will be able to ship a range of chaotic mods using expensive and barely functional mailing services directly to your doorstep. There. How does that sound? In response to trends in the gaming community. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Typing too fast, I guess. As of July 11th, 2027, Tweak will cease production of all digital mods and shift to the production of physical mods only. Consumers will be able to ship a range of chaotic mods using expensive and barely functional mailing services directly to your doorstep. Oh, and then got eaten.
No! Swiss Zip 8, Nan!
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good one. Hold on, I'm gonna throw that on. Blue Sky. Should I make it? Hold on. Do we want me to go a little bit of the extra mile and turn it into a Photoshop picture like everyone else was doing?
Oh?
Well, because all those incentives and stuff, they're doing the they're doing like their logo and then like and like a thing, right? So
sure, let's just go a little extra with it.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on. I'm gonna save the Domino's official statement.
Yeah.
And open that up and change the coloring. This is gonna be good, everybody. I'm going the extra mile because of this idea.
Yeah, Zip. You don't know. You don't want that untapped knowledge. I don't know what it will do to your brain.
Yeah. What color do we want the background? Like green, maybe? Kind of. This is like a tweak. Yeah, that's neon green might be a little too bright, actually.
I can't see what you're doing, but yeah.
I could. I have.
You could always share screen.
Yeah, hold on a second. I have
Tweak doing some art.
Yeah, man, this is a weird. Okay, hold on. Let me go to the live area.
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure I can capture shop. Yes, I can. There we go. Okay. So now I need text. Should be white text.
Listen,
Statement we just put in.
I can't like code for the life of me. I can't. Numbers hurts my brain.
So
I'd be
there.
sitting there clueless, just like not knowing what I'm doing.
It doesn't
It would
word
not
wrap.
be a fun time.
Didn't word wrap very nicely. Let me see. So it does need to be smaller. A little too big. Make it 30 point. There we go. And I will outline it everything to make it more visible after too. As it needs to be. Sorry, I'm going into the whole. I'm going in. Got so many. It needs to be like a wonky. There we go. That looks a little. As of July 11th, all mods cease production. It's because I'm copying off a sheet that this isn't looking quite right yet. Somewhere over here. Here. Arrange a chaotic mods. Fairly functional directly to your doorstep. Why is doorstep massive? What the heck? 30. There we go. Okay, and now I will. So I'm gonna shrink it a little more. Okay, and then I got the coloring there, and then I need to do an overlay to make it more readable. So we add a stroke around the outside, make it a little less of a stroke. There we go. That's more readable there. I can make the text a little bigger, I think, or a different style maybe. I could just do. They're probably doing like Arial or something. Then I can make that back up to 30. Everyone loves Arial font for official statements. And then let's add an image in.
Man, stream got weird quick.
Yeah, no, we kind of went a whole.
It's actually funny, Tuna, because my whole life
I'm
have
sure Bro
actually
won't mind being part of this.
I've always been a traditional artist. I do both, but I ended up going more digital just to adapt for the work I do, which has led to like animating and other things.
Sorry, I have a selection to select.
But I actually do both.
Transform.
And it's definitely funny when you're sketching.
I don't like that background color.
Something physical, and then you do the thing of your hands to like zoom in and out, and you're just like, oh.
Should it be? Theirs is kind of like it's almost their official blue color. I should almost do a contrast like that.
I do love that. Okay. Hello, Goose.
There we go. How about something like that?
Oh yeah. That looks good.
Okay, file, save as PNG to desktop. Yeah, boop. Cool. You'll all see it on Blue Sky in a few secs. Oh, I should rename it to official statement. Blue Sky. I love this. This went way off the rails.
And we went off the grid.
Yeah. Should I just post the picture? No other context to it?
Sure.
That's probably the best way to do that, right?
I think so.
Excellent. There we go. There we go. Beautiful. Yep.
Yeah, you can see it through the Discord feed.
Yeah. I'm sure that'll be fine. Okay, just for anyone joining us too, there is a game giveaway going on at the moment for Core Keeper. If you want to enter,
get in on it.
I'll let it go a little bit longer, and then we'll see who it is, because I'll have to keep track of like every time. Wait, I think I did it wrong. What happened?
Bruh?
Let your dreams be dreams. Okay. They are dreams. If that's what you meant. Oh, that's funny.
Right, you knight. Remember, reading a cursed tome can be dangerous. You find LVL 4 books of booking books. Nothing happens.
It's actually working. That's nice. Do we have anything else to catch up on that? Also, the raffle thing should work now. We do raffle. Yeah, there it goes. Also in the corner.
I think... Hey, there we go! That's what I wanted to show before we got into things. So this is what you can expect.
You don't have anyone to give Core Keeper to? That seems crazy. That seems crazy. Yeah, we've also...
I'm glad to see that works.
They all already own it. Crazy. I didn't hear Core Keeper. Does everyone already have it? I can change the game to another one if people want. Was everyone just entering to see the thing?
Core Keeper's a good one.
It's a good game, yeah. It's pretty popular. It's true.
I don't know too many who don't own it.
Yeah. So the other person in there is Nan. So I mean, in that case, if Nan's the only one left that wants it,
great.
I already own it.
More shinies for this
so I'd want to drop
guard to hoard between nibbling loot. I guard shinies.
Serenity doesn't have it.
Paint chaos while Lucy naps.
Oh, this Core Keeper! Oh my gosh!
Stays the greatest.
Core Keeper is a really fun game.
Round. I don't.
That is what it is.
I drop kick shine straight into my snout. If you bail, I'll autograph the exit with glitter and follow your trail.
All three of you know somebody that would want the game too.
Yeah. Like I guess it's kind of like Terraria, but it's all underground.
Well, here, you know what I can do. Let me abandon this giveaway, and I'll put it through again, but I'll make it so anyone can subscribe to enter this one. Then, I think there's probably a way to turn off everything. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so anyone that's interested in Core Keeper should be able to type exclamation mark. If you don't have it, it's basically Stardew Valley, but in the farming style and the top-down style, but it's also like an open world exploration RPG. Is that a good way to?
Okay.
Yeah, Core Keeper is a fun game. You can play it up to 8 people. It's nice.
Yeah, I've wanted to get back into it pretty badly.
That's what I can.
But there's so many interruptions.
I know I'm gonna be covered for half a second.
Future stream thing I would like to do.
Give away Core Keeper. Exclamation mark.
I'm guessing. Do you mean the giveaway? Also, hi Zag. Or I'm guessing you already have it too. Seems like almost all of you have it, except Serenity.
Yeah, which is totally fine. We're gonna do more of these sort of things. So.
But yeah, neat.
Yeah, I have it already. That's totally fair. Yeah, so if you want to enter the giveaway for that, just exclamation mark enter. Yep, and you're in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised it doesn't do like a little pop up to be like, oh, you've entered the giveaway, but it's working.
Yes,
so.
Hello.
Okay, let's start getting ready for.
Let's get into Void Crew finally.
Yeah. I don't think anyone needs any of these mods to be able to join.
Yeah, keeping track of things.
Should I send out a mod pack code just in case? I don't think anyone needs any of these mods to join, but...
Do I need to get an R2 mod man?
Yeah.
But yeah, we're
Void through mod pack.
our next goal, if we can hit it, we can do an Elden Ring Smasher Pass.
That's gonna be fun.
Zip here. Go ahead and try joining Core Keeper solo. I'll guard shinies and gnaw on meat while you raid, even if Soot spawns a dragon-sized mess. Pro tip, bring coffee for Tweet.
I can try and join
chaos
without the
for
chat.
Soot,
Yeah,
and
honestly, that's a
coins
good
for
way to
you
do it.
munch while you click keys.
Because the only mod it really is more players and no unrepairable damage. Just because I hate that they made damage you can never repair on your run. But that's just me.
I miss my meat suit.
Oh, and the dimmable lights if you have issues with the light
yeah. The
brightness.
lights. So I think it's all the same mods, unless you have a new code.
There's 2 that are disabled because I know those need everybody to have them. But other than that,
okay.
Yeah, it should be 8 mods. I looked best of yeah. The last time we played is when we nuked Santa.
That is the new Christmas tradition.
Yeah, honestly, it's a fun Christmas game because you're basically
really
hunting down someone that's trying to give capitalism to our theistic communist society, and we have to nuke him.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there we go. Hello, Swizz.
Yeah, there we go.
Right.
Close game.
Honestly, I think the worst thing is I think I could feel like a candy bit in my throat because of how freaking like
you ate so much.
Thick these are.
I'll put it up just in case. There we go.
I'm not doing it for every like sub within a gift sub, but I'm counting it as like individual because I'm gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
Sour ones are pretty sour.
Yeah. I like the peach ones because they're softer though.
It actually showed up in chat. Mod manager has kicked Swiss for not having max players mod.
Oh, okay.
There you go. That answers that question.
Yeah. But it's been a while since this game, and it got a whole big update. This and Jump Space, but we decided on Void Crew. Today, we'll have to check out Jump Space another time.
Oh, there it is. Multiplayer requirements all. So max players is the only one that requires all players.
Okay.
Just to be fair, we only need that if we're going over like 5 people. Or over 6 people. I can't remember how big this game goes now. And they added more and more people to it.
Yeah, they did. They've done a lot of good work. I'm excited to see the ship. Not excited to struggle to navigate it.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Cozy sent us some pizza money instead of gifted subs.
What?
So, just to help out with the thing. We'll get them. We'll get
that.
you in on the topping as well.
Does that mean I'm scared now? Like means you have more right.
Murder, yeah. It'll be fun.
But I do appreciate that a lot.
Oh man, this game's been for a while. We haven't tried the new ship, did we? We showed it off, or I checked it out or something, but
I haven't really. Yeah, we haven't done much.
But they add this new ship that has weapons in the front and 2 slots in the back, but nothing on the sides, and it's kinda neat looking.
I hope I don't have to redo.
Oh, you haven't heard
things.
Serenity. So around supper
we can always
time.
talk about what we're doing again.
Yeah, so around supper time, we're going to have, and you can look at all the incentives in the pinned link if you want. But we're going to basically have a thing where anyone that's donated 5+ subs is going to be added in to pick a topping for a pizza, and then I'm gonna have to eat that pizza.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab a list of toppings from the pizza
sub,
place, but.
And for every sub, we're also doing a sweet or sour candy roulette.
Mm.
I've already had to eat so many.
I've had anchovies once, and they were okay.
But also,
Sort of.
one of the big things is this. I will be doing a PNG tuber raffle. So if you gift 5 subs, you have a chance to be in the raffle. They will be like shown above.
Yeah. Did it pop up again?
Yeah. It works really well.
Yeah. Yeah, we're trying out a new thing where I've hooked up the bot directly to my OBS, so it's able to pop up the little the little scenes on its own. So I didn't even notice it was so fast. It did it.
No, it's great. I can just like
there's
straight to the point.
You're still Christmassy.
I'm still Christmassy.
Yeah, or I switched before game started just cause, but we were all dressed up in Christmas attire and then we nuked Santa. It was kind of mean. But feel free to hop in. All these games go up to like eight or more players. I think we picked all games that have like a large lobby.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
But we kind of wanted to go through a bit of like gaming history a bit too, because like we used to do a lot of Void Crew, and we did we kind of are jumping. So like Far West is a new one.
And old. It's a bit of new and old.
And then we go back to Deep Rock, which is one of the old ones we played all the time.
Yeah. Deep Rock is like always going to be like fully imprinted into our channel identity.
And then we have Bone Rooms at the end, which is going to be it's one we've really only played once because it doesn't have a ton of content, but it's a really fun kind of goofy game to play.
It is so goofy.
Mm-hmm. There are a couple mods we got used to that aren't working anymore too. Just a heads up, like remember that mod we had where you would like stay attached to the ship while it was moving?
Oh yes.
That's not working anymore. So if you're out in space, the ship can't move at the moment.
Hello, GL, Madame.
Yeah,
preserve
thank you.
Yeah, I think I am un-Christmassy. I am un-Christmassy.
Oh yeah, sorry. So you'll need the mods if you want to hop in. The max players mod is apparently required by all, which is a little weird. It is on our event announcements channel under gaming.
Yeah.
So that uses Thunderstore or R2 Modman to hop in. Either mod manager. It's the same mod manager used for like Core Keeper and Valheim and all those other ones.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else uses it. There's a lot that use Thunderstore actually. I think like half my games are modded via that.
I've gone fully R2 now.
Yeah.
You know, everything is kept to one thing. It's a lot easier.
Oh, hello.
Hello. How you doing? Do you have Void Crew?
I do, as of a few seconds ago.
Oh, perfect.
Awesome. I think Serenity does. I think she's joined us before.
I think that's how Zag's joining those through Family Share, right? Or do you have another copy?
Oh.
Yeah, me and Serena Steam library, and she said I can go try it out.
Oh, okay, excellent.
Makes sense. Yeah. No, Void Crew's pretty chill roguelike.
It's very much like how Jump Space and stuff is more player independent focused. This one's more ship crew focused, kind of like those games like Barotrauma and stuff where you had to manage a sub, but way simpler than Barotrauma. But yeah, it's just because we have the max players mod on at the moment that it wanted it installed.
Yeah.
I'll let you know, because I played this, I'm not technically like a complete novice, because I played this during a Next Fest once.
Oh, okay.
All I did was grapple hook onto like enemy drone ships and shotgun the cores.
It's also changed a bunch since. It wasn't as roguelike before. I think it's a lot more fun now with the changes. it's actually a roguelike.
You were grappling on enemy ships. That might have been jump space.
Oh,
That does sound like jump space. They're similar.
Yeah,
Jump
they're
space
very
is a bit
similar.
more
Yeah.
actiony.
I'm just trying to, because there is a grapple hook in here, but I don't think you can grapple to the enemy ships in this one.
No, you can't in this one. Yeah, this one's a little more just ship combat.
Yeah.
And you could go out and you grab loot and things.
Yeah, there is still on ground portions, but you have like oxygen levels and stuff, so it's a little more scavengery.
I have not played this one.
Yeah. We also have jump space, but that wasn't on the plan. That wasn't part of the plan today, but
that's also a good one though.
That also got a good update.
I have defeated Swiss and rock scissors. Oh my gosh.
I tried it again recently last night. More to it now. That's good. I have a lot to check out because we're like, oh, we have both.
This game actually got
to return
big updates too. Yeah, that's why we were like, we got to try it.
But we were like, it's been the longest since we played Void Crew.
Yeah.
It's a good start because we can talk a lot about the plans and things and like actually like chill a bit because Far Far West and stuff is going to be bonkers.
Yeah, Far Far West should. I'm hoping it'll work right away, but even if I have to do a little finagling before we start, it should have a 12-player mod that's working.
Oh yeah, we can try that.
So should be good.
Mod in the code you gave me have some disabled. I assume that's on purpose.
Yeah, 2 of them required everyone to have the mod, and I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
That's the normal mod pack I run with, but yeah, those 2 I hadn't tested in time for stream. But I think we should try the new ship for sure.
Yes.
Because it seems kind of neat to have all your guns on the front, because normally pretty much everything's on the sides. Like the big
what
ship.
you're saying our strategy should be is to ram them. I mean, we can't. They won't be able to. They won't be able to dodge our frontward facing guns if we ram them.
It's true. We usually actually do put a lot of shields on the sides, so I guess putting them all in the front would be good here. Medium missile payloads. Interesting. This is new too. This one starts with an arc shield. Oh, that's the rookie. Oh, okay. Hold on. Payload launcher, gravity scoop. You probably want energy boat. That's usually a good one. Yeah, because Lone Sentry gives that. The freedom is crazy because it's just like, yeah, just build the ship the way you want, but it's all low tier. I don't understand how broadside works when there is no broadside, but that's fine. Oh, that's weird. Scorpion's just all about payloads. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I think energy boat's probably the safest to try a new ship.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, so there should be lots of options to kind of customize the character and everything.
I will let you guys know, me thinking that this was the game I thought it was, skip the tutorial.
It'll be fine.
I have no clue what I'm doing.
That's fine. There's basically like...
That's all good.
What is it, 4 main roles to this? There's pilot, there's gunner, engineer, and scavenger.
I also just wanted to mention, is Swiss muted?
Yeah, I haven't heard Swiss.
I
was.
Oh, okay. I was just like, you were talking, but you're not. So I figured, I was like,
oh,
I should probably say something. I don't think I can hear you.
That explains everything.
I saw his reactive going, and I'm like, seems like they're trying to speak.
Just just
Well,
for
hello.
just for giggles, I'm gonna turn on Pinata, which is a modifier that doesn't do anything except enemy ships will explode into confetti.
Hell yeah.
That's great. We always love that.
Yeah,
I have given myself a grappling hook.
sounds good. Why is Swiss orange?
I promise
what
I
is
will
that?
We wanna
only
be
use
orange.
this. I promise I will only use this grappling hook responsibly.
I mean, you have no abilities equipped in your orange?
Yeah, you're right. I actually don't have anything on. I don't know why.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second, that doesn't make sense.
What am I being? Scavenger or gunner? I'll be a gunner.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I chose scavenger.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I will fix the ship and
Oh,
stuff
so
since
it's
I'm a
6.
scavenger engineer.
Oh, it's 6 players now. I knew they upped the players from 4. I don't remember how many.
Well, everything's going blurry.
Oh yeah, we're also just meat inside of suits, so they just 3D print our meat.
Ah, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're just meat tubes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's dark.
Insert me in the central computer.
Okay, in the cradle you go. Let me, I'm just gonna disable the PS preview to get a bit more, oops. A little bit more.
Homunculus connected.
Ooh.
Hey, welcome to the ship. This is such a nice big ship.
This is nice.
Yeah, so the gravity
Looking at the
scoop
periscope.
is how we get like the items from outside.
Ah, of course.
Well, that's just the launch direction.
Yeah, I think we have played with this ship before.
I don't mean
Maybe we did 1 round with it?
maybe we tried it once. It's been a long time.
If we turn on both the
Yeah,
guns,
we
that
haven't-
uses
haven't
6 out of our
yet.
7 power. Oh
We
my.
must have done something since the big ship came out.
So
Yeah, it's still been quite a bit.
so what gun do you want to use then, Swiss? Because powering both might be a bit too much. Yeah, there's a bunch of different modules around the ship to zag. Like there's the engines in the back, which are the void drive for when we need to leave a sector.
Yeah, that can also be a bit flexible because I can jump around with my grappling hook in the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
No, it's
definitely
pretty handy.
helpful for fixing things and stuff.
We start with,
It's
Yeah.
mostly for going out and grabbing items.
we start with
Oh
A,
yeah,
storage.
I was gonna be launching myself out and doing dumb shit like.
Yeah, let's do a power generator, just so we have a bit more power.
Oh yes, periscope gives you third-person view of the camera, as you'd expect.
Yeah. Just as intended. Oh. Oh, it auto
Wait,
pops
how
up
do we-
now?
Ooh.
That's new.
Question: how do we get out of the ship for when I need to do that?
Oh, the on this ship the exit's down here.
Yeah. You actually have to like make sure you like close it and like
I think it auto cycles now,
decompress
but
everything.
yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Airlock. Open.
Oh,
Alert. X-Type has left the ship.
do you have the jetpack on? It should be on the wall behind you.
Yeah, you have to put that on or else you will just die.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I took a fair amount of damage.
That's fine.
Yeah, this game has a bit more to it than jump space.
Okay.
But yeah, the jetpack will let you fly around in like 3 dimensions in space and stuff too, so not bad. It just makes you slower in the ship if you're still wearing it. Swiss is in a sarcophagus.
I am trying to remember how to check my
Escape
abilities
vector
and stuff.
locked.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Oh, also, if you are not an engineer with mag boots, and we jump to hyperspace and you're not sitting down, you will get spaghettified.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
So any coffin or any chair or even any of the gunner seats are all safe to sit in. And the coffins heal you in the back too if you want some healing. Or Swiss's.
Yeah, I'll go do that. Because I mysteriously got damaged via launching myself out into space without a jetpack.
It would help if we charged the void drives. I totally forgot to do that. You can do a sync charge if you charge them at the exact same time, but...
Sync charge achieved.
Yeah, but there's an achievement actually for charging one, grappling to the other, and charging it in time to do a sync charge on your own. But it's pretty hard to do. Is it... Oh, it's not control. I gotta remember my flight controls here, too. Payload.
I'm just getting used to the ship layout. Yeah. Checking things. I like that everything is just in one place, mostly on this one.
Woohoo! Yeah,
I should have the magnetic boots.
This one's nice. Yeah. Okay.
I'm working on getting my movement for the ship down. Or when I need to panically run around repairing things.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, that's also mostly engineer job.
That ship design
so you don't have
is
to worry
shinier
too much
than my
about
coin
that.
hoard. I'm bowing.
I mean,
to
we
its
got two
beauty already.
scavengers, so
I'll guard the
might as well
bow
do
Yeah.
the.
rails
Do
Well,
it again.
I'm
While Soot glam sorts it
multi-classed
and
into
Tweak fuels the
engineer.
crew with coffee.
Ah.
So I can go on top of the ship and stuff and repair as well. And I'll be fine.
I have a singular. I don't have the one point. Like I said, I'm a fashion stall, so.
I've just been playing since it came out.
Yeah.
Does it warn? Okay. So we are ready to jump to hyperspace to start the mission. So if everyone, if you can put your seatbelts on and put your tray tables in an upright position.
Like, I can walk around because I have the boots upgrade.
Yeah.
But most people
Swiss,
have the sticks.
Swiss thinks they have the boots, so let's find out.
Yeah.
The hard way.
I'm pretty sure I do, so we find out.
Okay. Yeah, you can move around when we're in the void space too. It's just during the jump. So we've got a strike mission. That could be a good start with the comm relays. Into some yeah, that's not a bad one. I think that involves indoor and outdoors. Let's try that one first.
Destination locked.
Indoor and
it's
outdoor
a good
mission.
difficulty to get back into the game.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Everybody ready to drop out of space? I don't know if dropping out spaghettifies you. Actually.
Well, let's find out, shall we?
We're gonna find out.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
I'll stand right next to you, Tweak, and you can tell if I get spaghetti.
Stare into your eyes as it happens. So good.
3, 2, 1.
Nope. Oh, well, yep. Oh,
Yeah.
there it went.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was pretty sure. It's both ways.
It went. It did go the opposite, which is funny because instead of like getting spaghettified backwards, you went through the front windshield.
Oh, that's funny.
I just fucking implanted on the window in front of you.
Oh, this is the comm relay one. Oh, okay. This one's a little different than I thought. I thought it was the one where we had to go to the radio tower, but this one we had to kill all the comms relays. But this one's mostly a space battle. Space battle. We are in a cold field as well, so temperature weapons won't overheat as much. It's kind of nice.
Oh.
But we might also get cold. If it gets too cold on the ship, life support is like underneath the pilot's chair.
Yeah. All of these ships have reinforcement beacons on them.
Oh yeah. Okay. Do we want to power something down so we can use the second gun, maybe?
Sure. What do we want to power down?
I mean, we can give up the shield technically.
Sure.
It's not ideal, but more firepower might be worth it.
We've got ships in range.
Oh yeah, they are coming toward us. Oh, okay, damn.
Oh, I can turn shield off then. We'll try it.
Yeah.
Systems to disable the broadcast.
So if you want to hop in a gun to shoot I don't know if you want to try that out, Zag, just to see what the guns are like.
Power network overloaded.
There's a gun here if you want to
Oh.
try it.
Oh, there's too many things turned on. Darn. Something else
Is
needs to be
there?
turned off, yeah.
I'll go turn something else on. I shall engineer. I could turn off the scoop, honestly, if we don't need it.
Yeah, the scoop. It's fine, too.
Attention. Large jump signature detected.
No, the scoop just turned on. You're using more power.
Oh, wait, it was off.
Maybe
else?
maybe you didn't turn the shield off, because the power didn't change when you turned off the front shield.
I thought it was off, though. Oh.
Yay, confetti!
Com relay.
Oh, there we go. Now it's off.
Okay.
How
Now
much
it
did
should be
we took a little
okay.
damage. That wasn't too bad. Oh, they called in frigates though. That's a problem.
What does that mean?
Just
alright.
yeah, just dangerous enemies that they called it.
Well, I killed one of them.
Oh!
If you see them with a marker on it, you'll deal more damage to them.
Yeah. It's basically like the pilot's like help. Okay, do you want to turn the scoop on, Soot, and we'll grab this
Uh-huh.
stuff?
Power network overloaded.
Got that on. I'm
Circuit
going to
breakers
repair
lost.
things.
Consider reducing power consumption.
Wow, the scoop is slow.
Gravity scoop has retrieved an item.
Maybe that's why I used that enhanced scoop mod. I didn't realize how slow the scoop was. There's some cool new weapons coming in though. Looks like.
Yeah, we got a life support system.
Oh, nice. Advanced life support could be good if we go to like the area
Oh,
where
yeah.
we're in the sun.
Where's the fabricator?
Oh, that is just below, by the exit to the ship.
Oh, I found it. Oh, fuck. Anyway, I put a minor alloy.
Got payload
Oh,
launcher
there's a frigate coming for us.
Alright, I'll go man the guns.
and a lance.
The ship's power system is under strain, and one of the circuit breakers has malfunctioned.
Oh, okay. So circuit breakers are near the coffins. If anyone wants to turn that back on.
I'm shooting.
Sounds good. Ooh, I think that's a power supply.
Yeah, it is a power gen.
That'll be good. We could use more power.
There's a mine right next to us.
Oh, yep, you're right.
Signature detected.
Oh, heck.
And we got some fighters.
Oh, we got some more stuff coming in. A power generator.
I guess worst case scenario, I could have used the emergency shields on the landmine.
Force field airlock.
Detected
Oh.
hostile reinforcement.
We got a lot of things.
Take
Force
out
field
the
airlock. Oh, that's an airlock where you can go in and out without having a door. Like you just jump out of the ship. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, we can hook that up.
Gravity below 90%.
I think you gotta... Where do we want to put this?
There's probably not a lot of spots. Oh, so can you hit the breakers? We only got one left.
Oh,
It's up near the
Relay
sarcophagus.
destroyed.
it's been a while since doing that.
Yeah,
Alright, yeah, I found them.
excellent. 'Cause it doesn't really matter if we overload stuff as long as we keep flipping them back on before the third one goes.
Where can I recharge
was
this
good.
battery cell?
Ooh.
Proximity mines
If we have a
functioning.
recharging station, we can. Otherwise, only engineers can recharge batteries.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's more of an engineer thing, because
we
I can
should-
charge them as I hold them.
we should
do
have
have a
one.
recharge station.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
out of battery on the guns.
Yeah, the gun just fires slower without batteries, unfortunately.
I can
Oh god,
replace
this guy's
it.
surrounded by landmines. I was like wondering what all those were.
I'm gonna charge that up.
I'll put a battery in for you.
Oh,
One of the ship's circuit breakers.
breakers are about to go again.
Yep. I got it.
Thruster boost is fully charged.
Yeah, I turned on all shields just to fly through the minefield.
Proximity mines approaching.
There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be more of an engineer during this.
That's fine.
The comm relays have been
least until we have to send you two into the vacuum of space.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind fixing up
Yeah, who?
the ship.
Why would we? Who would care about that? Just go out and have fun.
Yeah.
Listen, when we need to go out, let me know. I'm down to go jump around and be an idiot.
Yeah.
Below 90%.
This section didn't have a lot of out in space stuff, but a lot of them do. So.
Yeah.
Gravity scoop has retrieved an item.
Oh.
Venom supply drop
Oh, we got a special drop. Okay, I'll mark that for after.
Alright.
Hull integrity
Yeah, lots
below
breaking,
80%.
so
Yeah. It's
I'll
easier
get
to
up on
repair
the
the
ship
hull.
after and
Yeah.
repair things.
Our power system
Oh,
is
our
overtaxed,
scoop is full.
and one of
Yeah,
the
we should have an
Grab
extra
that
generator.
stuff.
I don't know if we can place it anywhere, but
Let's see. We're getting a lot of weapons.
okay. Now we need to fly out of here, so
We
I'm gonna turn on
got
cruise mode.
Boosters.
Oh, we lost all our
Vehicle alert.
breakers.
Final circuit breaker.
Oh, okay.
I'm flipping them all.
Okay, you're doing the breakers. All right.
Oh, there's also battery chargers in the circuit breaker room with the
Getting
sarcophagus.
so much stuff.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to do with all this.
Yeah, we'll have to sort it out in the void.
Set.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, we need to charge the engines.
Mm-hmm.
Sync charge achieved.
Perfect.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Helm cruise mode
I'm
offline.
gonna see if I can make a repair.
Okay, we're
thing
jumping
as well.
in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
3.
Oh, we don't have the auto recycling.
No, you have to upgrade for that.
Always added to ship stores.
The downside of the roguelike, you have to unlock everything again every time.
Yeah. Oh, good. We do have a hull repair, so I'm gonna have to go outside. And...
Thruster station's useless. Our generator's good.
Our power system is overtaxed.
Oh, I guess we
and
should
one of
turn
the
stuff
circuit
off while we're
breakers
not using it.
Yeah.
No, we have. Yeah, but didn't we get a power generator somewhere here?
Yeah, I'm holding on to one. Oh, there's a spot over here.
Operated
Perfect.
within safe parameters.
I think I can go
I
out
need
while
to
we're
be
in
right back
void.
real quick. I'm gonna sit inside the sarcophagus.
Oh, yeah. So you turned off the shield direction, but you didn't turn off the shield power.
Oh, it was the direction? Whoops.
Yeah. We don't really need the battery gen though, do we? Because we got 2 free battery gens in the back. Yeah, where the batteries are plugged in right now. Maybe we should get rid of that.
Well, are we? The system is said we're being overtaxed.
Yeah. Now we have 9 power. That's nice. As soon as we go to the new area, I'll let everyone do repairs. Do we have
Yeah,
any?
health
I'm
break
gonna
is
go
coming up
out
in
on
2
the ship
minutes.
so I can repair.
It looks like minor damage.
Okay, I probably not need the hull then.
I'll recycle that.
Oh, this needs to be...
What's this? Litany minigun. Do we want?
Blueprint added to fabricate.
We're sticking with energy weapons.
Alloys added to
I
ship
think so,
stores.
yeah.
There's a Gatling Shuriken. Do we want that?
That sounds cool.
Beamcaster, Shuriken, energy Gatling. Oh, we have both of them already. Okay. Thruster booster's garbage, so let's get that. Yeah, unless we want... I don't know if we want anything specific. The force field right by the gravity, sucker, gravity scoop, is kind of handy because now you can go out the front of the ship and grab anything that's like that you're bringing
Yeah.
back. That could be cool. A lance. Is that energy? It's a sustained beam attack. This sounds cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool things we just grabbed.
Does anyone want... Oh, wait, or is this Beamcaster as well? No, Absolver Lance. Do we want to replace the Beamcaster with the Absolver? That sounds kind of...
I think it sounds cool. We can
What-
see what it does.
What's your favorite, Swiss?
I haven't tried any of them, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
Hello, Bergina. Thank you for the hydrates
Were
and
you-
the stretch. How
Were you
are
using the Gatling gun? Maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. Beamcaster's kind of the regular one. This new one sounds like a sniper. Oh, I guess we can install all of them. technically, and then just use what we need.
Thank you!
Sulfur Lance. Oh, it's unpowered. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me power it on. I just want to see what
The
it
health
is.
break is starting now.
Oh,
and
it's
apparently
literally
an
a
ad is
laser
running
that you
now.
hold, and it heats up as you go. That's kind of cool. That's a neat gun. They've definitely added some new stuff. We don't need a second shuriken. We have that. And we don't want the litany. We don't want energy.
The fabricator has
Cool.
learned a new blueprint.
We have enough to upgrade.
Ship stores. The fabricator has
We do.
been taught a new blueprint.
We can upgrade the fabricator, so now it'll auto
Nice.
recycle.
Ah, that is great.
It did use like all of our alloys, but like now
Yeah.
we don't have to worry about it. So it's kind of nice.
Mhm.
Oh, if you have the engineering thing soot as well, you can always overcharge the generators to give us more power.
Oh yeah, I can overcharge. Let's.
Yeah, sure.
It's-
Sane words.
It says I can reset. Is it a level
Sync charge
thing?
failed. Manual charge in progress.
Because I just reset it.
Yeah, it's a manual thing. Should be like a little hand print that you put on.
It's not showing the hand. I know what you're talking about, but I'm not seeing it.
On the generators? Yeah, enhancement panel. It just says activate if I hover over it.
Oh,
Down
this
here?
one.
Yeah, there's one on either side of the ship.
There we go.
What do we want to try? We can do protect, which is another space-only one. We can do download, which requires people to fly out into space and fix the radar dish.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a pretty good one. That has a bit of everything, so
Voyage
Yeah.
destination locked.
it's a little bit harder difficulty, but it should be fine.
Did we want to put in the, unless you already did the field to go out in?
Yep, it's already there. It's right beside the gravity scoop.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. See,
That makes it so much easier.
just make sure you have a jetpack on before you go through it, because you'll still need a.
Egg type
I
has
think I
left
could
the
get on the
ship.
ship because I'm an engineer.
Yeah, but without your jetpack, you'll die in the space.
I just was testing. Is it a higher
Oh,
level
you're
that I can
about
go
to
in the
die.
void?
No, you just
Okay,
need
it is higher
you just need
level.
your jetpack. You don't have a jetpack on. Like you need to go in.
I did have it on.
You need to go into the airlock and grab a jetpack. No.
I had it on.
Oh, you're moving. Oh, that's weird. You shouldn't be able to get in things or move normal speed with a jetpack on.
Welcome back, everyone.
Well, I took it off then. But that's what I'm saying. It was weird.
Yeah,
I did have it on.
because you don't have one on right now.
Yeah, now I do.
Oh, now
right?
you do. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So why was it taking damage?
Oh, yeah, you are taking damage. What
So
the heck?
is it a higher level thing?
Yeah, it must be.
Because I don't think I'm at the level then, because I know,
Yeah, you used to have that for sure.
I think it might be a level restriction.
Maybe you have to take like all the points into engineer or something.
Oh yeah, because
and you
I split
multi-class.
mine up.
One.
Yeah,
But I'm putting more into engineer, so that's good to know.
yeah.
I just like having the options.
Medem Command has located
Fuck.
an ancient
Ooh, there's a
facility
secret
in
ancient
Central.
wreck over here. We can loot that first.
That's cool.
And retrieving anything of value. Approach the facility. You must assess its state.
Gravitational anomaly detected. Singularity emergence predicted. What does that mean?
Now I'll go out and repair that.
That's new. I don't know what that is.
Egg type has left the ship.
Oh. Need me to stop? I didn't realize you were going out of the ship.
Oh, I'm fine. I have the magnetic boots.
As long as you don't take off at any point, you should be
All
good.
thruster boosts depleted.
Yeah. I just can't go out during void, so now I know that.
Yeah.
What I might do is I might, like, later just split out my loadout. But I don't want to do that right now.
Integrity above 80%.
But I might make another
Low
loadout.
integrity at 100%.
Okay, so if you want, yeah, don't hop off the ship. If you want
No,
Zeg,
I
there's a building right in front of us, so we should be able to loot.
Mhm.
I think we're on the right side, unless this is like a closed
It's the
door,
right side.
and we have to find a
Yeah.
different spot. Try and get closer for the gravity scoop. Turn that on.
How do I get in here?
I think it
that'll
needs
be
2 people.
that'll be.
so-
Oh, is it a 2-person door?
I think it might be. Is this not?
If not, there's
I
gonna be.
I don't
There's
have a
another-
weapon, by the
there's
way. If
another-
there's anything in here.
Yeah,
There's probably another way to get in then.
yeah, that might be the exit, like where we can take all the loot out.
Yeah. So
I don't have a weapon
Gonna
if there's
see
any
where-
hostiles in here.
there's
just-
no weapons in this.
Yeah,
It's just your gunship.
yeah. So if hostiles come after you, we have to shoot them down to protect you, which is
Yeah.
a little trickier.
Go ahead.
No, yeah. It's not like jump space in that way.
They're very boat related. I think a lot of people described it as like a almost a submarine or boat style game, but in space.
I have no idea where this entrance is.
Tricky. I can look around too, maybe. There's a
It
hatch
might
on.
be up top.
There's a hatch on the top middle of it. Can you get like through that? I ping like right there.
Is it there?
Just keep
Oh yeah.
just keep an eye on your
Um,
oxygen if you need to come back to the ship for more.
Oh, I have like infinite oxygen.
Yeah, eventually scavengers get so much oxygen.
Yeah. Okay, there's a battery.
Why won't my flashlight? Oh, this is a very bad flashlight.
Yeah. I don't even know if the flashlight gets any better. Is it T for torch? It's T for torch, yeah.
Alloys added to ship stores.
I'm just looking through all our loot since the enemies don't know we're here yet.
I'm gonna eat that.
Oh my gosh! I found more thrusters I didn't even know we had.
I found a power fuse.
God, it's so dark in here. Oh, down here, there might be stuff.
And don't forget your T for torch. It's not the best, but to help a little bit.
How do I?
Definitely helps a little.
I need to leave. I'm getting low on oxygen.
Yeah,
Thruster
you can
boost
just
fully
like
charged.
throw it to the ship and the
If you can find that door, that's a shortcut out. Otherwise, I'll fly closer to the hatch so you can get in the oxygen.
I have a lot of oxygen, so I can like check out. I can find a generator. Oh, there's a chest.
Ugh.
Just barely.
Egg type has left the ship.
Yeah, sometimes if it's a really big area, there might be little oxygen stations inside of
Oh,
it.
I forgot. I forgot to drop off the thing I have.
It's blue. What is that?
Did I actually
The fuse
accidentally
cell.
toss the battery
Oh,
to the
that-
generator in here?
That should be for something in the Philly,
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, okay. Well, then
You had to
I'll
bring it. You gotta chuck it back then.
I mean that's
Whoops.
that's fine.
I thought that was for inside the ship.
There must be a secret there.
Yeah, there's a
Allies
generator.
added to ship
I just
stores.
gotta find it.
That's a good sign. Yeah, it means that there's more secret.
Yeah, I think the battery was back here, down here.
I'm gonna adjust my settings. I'm getting a little lag. Not much, just a little.
Yeah, it goes in here.
Okay. Well, the power
There we
is
go.
on.
And then there was a door. This should be openable.
Oh, you found a thingy. Nice. I like how the ship is. The proximity alarm is going off because I'm parked too close to the
Yeah.
wreck. It's like, you're too close. Back up. No, I want to get closer.
Oh yeah, there's a buddy door. So if you wanna go in, I can let you in that door.
Oh, yeah,
Because
sure.
only one of us can.
Yeah, the buddy
All
system.
right. I don't know what I'm going to experience in here, but I trust you.
If you see any,
I knew you wanted to explore, so.
if you see any wet eggs, make sure you put your face close to them as possible.
Oh, it didn't shut behind. That's. Oh no, it did. It did.
Of course, I don't think they're coming back.
I don't think you're close enough yet. You haven't made physical contact.
You're right.
Oh, my oxygen's actually getting a bit low.
I found an nanoid cluster. Oh wait, actually.
Oh, there we go.
Perfect.
We're like grazing the
Hi,
metal.
friends.
Hello. Oh,
Here's nanoid cluster. Don't know what to do with it. I'm leaving it nearby.
sounds good.
I'm just running to the
Action
ship quickly.
recycles.
Yeah,
Where's the
I
ship?
found the lever to that front door to the
Things are
that we
blurry.
parked out in front of.
We have
So
gathered a substantial amount of
Oh god. I can't see because things are actually blurry.
Oh, you were at the entrance.
This is new.
You see where Swiss is?
I can't actually see.
There you go.
Okay.
There you are.
Looks where I had run out. Man, the ship is so mad at my park job. I'm like pressed against this
Okay.
rack.
Now we could go
I
back.
can hear it.
Yeah. It's like warning. Back the up.
I mean, I
Don't be
think
dizzy.
we got everything here.
yeah, I don't see anything else, but I don't also know really fully what to look for.
Oh, I just realized maybe we should keep going because there's a timer in the top right that says a singularity is
think
going to
we got
happen in 4
everything.
minutes.
Usually you just look for any kind of floating
I don't know what that means.
rocks or items, and there's a chest. But usually there's like a couple chests.
Yeah.
So it looks like we got it all.
Yeah, it was a side wreck, so there might not have been two.
Yeah. Yippee!
Okay, now to the main objective. With 3 minutes before whatever the anomaly is.
And we
If
got
you
an
wonder
oxygen
what it is.
tank. Oh, that's good.
If we
That'll be
die, it was
useful.
for the greater good.
Oh no,
Yeah,
this is
yeah,
on
it
fire.
for-
Oh
it
no,
was
let
for
me trim
research.
that.
Yeah.
Yes. Research.
Okay,
Oh,
this-
we got incoming fighters.
Yep, Hollow
Yeah.
Fighters.
With 3 minutes remaining, we should go in guns blazing.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Mm.
I don't think we have time to be careful.
yeah.
Guns
Listen,
a-blazing.
we'll
Marking
get
a bunch of
out. Yeah, they're out of range still.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I forgot it gives you a range indicator. That's handy.
Yeah.
Almost in 1 kilometer.
Do we go inside this structure that we're?
Yeah, so
Oh.
basically you have to go repair the satellite dish to start broadcasting.
Alright.
There should be fuses. Oh no, it grabbed a fuse. It's
Uh-oh.
it's pulling it toward the ship.
Dysfunctional, but must be brought back online.
You must
Incoming.
evacuate to the facility and
Oh,
power
so
on
much
the
fire.
power plant.
Here, I'm gonna fix some of the stuff in here.
Whoa.
I will turn on our shields and manage our.
Breakers struggling.
Yeah.
Act now to avoid system failure.
I'm actually
I'll
gonna.
take this.
I'm gonna actually put it on our sides. I think that would be safer.
Oh, you're being targeted. I've got you.
Hull integrity below 90%.
We're fine. I'm gonna turn off the gravity scoop. We don't really need it right now.
Yeah, I'll
like
take this
this
power
stuff.
cell back into the ship it's supposed to be in.
Sounds good.
Power grid now operating. within
Hello,
second
Geo.
levels.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I fixed the power
Alright.
grid.
Why did it say person lock?
Oh, someone's locking on
Yeah,
you.
they're targeting stuff.
Okay.
I'm grabbing the goods.
So where's the entrance?
Threat cleared. We're safe.
It is
Oh, hey.
Alright, I was dealing
right
with the,
here.
with the
Alright,
ships.
now where's this power cell go?
Okay. Do you want
Is
either?
the scoop on?
Do you want either us to
Not
come
on.
out? No, I turned it off because it was
Goblin
sucking up
bomb
the power
is fused.
cells.
Alright,
Oh.
I put the power cell back in the generator.
X-type is commencing EVA.
Ooh, a biomass sensor.
Oh, I could have gotten way closer than that. What am I doing? It's a terrible park job. It looks so much further in the captain's
Gonna
thing.
grab it.
Geo_Rockland, I have some Twi'lek words of wisdom for you. You pass your death anniversary every year without
Oh
knowing the date.
no, I hate that one. Passing your death anniversary every year without knowing the date.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the sideways
Yeah.
drift. Couldn't remember how to sideways drift.
Hull integrity at 100%.
Oh, biomass canister.
Yeah, that's how I got one of those.
Biomass added to ship's stores.
Is that close enough, do you think? No, I can get closer.
Alert. Ec-type has left.
There we go.
the
That seems pretty close.
Perfect.
Okay. Singularity's in 25 seconds. How are we doing on fixing the
Activate
the objective?
I'm gonna be
I
in
got
ship
the
for
power
second.
on.
Okay, so you just have to go to the dish and turn it on then, I think.
Yep.
I have no idea what the singularity is. That is new. So we're all about to experience something new.
We.
Singularity emergence imminent? Okay.
Ray is attempting to establish a long-range connection
Prepared.
with the progenitor network.
This massive spike in radio emissions is sure to attract
Oh,
attention.
apparently we have to
Prepare for
defend this.
hostiles.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's a black hole. That is a
Sensors
straight up
indicate
black
faulty
hole.
systems in the facility.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
Oh,
fine.
yeah, that
The
is.
effectiveness of the relay should
Oh,
increase,
um,
speeding up the
Oh, we're being
process.
sucked in.
Oh god. Oh
Keep the
god.
relay
Okay.
prepared in case it
All right.
takes
again, I got back on the
I'm
ship.
out. Oh, let's not
It
get
keeps
sucked.
getting bigger. It's swallowing the whole system.
Oh, that's crazy.
So do we just have to pray that our satellite dish works while we get out here?
Yeah, I think we just need to escape.
All thruster boosts depleted.
That's really cool, though.
Does someone want to recharge my thrusters just in case this thing gets any closer?
Yeah.
There should be 2 on either side. That thing is not gonna. Oh gosh, we're losing speed.
Oh no.
Oh fuck.
We're losing speed. Okay.
Can't escape it.
This
We
is
need to go.
terrifying.
Hey, you know what? At least we don't have to worry about anything
Manual charge in progress.
anything attacking the satellite relay right now.
Oh, it's
Um,
so scary. Oh my god.
So we aren't allowed to do an escape vector until the mission's done.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god, so we just have to keep outrunning this fucking black hole.
Oh, we're so doomed. We are so doomed.
Oh my god. I'm still moving away from it, but very slowly.
We still have to repair the satellite
Health
dish.
mode engaged.
It'll keep going with the brakes, but it takes longer, unfortunately.
I think we're going backwards.
I think we're screwed.
Backwards.
Oh, are we?
Yeah,
Oh god.
we are going
Oh
backwards
my
now.
god.
I'm charging the boost.
Okay.
Okay, why don't we charge the void drive and try to get it here? Will it let us?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm charging it.
Helm cruise mode disabled.
Oh my god, the black hole's so big
Come on,
now.
charge faster.
I'm using our boost now.
Okay, that's buying us some time.
This is not what I expected.
Sync charge failed. Manual
It's
charge
not
in progress.
charging.
Oh, it's charging. It's just doing a manual
Yeah,
charge,
it
I
is.
think. Nope,
God,
you're right, it's not charging right
50%.
now. What the heck?
I don't know what's happening.
Try the void engines again. It says it's not charging it.
Well, at least we're not going backwards
let's try it
now.
again.
Yeah.
There it is. It
Okay,
seems like it
charging.
needed a reset. It's going.
Yeah.
Please hurry.
Oh god,
Please.
we're slowing down again though. The boost helped a little bit.
I don't want to die like this. I don't want to be spaghettified.
Horrible. Oh man.
Oh my god, there's so many things chasing us right now, too.
None of them are attacking the satellite dish though, because it's in the black hole, I think. Or beyond
Yeah,
the
like-
event horizon.
They can't get to it
just
either,
have
so
to,
we
like,
don't have to
leave.
worry about it
Hey,
breaking.
it's charged. It's charged.
Okay. We can't do an escape factor yet, but we might win this just by outrunning the black hole, which is insane. But
You know, when you
Manual
told me we were gonna like do space stuff, I didn't expect to outrun a black hole.
yeah, I don't think this was on my bingo card either.
No, this is a
This
new
has never happened
event.
before.
I've never seen this. Oh, this is
Oh my
really
god,
cool.
the black hole is so big now.
It is engulfing everything.
The entire.
Oh god, the rocks are
It's
getting
al-
engulfed.
Oh!
It's almost consumed the bonus area that we were looting earlier.
I'm feeling a bit hungry and I'm feeling like having
I
some
don't
Geo
know if we're getting any
_Lachlan
further
to eat.
away from it at the moment.
I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
Oh, I mean, we should have enough distance between us and it for us to complete the mission.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, 88%. Come on, charge
Please. Please. 90?
Oh my god.
you. Uh-oh.
Ah.
Oh, I'm getting pulled back in. We started going negative speed again. I'm using the boosters. I'm boosting. Oh god, we're going
Well,
backwards
95.
with the boost. Okay, someone's gonna have to hit the escape vector when we hit 100% on the map.
Goblin bomb
Yeah.
is fused, lucky.
Where is it?
I'm on it.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay, good, because I'm
99.
standing by the void jump charge to make sure everything's going.
Okay.
Come on, come on!
Get us out of here, get us out of here!
Successfully relayed to Metam
Set a
Command.
speed vector.
Well done, X-Type.
Where is it? Is it behind us?
It's through the black hole. Okay, here we go.
Fuck!
Get in your chairs.
Oh, fuck.
We're going through the black hole.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be fine!
Here we go.
That
Oh
was
my god, we
crazy.
made it in.
Woo!
As soon as I spun it around, I'm like, we are gonna start
Geo
getting pulled toward.
_Lachlan, I found this spell in Sut's spellbook.
Yeah.
LVL
That was
Gleeful Sabotage.
intense.
Oh,
Good job.
we did it. We actually
lived.
we beat the mission too.
Yeah, we lived.
Ooh, ambush is a fun one. Limited
No.
It's
visibility.
Godzilla! Hello! Thank you so
It's
much!
Godzilla.
How you doing?
Oh. Oh my gosh, there's
it
some
danger?
crazy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it
Grave
tells you what
danger
the
with Grave
calamity's
Lord
gonna
and Soot's wild
happen.
magic
So
turning doom into a party trick.
if we do the
We
green
wrote
one,
out, I
it says they
Nord
will
coined,
void
and
bomb
mythical
the
menagerie
area.
still wears the crown.
Whoa.
The ambush is another singularity black hole.
Wee!
And the red one is the reclaimers arrive.
The
5 years of chaos.
The hollow reclaimer. It'll come and attack. It'll settle all conflicts destructively. But ambush is really fun, even though it means another black hole.
Void
But
jump destination.
I'm sure it's fine. We'll be fine. We've outrun one black hole. That means we can outrun all black holes, right?
Yeah, that's what that clearly means.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
clearly shouldn't
We are the
push
black
our luck.
hole champions. We
Yeah,
can
we
take on
outran-
everything.
I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay. Into black hole part 2.
I will punch a black hole in the face.
Electric
Yeah,
boogaloo. Okay. Excellent. I like that it shows me who's in a seat or not, so I can know when to actually pull the lever. It's
2,
great.
1.
Okay. There is one side objective. Oh my gosh, this is terrible visibility.
Directing freight travel.
Yeah, it was not joking about limited visibility.
Yeah, no, 12% seems about right.
Okay, so we know what that 12 minutes means now. It means in 12 minutes a black hole is going to show up with no visibility on where it's coming
Is
from.
that just a thing
Oh
now?
my god.
Is this a thing?
Yeah.
Oh!
God, don't you guys just love the idea of trying to run away from a black hole we can't see?
Yeah, it's
Oh
great.
man. You just never know when a black hole is watching you.
I assume we have to like actually go into that satellite, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you'll have to fix the outside, I think, to get in, and
The
then
NavSat lies ahead.
stuff
Secure
inside.
the area, then proceed to EVA to the target.
we got lots of
I
time
like
this
that you
time,
can-
though.
Plans of the NavSat show that it is in poor condition. You'll have to make some repairs before you can access
How do we
it.
get inside?
I think there's some repairs first. They should be on the outside, unless
Hey,
they
dirty
aren't.
bean water!
Unless I'm crazy. Whoa, whoa, what the heck?
I didn't like that. What the fuck was that? I
Void
didn't like
mines
that.
just
What the hell?
spawned all the way around us.
Did not like that.
Tweak, do you see the thing we need to repair?
Well, there's a door
It's,
over
I'm
here.
trying to find the door.
Oh, apparently. Yeah, we can come in for this door.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so there is internal.
My hunger can no longer be contained. Time to eat Word of the Red.
We're just surrounded by proximity mines. I haven't moved yet, so some of them aren't moving toward us, but oh, there's one coming.
Trying to repair
Hello,
point.
crazy German! Yeah, it's been a bit since Void Crew.
Yeah.
I do enjoy this game.
Oh god, there's one right below us. Oh! That was close. Oh,
I found a data
Here, I'm
shard.
gonna- oh, those are
Looks
good.
like there's some stuff to grab
Do I just
too.
do I bring this back to the ship or?
Yeah, that can give us
Yeah, that's actually pretty good.
that can call in people to help us in like
There's a
fights
data
and
shard in here too. A couple chests actually.
Thruster boosts fully charged.
Ooh.
just in
okay.
case. I was like, I'm gonna use the shield.
Ah,
Sorry, I'll spin it around. Don't know if our gravity scoop's on, but
it's not. At least it's not grabbing the thing from me.
yeah, we probably turned a lot of stuff off.
Commencing EVA.
Yeah, I know. To desperately get outrun the black hole.
Yeah. All power to thrusters.
Goblin bomb exploded. By
we still, at the end there, we were going full speed and still going backwards. Like that. That's scary.
Wait, why did Ulf get timed out? Oh
Goblin
no,
bomb.
did he mess up the Twillich?
Gravity scoop has
Nah, it was a bomb. They blew themselves up. Ooh, an escort data shard. I'm gonna save that. That's a good one. Oh, more landmines again? How goes the battle in there?
There was some extra loot.
Sweet.
I think we're safe as long as we don't do anything.
Yeah, don't get any closer. Because I think they have to be a certain distance from the structure, so as long as I'm close.
Yeah, it looks like we got all that stuff.
I think they spawn around us, though, too, as part of the problem. So during the next part, they might,
commencing EVA.
they spawn mines on us.
I'm just checking if I've missed anything else. Oh, no, I think that's all of it. Just opens a hatch.
Beautiful hatch. But yeah, after we're done this run, I'll do the giveaway for the core keeper.
Oh, yes.
I've activated the terminal.
Signal successfully broadcast. The freighter is traveling
Excellent.
with escort ships.
So we got
Jump in
60
and-
seconds till thing appears we need to
Destroy
shoot
the
down.
escort ships before the freighter arrives.
66, 68's heartbreak. I bend math into munchies, crunch the numbers, then crunch the shiny. If the ratio isn't edible, I'll loot it for later and call it pre-loot for a snack that
I need to
follows.
patch myself up because the terminal is right next to some lightning.
Excellent, excellent.
We can deploy our own landmines as well.
Can we? We got an escort ship. Oh, we have landmines as well. Nice. I'm gonna adjust the shield to be front-facing again. I almost feel like a rear-facing shield's nicer for this ship because you got so much of a backside.
I mean, I do got that badonkadonk, so...
More landmine? Oh my gosh, they're everywhere.
Jump signature detected.
Where's the jump signature? That's what I'm looking for. Over there, okay.
It is going to be something we need to fight,
Yep.
according to the mission data.
Bye, proximity mine.
Do we want to power up the Gatlin? The extras?
Yeah,
Or
we
whatever
can,
we're about to fight?
yeah, we can turn on
Oh!
more.
Oh, there's a lot of things out here.
Uh-oh.
How do I turn on the Gatlin?
Oh.
Uh,
There
there's-
should just be a
That's
switch.
fine.
Overloaded.
Yeah.
Circuit breakers under strain.
Just to the left, yeah. Yeah, we'll just have to have someone watch the...
Yeah, there's a lot of guns out here.
Disable the...
System now running within
Scoop,
power
yeah.
tolerance.
Yeah, I got the...
Took a little
I got
damage, but
repairs
I
and
shielded
scoop.
just as we went through the landmines, so... When this shield system's on, our front is basically invulnerable. It's like 9 levels of shields on the front.
Attention. Large jump signature detected.
Large jump signature over there. Okay. Going for it. Gonna be a lot of fighters that we kind of fly away from while we're fighting the other stuff. Oh, more of these guys.
We'll have locked down.
There's also
Woohoo!
2 frigate. Oh gosh, the visibility. I did not see that frigate. We were like
Oh
right
my
in front of
God.
it. It's awful.
Until
Hull integrity below 80%.
Yeah, they're doing a lot.
Got one down.
Oh good, the scoop is on.
The ship's power
Yeah.
system has reached.
I am running around the ship repairing.
Feel free to, if you overcharge the 2 generators, we should be in power again.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Because it'll give us 11, I think.
Proximity mines approaching.
Oh god, proximity mines too. I
Oh my
might throw in the
God.
escort shard, because this is kind of crazy.
Power
Nothing's
net-
staying under
Oh,
us.
there's a lot of things exploding.
Yeah, they keep moving to where I can't shoot them.
Yeah.
you can press
Yeah.
tab to go underneath the ship if you're in the gunner seat.
Yeah, I know, but they still keep moving to
Yeah,
blind.
they're going in bad
to the
spots.
gun. Yeah.
Okay, half a second. I'm gonna throw the escort shard in, give us a little more firepower.
My battery's empty. If
Oh! It spawned in on us! Oh my god!
Let me see if I can get a new battery.
The freighter's here.
Before it jumps away.
Gosh, it spawned in on top of us, like the ship
There
was
you go.
inside of us.
The reinforcements.
We need
Thank you.
billion and a half repairs.
Yep.
Incoming jump signature detected. Hull integrity below 40%.
30%.
Power overload. Circuit breakers at capacity.
You did it.
Okay.
We definitely need to do
Nice.
repairs though.
Destroyed.
Yep. I am
Yeah,
doing
well,
all
we're
the
still on.
things.
Yeah, we're still under attack.
Void jump signature detected.
Holy.
Incoming metal supply drop.
Just hang around that supply drop and I'll move it.
Hull integrity below 30%.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of the pilot seat and start fixing stuff.
Received an item.
Please.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah.
lot that exploded.
Our supply
I'm
drop
shooting
is
it.
here.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
just
did it freaking explode again? Come on.
Oh, the gravity scoop's full. Damn.
Yeah, I'm too focused on repairing.
One frigate's down.
No, what I
Two frigates down.
To issue new flesh vessel. Egg type printed. Rebirth protocol successful.
Okay.
Oh, I
When
melted.
you have the free time, my battery's low.
I don't.
Proximity mines approaching.
Okay, I'm going for... No, I don't want that game. I want the
We
rare
also
crate,
don't
and then
have
we
a
need to get out of here.
charge-
Heads up,
battery.
we also have 2 minutes left until Black Hole gets here,
Yeah.
so...
Yeah.
There's so much.
I'm grabbing the
panic.
rare crate. Okay,
Let me swap your battery out for you.
I'm gonna start getting us
Yeah.
out of here.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'll get these two
ship's on
charge.
auto mode. Yeah.
We have gathered a substantial amount of alloys.
Okay.
15%.
Sync charge failed. Manual
That's fine. Sync charge can fail. Escape vector.
Jump
Okay.
escape vector locked.
Okay, we're out,
Okay.
out of range of most of the things.
Our escort ship wasn't able to help too much, but... Okay, void jump. We need to hold out for, like, 10 seconds. We can get out of here.
Okay. Looks like we've
Proxy
caught
launch
up on
right side.
repairs. It's
Yeah,
just,
careful, you're
I can go
going through a
out
whole bunch
and
of
stop.
mines.
I'm gonna repair the top of the ship. Because it looks like we got
There's an
some.
autocannon.
Yeah, we're
major-
jumping.
3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Oh.
almost crashed into like 15 mines.
Yeah.
by shotgun.
That was crazy. Okay.
Yeah, our jump vector was, like, through everything, so I'm like, I'll just do the shields.
No, I was shooting any of the ones that got close to us.
Oh gosh, it's a boss next. Depending on how it starts, we might we might get attacked instantly, so we'll have to see what happens.
Yeah. Well, I want to
can-
repair the top
Yeah,
of the ship, so.
Yeah, let's repair before we jump in.
Where's all the crates I grabbed? Are they already in storage?
Warning. Void
Oh,
jump tunnel
oh
disabled.
shit, we're being pulled out of the void.
contradiction.
Oh, this
No!
sucks.
Oh, fuck.
The boss before the boss.
Fuck.
Void jump
That's
interdicted.
really bad.
I tried to hit the destination before it pulled us out, but I couldn't do it.
The Hollow have set an ambush. Their
Alright,
void
I'm gonna-
interdicted
Oh,
has-
Jesus, there's a lot of things here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fly away. We need to focus on repairs.
Remain active.
Yep, I'm on the
Yeah,
ship. I'm getting repaired.
Jump escape vector.
Whew.
Expect
That was
We need
unfortunate.
reinforcements for the
Where
I
are those
might
nodes?
need
We must strike
another.
fast
Yeah,
to
I'm gonna need
evade
another
danger.
major.
Hull integrity
repair.
below 40%.
I'll get
Hey,
the
that's
other
better than
ones and
10%.
then go
Hull
back
repaired.
in.
Integrity
Yeah.
above 40%.
Yeah, I'm hiding behind all this debris over here. You know what? I'll put my back to the debris so that way the
Go.
guns can still.
Integrity above 50%.
So I need 2 major hull repairs.
Get rid of these landmines. Or proxy mines.
A couple that
Not
are
long.
gonna follow us. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, that was unexpected. Okay. Utility.
Egg-type has left the ship.
You want a power generator Mark II. Grab.
Here are mine, but I don't see.
I've gone out to go repair the ship.
100%.
Oh, we need a hull repair plate over here.
Yeah.
Need a major hull plate. I
Uh,
need 2.
Okay, fabricating them.
Batteries sorted out as well.
Okay, here's
also-
one.
Can't get back in the ship.
Wait, you can't?
It's not letting me in. Is something like keeping it from opening?
Let me.
It doesn't look like it.
I mean, you could just use the. I just use the gravity
Anomalous
way
jump
in.
signature detected.
There we go.
I was going to suggest disabling the safety.
Yeah, just
Yeah, that's
airlock
what I
it.
did.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're venting
What?
all the oxygen out of the ship.
Oh, shoot.
Alloys added to ship stores.
Okay. I turned on the life support.
Yeah, I've
Goblin
calibrated.
bomb diffused. Lucky.
Calibration doesn't last long for this thing.
No. The whole place should be on the floor.
I'm feeling a bit hungry and I'm feeling like having some Geo_Rockland
Also,
to
why
eat.
am I freezing?
It's because we lost all life support in the ship. We're turning it back on.
Oh my god.
Feel free to sit inside one of the
Hull
sarcophagus.
repaired.
Yeah, the sarcophagus will
Integrity
protect you in the meantime.
I'm gonna use the periscope to make sure nothing's sneaking up on us.
Okay, we're above dying temperature.
Yeah.
That's good. Are we able to make one more hull repair? Please.
Turn that on. Oh, that's 12.
Okay,
Power
now
grid
back
overload.
out.
Circuit breakers under pressure. Power network operating within safe parameters.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can disable my guns for the time being.
Oh, okay. Just for the second. Do we need any more repairs on there? How we doing? One more hull repair. Looks like it.
Got it.
Nice.
Hull
Okay.
repaired. Integrity
Oh,
above
we're back in the
90%.
game. I loaded a missile too,
Alright.
just
Hull
so
integrity
I can
at
fire it.
Yeah, do we want to go deal with this bullshit now, or?
Yeah, because I think they'll get more reinforcements the longer we take.
Alright, I'm
Yeah.
getting
Hello,
on the guns.
Darvo.
Hello.
Hi, Darvo.
So anything that's a shield generator, we need to get rid of first if we can, because
Yeah.
it'll shield everything.
We have a relic, by the way. Do you want me to put that in?
Yeah, that would be good.
Because we don't have any.
So that one reduces. Is that the one that reduces our range, but gives us
It
more damage?
reduced power drain for weapons on the starboard side. Increased power drain for modules on the port side.
Oh, I don't know what side is what on this thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or
Don't-
starboard.
Yeah.
We are playing Void Crew.
Yeah. I would just not worry about it right now because it might double our power draw and then we won't know what we're.
Okay, can I take it out?
Oh, if you already put it in,
I
we're
have
fine.
to destroy it.
No, if you already put it in, we're good. That means we had everything on the right side.
Okay.
Shield note there.
No, that's a turret node. Shield node, okay. Definitely use another shield generator on this thing. It's a little too wide to avoid some extra damage.
Yeah.
Proximity mines. Vulnerability node. Proximity mine. I don't see any more shield nodes. There one over there? Oh, there's a shield node. Okay. More.
This one?
That's a turret node.
Delta.
Oh.
Yeah.
Integrity below 80%.
My battery's low.
Shield nose down.
Proximity mines approaching.
Oh, there's always
battery.
proximity mines approaching. Okay. Then invulnerability nodes.
I'm aiming at Charlie.
Sniper. Oh no, to
This gun
boost.
is good for shields, but really sucks for.
I might have confused it with Void Bastards at some point. What's Void Bastards?
Huh. I think I've heard of
Now
that one,
I'm
but
intrigued.
I have not played that one.
I have one nodes down.
Integrity below 60%.
How's the repairs going, Soot?
I'm running around getting it done.
Okay. Okay, one more invulnerability node, it looks like. Nope, two.
Yep,
Right down at
Damn.
the bottom.
that is two.
Mm.
Ooh. Getting too close to that thing. Unfortunately, because it's right after we did an orange mission too, the interdiction's also orange here. That's why it's so crazy.
Warning. Hull integrity below 50%.
My battery's empty.
dropped Zeg into the the harder difficulty right at the start.
At least she seems to be enjoying Gunner.
Yeah, it's doing good so
Gunner's
far.
pretty fun.
I'm also just experienced of rogue. I've played pretty much every roguelike under the sun, so
Fair.
I'm used to hard mode in games.
That's very.
Well, I
oh,
say
God.
this is a roguelike, but also a ship
Hull
management
integrity
mostly,
below 30%.
Yeah.
which is like also a different breed if you don't play a lot of those.
Void navigation capabilities restored. You are
Okay. Oh, we got a special thing out of it. I'm just trying to grab it through the horde of stuff in front of it. You want? I'm putting shields on.
Thruster boost fully charged. Hull
They
integrity
instantly broke our front shields. That's crazy.
My
Okay.
battery's empty when you have the time.
Yeah, I'm just repairing and then gonna bring one over. We just have one battery. We're kind of like
No problem.
switching out
no
at the
problem.
moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously my gun shooting faster isn't like a huge priority, but
You know what? I'm gonna do. It's not as fast, but I'm gonna see if I can toggle cruise mode in reverse.
Helm cruise mode online.
Yep. Okay. So that way you can shoot while we're flying away.
Nice.
modern problems require modern
we got another-
solutions.
Yeah.
Ooh, we have multiple major.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I'm trying to
we're
get us
out of
over here.
range of all the hollows,
I'm gonna
so
make some repair things. Do we have
yeah, I'm gonna get out and help with stuff because we're out of range.
I can
We-
make a couple.
Can we overcharge the shield gen or similar? I guess we don't need it now. We're far enough away from. Oh, there's a sniper though.
Yeah, but we're out of range to shoot anything, so
Yeah. I'm just gonna get us behind some cover. So we're ready to jump.
Helm cruise mode online. Jump escape vector set.
Okay. We're in a pretty good spot.
Helm cruise.
Whoa,
mode
the
in.
sniper can shoot me behind the cover? Wow, that's mean. I don't like that. Okay, we're ready to jump.
Alright.
Okay.
Form a void drive sync charge as a. I did a sync charge as a solo active? What? How did I do that?
Oh wow.
The panic was fast enough, I guess. I hit the thing.
Yeah. Damn, so yeah, we need
Good
to...
job, you did it.
I
Yeah.
don't think we have any repair plates at the moment. We only have a few
Oh.
crystals, though, to make them.
Oh, it's a thing that lets us have more relics. Interesting.
So, like, I'm gonna have to make at least a couple to repair.
Oh, which gun aren't we using? I'm gonna get rid of that one.
This one on the right
We only
side.
need 2, okay. We
Yeah.
only need 2.
Oh, no.
I think.
Let's
Oh,
replace
also-
this with the relic shrine.
Also, me and some friends have like full on like gone very far into Barotrauma, so
Oh, nice.
Barotrauma
Yeah.
is a great game. Absolutely love it.
I've only played Void Crew.
So I played a lot of We Need to Go Deeper. I've never actually played Barotrauma. I own it though.
it's pretty fun. You can be a clown.
What the heck?
You can be a clown, yeah. There's a
There is a
whole
whole-
religion.
Yeah, there's a whole religion of just
Alloys
clowns.
added to ship stores. We have gathered a substantial amount of alloys.
Cool. Now we have a relic shrine by the shield. I think that just lets us use more relics. Yeah.
It's the honk mother, isn't it?
Yeah.
Honk mother. Oh my god.
So you might want to go like take a nap in the coffin.
Oh, I did take a little bit. I don't even notice.
Yeah, man, you
Just, I
took a
just
tiny
died.
amount of health loss.
My hunger can no longer be contained.
It's probably because I was running
Time
around
to eat
repairing
Geo_Rockland.
everything, and I end up taking like either heat or get electrocuted. Because I have to like run around all over the place to keep up with it.
Yeah.
I'm very grateful for your sacrifice.
Thank you.
That one doesn't use a.
If you need me to, I can help with
Yeah, this one
repairs
uses
too.
their ship power directly.
Huh.
Once we're out of the void, I gotta
It's actually
repair.
interesting. If I fire it for too long, it doesn't stop firing or overheat. It just starts using more of the ship's power.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay. So when we hop out of hyperspace, we're gonna have to do some repairs again. But we're
Oh,
at the
yeah,
boss.
I've been saying that. I am ready to repair.
Okay. Let me
Yeah,
know when
I'll-
everyone's ready, and I'll.
I'll handle that minor repair if you want to handle the major.
Yeah, I'm
one.
getting the major ones.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll be on
Kind of
time.
makes me want to like redo my points so I can do this while we're in void space.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you have to go pretty much entirely engineer for that, though.
Oh, I'm thinking I'm gonna split up my loadout. I just can't do that now.
Yeah.
Oh wait, fuck.
Oh no.
Your pilgrimage has steered
Oh, your
you
position swapped on
Oh
my HUD.
My God.
I was like, weren't you in the gunner seat? But no, that was Swiss in the gunner seat.
You are charged with
I forgot.
All right.
Adam's light. We should
Oh,
find
there's
a path-
2
It's
major
fine.
hull repairs, so I have to make another one.
Just a little bit of meat printage.
Where did we? Yeah. If we can make one more major hull repair.
Hull repaired.
Yes, we can.
three.
Above 40%. Hull repaired. Integrity above 60%.
Here, I'll leave it right here.
Thank you.
Hull repaired.
Alright, the minor
Integrity
hull
above
repairs are
70%.
done.
We're able to have all our guns on and the shields. Man, that's nice. Oh, it's because they're all on the lower power side, right?
Hull
That must be
repaired.
the
Integrity
starboard side.
above 90%.
So port is left. Okay, that makes
Hull
sense. Port and
integrity
starboard.
above 100%.
Ah, we are good.
I remember it by the number of letters. Port has 4, left has 4.
Oh,
No, no,
okay.
no, 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 no.
I always
Yeah.
just thought it by the saying, right? So you always say port and starboard. So port is on the left and starboard's on the right, just because of order of. It's like order of operation.
Yeah.
My math brain. But okay, are we ready to fight the Frost Matron?
Oh. Let's fuck him up.
Ready as I think I'm ever gonna be.
Actually, do we have extra power? We should turn on life support for this, because I'm pretty
I'm
sure
feeling a
she
bit hungry
constantly
and I'm
freezes
feeling
our
like
ship.
having some crazy
The-
German
Okay.
1904 to eat.
Okay, here we go. Going in.
I can also collaborate it.
Uh-oh.
The enhancement on the shield generator just ran out.
Oh no.
Fine, I got it back.
We just gotta shoot the ice spikes, I think.
Alert.
Oh,
The hollow adversary is preparing a powerful attack.
what is this powerful
Oh,
attack?
hello.
Oh, she's freezing us, isn't she?
All Alright,
Yeah.
I'm gonna definitely like use that.
Okay, oh man, I'm like crab fingering to try and keep us flying sideways around
Oh!
the thing. As long as we're moving, the turrets shouldn't be as much of a threat. They're occasionally clipping us, but it's not nearly as bad. Oh, wait, I can fire the payload at it. Why don't I do that?
That's a good idea.
Payload is off. Oh, it did some good damage.
I don't know if you heard me, but my battery is empty.
Let me grab.
Oh, that's the right click.
There you go.
Are we pulling away from it, or is it like just a little bit of a weird, because of the wind going the opposite direction? It looks strange. Man, this is such a weird way to fly this ship. I'm like diagonally circling.
Hull integrity below 90%.
Aim it getting closer. Oh,
Hollow entity is targeting.
Oh, it's got bubble up.
oh, that's
Oh
above.
boy.
Yeah, it's getting
Ooh,
Oh god. Oh god, it is.
I was expecting it from the front, not from
Ooh.
Alright, the shield's down.
Yeah. Oh, it is getting cold in the ship. We might need to overcharge the.
Yep. Come on.
Integrity below 80%.
You have to overcharge it a couple times, probably to. Oh, we
doing
got.
that
We also
and
got a frost
repairing.
morph freezing us as well from the top left.
Oh,
Alright,
no.
I'll shoot it while the shields are down.
Hull integrity
My battery's low when you have the time.
Um,
I can still shoot without it though, so just worry on the
Oh, another
vital
frost
repairs
morph.
first. Thank you.
There's 2 frost morphs on us as well. Bravo and Charlie.
I see one. I see Bravo.
Oh, they're sending another one. Jeez.
gravity scoop was retrieved and item.
I just keep collaborating it.
Got Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're going way behind us.
Yeah.
On spin. There we go. It's spinning around its same rotation. What a monster.
Spin.
It was doing that on purpose, I swear.
Hull integrity below 60%.
Okay.
I'm
That's
not
alright.
looking too healthy health-wise, but
Yeah, if you need to do a
Uh-huh.
coffin,
Because I'm running around the ship like a maniac and I'm just hurting myself. Only engineer, by the way.
Warning. Hull integrity below.
do you need me to help with repairing?
Helm cruise mode disabled.
You might need to focus on shooting, I don't know.
okay.
I'm gonna help you with repairs for a little bit, and then I'll hop over.
Alrighty.
I'm doing a quick coffin just so, as the pilot, I don't die. Oh, do we not have?
Usually
Oh,
we
do
have
some,
like
okay.
at least a couple engineers. So it's like, just letting you know, I'm the only one doing all this.
It's true.
This is why it's like,
It is built
I'm
for 6
dying.
players, so we are a little under.
oh, fuck, that's fine.
I'm gonna be regenning very slowly.
And we made it to the boss fight.
I just re-gel my body, it's okay.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh no.
As much as I could.
Yeah, usually like on a big ship and stuff, it's good to have like maybe a couple engineers and just to
Judgment.
keep the ship healthy and everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get automated turrets as well. We didn't find any, but you can
And
get
then like the only reason I'm
pilot-controlled
as
ones
quick
as well.
as I am is because I I'm
Oh, good.
hybrid with scavenger and I can grapple everywhere.
Our ship,
But if I make a single loadout for engineer, I would be way slower.
our ship took 2 million damage.
Holy crap!
That's
Not bad for only engineer.
yeah. That was good. That ship is awkward to fly. Like, just compared to all the other ones being, like, more streamlined. That one's so wide. Oh, we're on the news.
Oh my god.
This story will require a significant amount of biomass to mend your broken heart.
Oh, no.
A void crew of Ek-types utterly failed to achieve their assigned
Wow.
objectives. Or so it would seem. Unbeknownst to them, their slow and painful demise at the hands of the Hollow was all part of a deliberate ruse.
Oh, it was?
Apparently, the distraction
yes, of
allowed
course.
other Ek-type piloted vessels to land devastating blows on the machine mind.
Oh.
Even death brings us closer to the garden. Those who do not stray
Oh,
from the path
it was
of
all
metal
part of the
can
plan.
never truly fail.
Yeah. Our death was calculated, you know?
Try
Yeah.
us again later for more uplifting stories. It's
Wow.
been one of the more uneventful weeks in recent memory.
Oh, not the new color scheme.
Nice, nice.
And an armor
Safe.
pattern.
So let me do the
The giveaway.
giveaway. Oops, wrong button. Excellent. Litharid. Lith 1. They here. Probably still in chat. Otherwise I can message them after. You got the Core Keeper.
Oh, congrats!
Uh, Yeah. I can always message them on Discord after if it's
Yeah.
easier for them.
Goblin bomb disfused. Lucky.
Let me just that side here. So I remember.
Yes.
That's always the hardest thing is remembering everything in a longer stream. Excellent, excellent. We should probably plan to switch over to Far Far West. I know we only got one run in, but
That's true.
if
They'll
we
probably take a
want
while.
to keep on schedule it.
Yeah.
That's some good dirty bean water.
It was nice though, going back to some Void Crew.
This is a game that I could definitely.
A health break
Let's
is
keep
coming up
playing.
in 2 minutes.
Oh, perfect! A health break's coming up. That's a perfect time to switch.
It's a good time. I could use a bio break.
My hunger can no longer be contained. Time to
Sorry.
eat, crazy German 1904.
My gosh, one's being eaten.
Why?
Oh, Zip's hungry today. Yeah,
Listen, I get it. When you're hungry, you know?
yeah.
I'm feeling a bit hungry and I'm feeling
Aw.
like having some Geo_Rockland to eat.
Awesome rewards. I do like that you can also exchange, like, if you exchange 5 whites, you get a blue, and if you exchange 5 blues, you get a orange. If you exchange 5 orange, you get a gold. You can, like,
Crazy German
quality.
1904. I found this spell in Suit's spellbook. LVL 8. Summon summoning summoners.
I love summon, summoning summoners.
Yeah. Gotta summon all those summoners.
I think a big thing at the time with this game too was Deep Rock had just like really made that V to salute key popular, and then this game came out with the V to Met and Preserve You.
Goddamn preserve you. I love it.
But I think this game could be entirely crazy if you took like one of the big boats and had like 8 people in it just doing crazy repairs and gunning and like all that stuff.
Hey, what me? Evil?
Adorable evil. Beautiful.
Adorably evil, the worst kind of evil.
Yeah, this was Void Crew. We're gonna take you over to far west after the break that's up in 10 seconds. So we'll see you after that.
Ish. I'll be right back.
Oh my god! It's perfect! Look at that accuracy! Can't even hit the thing right in front of me.
You don't want to be like this.
I don't think
This
we
is
can
disgusting.
kill all these.
This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't.
Oh my god, this is not what I was expecting going into Sons of the Forest today.
Yeah.
What is going on back here?
in the toilet! Let go of me!
Alright!
I should have this.
I got the poo on me!
Oh no!
I got the poo on me!
It's fine, it's fine.
This is like the most horrible way to die.
I'm gonna wash the poo off you.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh! I win!
And then we fall through the pod and mission failure.
They win!
Oh, so it just disappeared.
What? What? I failed!
What? What?
What?
Wait, what?
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 What? How? That doesn't make any sense.
Fail, but we won, but we failed, but we won, but we
Wow!
failed, but we...
Hacks! That's crazy.
Oh god, guys, gravity turned off. Oh no!
No!
There goes gravity.
How dare!
They turned off my gravity.
How dare!
Oh, my gravity's still up for me.
That was the moon rider effect.
Oh.
People go up and up, and down and down.
Oh. Ow. It ran out. It slammed me into the ground. That doesn't seem to be working, so. Okay, perfect. Let's go start the adventure again! Whee!
Wee.
Third time's the charm. Oh god. I am no longer a child. Oh god!
I'm so tiny! I'm so tiny compared to you! Okay. My goodness, I've never seen such insanity! Oh my gosh! This is... Do I need to do anything? Are you guys friends? Hey.
I'm gonna give him a hug.
Don't pay attention to the dog! Kevin, you do it. I don't want to kill a dog. Okay, Kevin killed the dog. I'm not responsible for this. Okay? Okay, I'm gonna... Just...
Oh god! Freezing exploders.
The big one. Right in front of us. We gotta run out of here. Oh, I'm stuck again. No.
What the?
Please no.
Oh, what
Not
the?
like this.
Oh.
It's electric. Run.
Yes, Lisa saw the bulk and just freaked out.
It's okay.
So you have to climb that spinning log over there.
I'm spectating.
I'm getting that everyone's dead. Ah!
I'm alive.
That's funny. It says I'm spectating Tweak even though it's clearly set. Oh.
Yeah.
You were doing good and then you launched yourself.
I'm terrified because I don't know where it is.
So these emotes are entertaining me.
I hear it. Oh, there he is. So Death is here. So that's our new spawn.
No. Death, go
The spawn's
away.
something good, except Death keeps coming to murder us.
I don't want it. Death, go away. Go home.
Did you just cheese Death?
Look at that accuracy. Can't even hit the thing right in front of me.
You don't want to be like this.
I don't think
This
we
is
can
disgusting.
kill all these.
This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't.
Oh my god, this is not what I was expecting going into Sons of the Forest today.
Yeah.
What is going on back here?
Put me in the toilet! Let go of me!
Alright!
I should have this.
I got the poo on me!
Oh no!
I got the poo on me!
It's fine, it's fine.
This is like the most
Just relax.
horrible way to die.
I'm gonna wash the poo off you.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh! I win!
Yep, I made it.
No. You're back.
Yeah.
The only reason I was thinking about installing that other mod that makes it 8-player, everyone does need to install it, but it actually adds in like balancing for everything and different colors for the players 5 to 8 and everything too, so.
Oh, you might want to change the giveaway.
Oh yeah. There's currently not one. Hello, we are back. If you have, it's a lot darker. Did they do that on purpose? For some reason?
It does feel darker, yeah.
Oh. Well, I don't see the game on your side.
In Pet the Chickens.
It's like a dust storm on something.
Yeah. Far west. Gosh, which far west is it? Yeah, that's right. It was showing up as like two different ones.
Whoa!
Hello.
Hi, Tuna! Happy
Hi.
birthday!
Happy birthday!
Thank
Hello. We are going to we're basically gonna try the host only full player mod, but eventually I'd like to probably switch to the 8-player mod that has better scaling and support. But for today, this should be fine. That way people don't have to... What the heck was that?
Well, depending if you have more than 4 players.
What the heck? Is that an emote?
It's a battle cry.
Oh.
I'm not sure what key it's bound to. I bound it to Z.
Why do
You
I have
buy different hats in the shop.
Oh, I was like, why do I have a different hat?
My hunger can no longer be contained. Time to eat Crazy German 1904.
Oh, battle cries, you're right. Oh, that's what that is.
Well, can you send me an invite?
Oh.
It's not letting me join you.
That's weird.
Yeah, we aren't even at 4 players yet.
Is it okay?
Two has
Hey,
joined.
Yay! It just wasn't letting me click on you. It was just, yeah, more of like an overlay bugginess.
That's a cool hat. I like that.
Ah.
There's a witch hat in there that you can buy and does a witch cackle.
Oh my god.
If you want to go get that one, Soot. I don't know if you have enough gold for it, but...
Where what?
So in the customized hero, there's new battle cries. So if you go to battle cries, you can buy a witch hat, and it does a witch cackle whenever you do your battle cry.
Witch hat. It's not the cone of shame.
No, it's near the bottom. It's one of the most expensive ones.
Oh, I probably can't afford it, but I'll have something to work towards.
It's
oh, cool, spiteful hag. Wait,
Yeah.
really? I can afford that.
Yeah, it's only
I can get that
750,
right
yeah.
now. I have a lot of gold.
Man, all these hats being physics objects in the lobby is a terrible idea.
Okay, how does this work? Tweak, hi.
You press B.
Oh, that's awesome! Yeah!
Yeah, I like yours tweak, so I took the same.
Yeah.
Let's have a dagger in our head. Wait, no, I need something that's gonna fit me more.
These are all
even more.
What?
Yeah, they're all physics objects. This is a bad idea.
Ah, there you go.
Imagine
this one
in a
fits me
12-player
better.
lobby. Oh.
Yeah.
Own.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot I changed to like the mad scientist.
I don't. Apologies that Zip didn't know what game you were playing. I don't know where he got that from.
Oh, what did he guess? Mega Man X.
Mega Man X.
What the heck? Retro games. Oh, retro games like. Oh, what's your category? Retro? That might be why. No, I was playing this guy at 4. No, that's not even close. What the heck?
You can pick up pigs now.
Weird. That could either be Zip. Oh yeah, you can pet them too. That could either be Zip or that could be Twitch feeding them the wrong. Oh, was it reading your bio? Oh, does your bio say retro games? That would make sense. It just like, yeah. I feed in the Twitch description or the Twitch game category. Just over to my server, and then it's like, oh, it's one of those two things.
Yeah, which is coded ourselves, by the way.
Yeah,
I want to be clear about that.
Yeah, Zip is a local bot. Yeah. Speedrun time alone says it all. Fair. Did they add any new zones? Oh, can't look. It's fair.
I have my main weapon, I'm fine.
Oh, I don't have it installed.
So if Nan's gonna join,
yeah,
that gives us, we can push the mods and see if this works.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should, because it's supposed to be, if we go for the 8-player, it should be more stable. It was recently updated.
Don't
so this
we
would
all
be a
need
great
to
way
have the mod?
to find out.
Yeah. No, so you shouldn't need the mod, in theory. If it doesn't work, though, then we will quickly do a restart and I'll give everybody the mod. Just so we can make sure it's working.
Yeah.
But the one I have installed says host-only mode, so...
Oh, good, okay.
It should work, in theory. It's just some events might not be...
just stay.
Some events might not be scaled. Yeah, I've seen people crash the lobby with the
I'm
hats.
a little worried about... Yeah. Oh
That's
my
a nice
god, if
pig.
this had crowd control, and you just spam the hats.
Yeah. So I turned it off, but the mod I was working on spawns in a bunch of bulls in the lobby. They just start whacking you around. My main crew for Disgaea 4, level 500 and lowest level 284. Wow. Level 1228. Man, I do like that those games don't cap anything. Like that's kind of the point, is you can just keep looping through and making your stuff infinitely stronger. That's a cool concept. I don't know if any other JRPGs did it. Hello.
Hello! Hello, Tag! Thank you so much! How you been doing?
Year-Streamerversary. Thank you. You're just prepping for some far, far west. Also, if anyone wants to pick more cursed pizza toppings, if you drop 5... Oh, it says session is full. Oh, it's not working. Okay, that is fine. That's why we wanted to test it, right?
You have to drop them out for everyone.
Are you sure it doesn't say anything about everyone needing the mod?
No, well, I could set it to everyone needs the mod, but it's on host-only mode, so... if it's not working, it's not working. That's fine. I will have to quit out quickly, and I'll grab the zip for... Boop-a-doop-a-doo.
We're grabbing Zip. It's about time.
Yeah, you beat him up. Okay, I'm just gonna make sure that my game, like I completely unmod my game before I put anything new in it. content, packs, mods is empty. Okay. I've emptied out Far West.
Can you like scale down reactive slightly? I got some horn in my face.
Actives. Oh, are they in the
I'm
wrong?
poking you. Fight me.
I just don't have them over for it.
You can't stop me. Fight me.
We changed the zone for the reactives a couple times. There we go.
Oh, I've been put away.
It's true. Tuna is pokey. Okay, so I go browse all the files.
100 dwarves. I'd outmunch them. One shiny coin at a time.
I think it's as easy as dragging it in. I'm just going to test on mine first here before I hand it out to everybody.
Dwarves can't outpun a mimic.
I think that's it. If that's the case, that's pretty easy to install. Oh, no, that's not the whole process. Okay. I do need to grab one more thing. It lied. It's not just as easy as dropping it in.
Then maybe your mod was not placed correctly.
No, it actually has on the thing. Like, you also need to download this, so I'll download all of it and then just put it in a zip for people, because that'll be easier. It's fine. I make mod zips for people all the time.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe me either.
I know what's your plan. You want to stop all the digital stuff and go for physical mod stuff instead.
I mean, technically, there was an announcement about that, so you are correct.
I know how we can actually do the Slay the Spire mod physically. We have the board game.
Oh my gosh. That is true. That could totally happen. There we go. Okay. So that worked. So now, if I zip this, boop. And then, actually, I guess I should put this in my own game and make sure it actually works before I send it too. That would be kind of bad.
That would be smart.
Replace all those files. Boot it up. If it works, I'll send it out. I almost got it perfect. The zip has like one step to it. Need to go one folder down. It's pretty much the whole. God, I left Photoshop open. Okay, loading Far West. Also, I'm excited to try this mod though. Like, it sounds like it balances everything for up to 8 players and like gives everyone custom colors and stuff. Like, they've been putting a lot of work into it. Okay. Create a session. I guess I won't. It's loading fine, but I guess I won't have a easy way to completely tell if it's working. It says on Steam it would say session out of 8, but okay, I will drop it in this event channel. Anyone that wants it. So essentially, in this zip, you'll want to go to your Far West installation directory. And in the zip, there's a folder called Far West. You just drag that whole folder into your installation directory.
In the far west, there's a far west, and we want to put the zip in there.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you want to put the Far West folder from the zip in the Far West folder.
Yeah.
I'm just going to browse local files.
I'll take a little screenshot, make it a little easier. Make sure it's exactly the same.
So we unzip the thing and place it in the Far West with the binary content and plugin.
Oh, I see. We're overriding the Far Far West folder.
Yeah.
It's already in there.
Yeah, it's basically like the top level. I said to screenshot. Yeah.
Alright, I've done it.
So you're dragging that folder into where it's, like your Far Far West exe is.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's what you meant by one folder down.
Yeah, because it added a folder in there that was the name of the mod. It's like, that was unfortunate. A little confusing. This should be fun. I'm excited to try this. We can show it off on stream too. Hopefully it'll work. Be neat.
Yeah, let's see if I could join.
I'm guessing we're replacing all the files.
Thank God.
I'm surprised you have files. Yeah, it shouldn't need to replace unless you already modded Far Far West.
No, never. When I tried to place it in, it just said replace files. Or did it have to go inside the Far Far West folder?
No, just that directory.
Yeah, so the way that you show it, you just drag it with all of those things together at the bottom.
Yep.
Or
you just grab that Far Far West and drag it to like the bottom of the column in Far Far West.
Yeah, that's what I did, and now it's trying to replace the file destination.
I mean, I guess you can, because there shouldn't be any files there in the first place. It's just weird that you have UESS files.
Also, while we're doing this,
when I dragged it in, it didn't ask me to
just a little reminder.
Like, it did ask me, but I was modded.
Yeah.
Is it gonna pop up?
Yeah, it's popping up.
Yeah, for every 5 subs gets you into the raffle for a PNG tuber reactive like Tuna's right next to us.
Fight me.
And if you want to see all the goals and incentives, we have it pinned above. If we can get... We're at 25 subs. The next goal at 50, we're gonna do an Elden Ring Smasher Pass.
If you want to double check, a good way too is if you go in that Far Far West folder to content and packs, you'll see a new mods folder. It'll be like a tilde mod, so you know it worked.
I think it worked. I was able to join.
Oh, perfect.
Because if you have mod, you should have a different version of the game.
Yeah, that's true too.
I'm shiny.
Oh, were you able to figure it out? I can always come help.
I think I'm good.
And then we just need Nan, and then that would be... We can verify it's working. Oh, Nan and Soy. Oh, and we're all different colors. Wow, it did work.
Alright.
I'm purple now.
We got it working.
Because you took my red.
How dare it?
I love that it has all the different colors and stuff, though. That's handy.
I can air gel a goat. I'm happy. Yeah, that's what... How do you feel being hair gel, huh?
I'm throwing my hats backwards.
Can you do that? I can throw backwards? Oh my god.
Oh god, what have we done?
Hee-hee.
I don't even remember what my loadout was.
I'm gonna take this goat.
Oh yeah, I have regenerating extra
My
toolboxes. I'm super chunky, and I'm a heavy drinker. I'm pretty sure my minigun has some crazy stuff on it too.
All I know is I'm very slow.
Yeah, the minigun has speedster. Oh yeah, I forgot, I put speedster. So more rate of fire the faster I am, and then more movement speed, more movement speed, more movement speed, more movement speed. So, as long as I'm shooting, my damage keeps going up and my speed keeps going up. Which with a 1,000 round minigun is pretty easy to do. I thought about going horseless and then just using ammo to move around the map.
Oh!
Fun fact, I'm going horseless without it's just going around the map.
Oh my god. Yeah, apparently this mod also fixes any events and stuff too. So like the other one wasn't gonna balance the game, but this one should balance it for 5 people. Let's go.
I got my weapon. See? I can hair gel a goat.
Goat, yeah.
Oh wait, now I know what I need to do.
I think that was
No,
Ciabatta.
my goat.
Pumpkin.
I like that they made it you can pick up all the animals. Okay, shall we attempt a mission? I can't believe how low level I am compared to...
I'm the low level.
Oh yeah, what the heck?
I didn't play that much.
That's fair.
Yeah, same. Too many things came out at once.
Well, they also they greatly increased experience gain like after we stopped playing, so like that was also a big like Rai said they played a bit more and they're already prestiged on some of their stuff. So like apparently it's a lot faster.
Just look at Nan. She's already in the 80.
Yeah.
Well, I think Swiss is prestige 64.
Oh.
I haven't even prestiged yet.
Prestige
Oh yeah, I see the prestige icon. Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay, fine. I'm gonna play the piano.
Can I?
Oh, it's not physical.
No. I'm sad.
I think I'm ready.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Just as Dan walked away, it was all on purpose. We got Area 41, the Woodlands, far, far west, or the desert.
Anyone you want. I'm just gonna be zoomy.
I have no idea how the scaling's gonna go on this, so should we just go like... What are all the difficulties? Oh my god, nightmare difficulty.
We should just start with nightmare.
Start on pure nightmare.
Work our way backwards.
It's okay, we have a prestige one with us. He's gonna carry us.
It doesn't go higher. I was trying to go higher than nightmare. We'll start on hard. Normal's probably gonna be too easy, and easy's way too easy in this game.
Yeah.
For
the insanity.
Cryptic Necromancer?
It was really complete.
That one?
1,710.
Oh god, not super hell dive.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Oh god.
So the other two in the evil plans as well.
Are we gonna be this is a flying goat.
There's only 4 of us on the train. Who didn't get on the train?
I'm running next to the train.
Yes.
Just saw red immediately thought of super hell dive. Yeah, that's fair. Me able to preview. Give me a little more frameage back. There we go. Oh, the loading screen's always do. Okay, where are we dropping? Oh wait, the only drop spot.
We're dropping over there.
It was the best side objective, I guess.
What?
Closest.
Yeah.
Right, you
Directly
Knight,
in a
remember
red zone.
reading a cursed tome can be dangerous. You find LVL3 create
Okay,
revenue.
buddy.
You've gained 10 guild coins.
I'm not using a gun I'm familiar with.
Ooh. There's my haunt.
Holy cow. That was... What the heck?
Whoa.
Oh, that was instant death.
Whoa.
Instant and... instant and painful death.
Ah.
There's a harbinger over there.
Oh my god.
I think I killed it. I jumped up and nuked everything, and then something died
I
and
gotta
dropped a bunch
get
of
used
cards.
to things. Get wrecked.
Good job.
Let's go get those cards.
Oh yeah, cards are individual now, aren't they?
No, shit.
Yes, they are. We'll only see our.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have what I'm seeing is mine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Because I had an issue where sometimes I get like none, and then sometimes I feel like I took too many, and it just wasn't balanced.
Yeah.
You can drop the cards as well.
Oh.
That's cool.
If you don't want them, you can press tab and click on the card on the top right.
I like this. I like that.
Grind 8 energites. Oh, this is the mining objective up here.
I got a pickaxe.
I keep hearing suicide bombers. Is there like a minigunner?
I think at the bottom.
Running after them with a pit.
Yeah.
It was effective.
It was effective.
Oh yeah, right. I was using that.
Yeah, I'll let you get those. I'll start open on this one. Thank you for the double revive rate. I hopped over to grab on that rope, and I didn't even see what killed me. There were so many particles on the screen, I just died.
Much death.
Oh, 2 more still.
I think we're getting the last ones. Yay.
Yay. Ooh, more move speed. Which means more firepower. We're gonna trigger a storm. What?
Oh no!
Wait, what? How did I trigger a storm?
I don't know.
Why'd you do that?
I just saw something flying and I shot it and triggered a storm.
Oh.
Yeah, don't shoot. That was the spotlight.
Oh, the spotlights. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, I shot the spotlight. Oh. It's okay. Was it the boss?
Oh, that was a lot of murder.
Have you seen any purple enemies? They're ours.
Excellent. Just keep firing. Never stop firing. I'm on a tiny cliff ledge here. I don't want to be on. Okay, I guess I'm going down.
Sweet.
And I'm back. Woo! There was a bounce pad right at the end. Does anyone need any juice? I have a juice dispenser. Oh, there's some right here. Okay.
Thanks to shoot the next spotlight.
Yeah. My grenade is the bottle deployer, and it auto regens. So, like, if anyone needs any bottles.
I think Nan's asking if anyone's using voodoo.
Not me. I am using acid and fire.
I have lightning, acid, and cactus. I'm doing 3.
Yeah, I forgot that one of mine is also a cactus.
Oh, it dropped your voodoo mastery. Oh no, snake! Snake, my one weakness. Oh man. Hell down here.
Yeah.
Oh, also my pistols are fire, so I have 4 elements going at once. Just in case. Oh, there's invisible skeletons.
Yeah.
Man, I need primer ammo bad.
There's some right here.
Oh, perfect.
I always make sure to have the laser so I just regen ammo.
Is it better? I know when it first came out, it was a kind of a meh perk.
Yeah, they did improve it with the buffs.
Oh, okay.
And they were like, we want people to have fun.
Oh, okay. Well, then I might have to look at that one again because I have the card. I just didn't. Yeah.
Immediately wasted.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta get murdered.
Murder time, fun time.
It builds about rapid fire and movement, not so much about high damage. Come on, you damn snakes. I just want to grab a card. There we go. More well, that's voodoo cooldown. Wait, I can't use that. How do you drop cards again?
You press tab and in the upper right side, you'll see all of your cards.
Okay, I'll drop to Voodoo Mastery because I don't have any voodoo.
I have nothing but voodoo.
Oh god. Oh god.
Literally all of my spell slots are just
Voodoo's electricity.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
Oh, run and reload. More movement speed when. Wait, I never reload. Oh, wait a second. Does anyone else need anyone else need reload speed?
I gotta check what I have when there's so much chaos.
Here, I'll drop the reload speed for you. Run and reload.
Oh. How do I?
Yeah, like. So this is my normal running speed, and then if I start firing.
Hey, Tweet.
Yes.
You want my running guns?
Oh yeah, that's exactly. I already have 4 of these on my machine gun, so I might as well stack more of them. Sure. You want the reload one then, or?
Oh, that's how I do it. Okay.
Precision weapon.
Ah. Woo! Here I go! Bye, everybody. Oh god, snakes! I want weakness.
Yeah, okay, so you can just like click on them and they will drop too.
Yeah, that's how you can get rid of them if you need it.
No! Ow! Oh my god, I got blasted.
Oh, a nuke!
Ah! What?
I saw a nuke pop out of the. Stop moving around. I can't revive you while you're.
Ah, there's a ball!
Yeah, but you're a ghost. There you go.
Ah! I killed myself again.
Oh god, another nuke? Oh, there you are.
I put up invulnerability zone and then just jumped into it.
Oh. How did it work for you? Were you involved? Oh god, snake!
I'm alive.
Man, why do the snakes just want to be slapped in the face so bad? Oh, ducky noises!
Yay!
Be careful of the spotlight, just...
Yeah. I moved to the left of it, but then the spotlight, like, locked on to me.
No!
Yeah.
Oh man, I always forget about spotlights being in this. I'm actually more used to the minefields, like where there's just a ton of little lights on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get ducky noises now.
Oh, is it like voodoo that's reviving me from a distance?
Yeah.
Ah, that makes sense.
The spell is cool.
Woo!
It'll also heal people if they already have health.
Holy! Oh my god!
Have you seen mushrooms on the ground?
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, you get high.
Oh god, whoa! Whoa!
Yeah!
That was an
you
extreme
get
high.
real
What
high.
the heck? Oh, sorry. Going nuts. Being double. Triple even.
I think you took more than a mushroom.
I don't remember there's friendly. I remember there's friendly fire too. I keep forgetting. Okay, ammo's back. Did we miss?
Oh god! They have explodies!
Oh yeah, we didn't go to that one in the distance yet.
The question mark?
Yeah.
Also place a portal directly on top of the secondary objective.
Oh.
Oh, that's good.
But oh, put in all the green batteries. It's the memory match one.
Hey. I fucked up.
Oh my gosh, I'm being shot through a wall. That's not fair.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot that I picked up the slow healing utility. I could prevent this. I literally could prevent this.
Oh, this one.
Yeah. That's why I hadn't hit it yet, because I figured it would be easier when...
Okay, I'm on my way.
Okay, shall we reveal all the batteries again once the...
Yeah, I can get these 4.
Okay. I guess I'll watch side. Is that not it? That's what I saw too. Is it this one? Oh, it is. Okay. Wow.
Hey.
That was like the only one I'm like, maybe it was that. Oh, more move speed.
Oh, I can see where Wandering Trader is.
Yeah, because
something I learned to do with the dynamite as well is you could shoot it to blow it up.
Oh.
So you don't need to ignite it in your hand first before you throw it.
Oh, that's kind of neat.
I mean, you can set traps.
What's over there? Oh, there's a Joker? Okay, coming. Prime Joker. Magic is friendship. Oh, that sounds handy. Sorry, I'm dying so much. No! The snakes are so detrimental to the minigun. Just because you lose the entirety of your windup and have to start again if you get caught by a snake.
Yeah, the snakes suck.
Luckily, they changed the movement speed thing so that it keep the movement speed for a little bit after I stop firing now, so I can usually get started firing again by the time I slap the snake. By the time I whack my steak. Oh yeah. Climb the cliff. It's bird hunting season. Normal Joker.
I love all the squeaking. Two of us have the duck.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
I went too far.
There's a spotlight on the left, be careful. Relentless, while under 30% HP, do more damage, sure.
Yeah, I can grow more!
Whee!
They're all just lining up.
Yeah, because I went too far in, so they were rushing after me.
Ah, okay. I just held the minigun and it worked.
Sometimes I cannot control my speed.
Yay, pig shots. I get pigs now.
Yay. Oh, this is the jumping puzzle. Okay.
Yeah, if we have a utility, I can get up there.
If we have a utility? Oh, I see.
I have
Oh, Nan got it for me.
Swiss cheated. No. Excellent. Okay, I guess now we're on main objective. I assume most of us have gotten stuff on this map. Maybe not.
Probably. I think it's the newer ones
Yeah.
that I'm not sure of. I'm hoping they add more stuff.
Oh, snipers in the air.
I don't know what the roadmap looks like, but I'm excited to see what else is to come to this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think we've done like every map. That was before like the update.
Oh, whoa!
Oh my god!
What happened there?
Oh my god!
Oh wait, I forgot. I waste ammo when I reload.
Oh my god!
Oh, Cactus Day. Sure. Oh, I have 50% glowier. Actually, wait, Nan and Tuna are already glowing. Do you want to be more glowier?
Meh.
Sure.
I don't need.
Oh, Nan wanted.
Oh, Nan went RGB.
Oh,
if it's objective time, here.
I have something else for you.
You do?
Can you guess what it is?
Yay, more running gun.
I'm not doing electric at all. Does anyone want that?
I'm doing electric all the time.
Where are you?
I just
Where's
went to
everybody?
the portal.
Ah.
Oh, Nan also found a thing. Do your portals just last indefinitely? How does that work?
Yes.
It's crazy.
The portal are there forever.
Yeah.
Electric Master. Ooh, I do have electricity equipped.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
doing
like,
the
I'm
same
not
thing
doing
as Nan.
electricity, and I saw that. So I'm like, I don't need that.
Yeah.
I'm triple
If you buy
electricity.
spells through a
A lot of
portal, it'll
cards.
double them.
I'm doing
Oh, really?
acid and fire as like my main thing.
The only thing I would like to see a little bit more of, because I do really like the whole spell combo system, but I feel like spells so heavily outweigh weapons in terms of damage. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I feel like there should be a little more like stuff you can do with your weapons to make weapons better, even at the detriment of spells, you know? Like make it that you lose some spell casting or something if you make weapons better.
Yeah, there definitely like some balance.
Oh, I see. That'll start the thing.
Yep, it will.
Are you bringing the dynamite up preemptively? I didn't even know you could do that.
It's not stopping me.
Go through the portal when you're ready, because it'll take you right here. Nam or Tuna left a portal.
Oh, oh, I didn't take it. I'll go back. I don't know.
Oh, it doesn't matter if you're already here. I guess.
I'm not even though. I think the portal is still there.
Yeah, the portal's gonna stay there
I'm
till I
in.
place.
Wah!
Okay.
All right. Cool.
I'm just shoving dynamite in here, I guess.
I hope it might need one more.
I think you need one more.
2.
Oh, you're fine.
1. No, yeah, that was perfect.
Hey.
Are we about to nuke the boss?
I think
it looks like
a lot
it.
of dynamite, it seems.
It's a lot of dynamite.
Pull the levers in time. Oh, this is the one where we need to like all pick a lever. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to be on
there's
top,
one over there
I believe.
too. Oh, okay.
I'll be at this one.
Here we go.
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, Tuna, no! Hold on. Oh.
No.
Oh, maybe you can't
I'm
land on it.
I'm putting dynamite at the entrances. Just shoot it when the enemies are there.
Shoot it right now. Got it.
Yeah, I suppose you can.
It's not that even a whole nuclear missile won't end me. Oh, wow.
Whoa!
It's kind of funny. Like, it somehow ends up being the equivalent of a nuclear missile, but really all we did was put like 8 sticks of dynamite in there.
Oh hell! Oh hell!
I'm a tumbleweed.
I think I just died.
I'm alive.
Oh
my god.
I threw some bottles down. I wasn't in time to actually grab them though.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's a lot of these guys. What the heck?
Oh my god, didn't even get a chance!
Is that supposed to be like, oh.
What the heck?
I'm gonna kill those busts.
Last player standing. Oh my gosh.
Why?
We almost got him.
All the ghosts after the harbingers.
Let's go! Let's go! We can get him! We can
Ghost
get him!
power!
Yeah, get him! Beat up the nerd. There we go.
Oh! Oh, thank you!
I'm alive!
Okay, I threw extra bottles down too.
That was nightmarish.
Wait, we have to pull the levers again?
Oh, was that...
Yeah,
did it
this is
just
still
happen
launching.
that we alerted them?
No, I think it's still just launching. There's one over there.
Oh.
Okay.
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 Bye, Rocket. See you later.
Go kaboom somewhere.
I wish I could have ride that.
I'm sure it's gonna be fine, right? You crushed my sanctuary. Was that on purpose or a happy mistake? I generally can't tell. Wow.
Both.
Oh man, the exit's gonna be awful. Like trying to go across the whole map.
I can do that pretty quick and put portals.
That's true. Oh, chicken shot, sure. Okay. I think people were also talking about how this game doesn't have a lot of horse-based cards, like besides removing your horse, which is kind of anti-cowboy when you think about it.
Oh my god!
Oh, what of the original...
Oh god.
The minefields you were talking about.
Yeah, I don't want to be here at all. Okay.
Oh god, that's a radioactive guy. Please, please don't. No. I don't want.
Yeah, all the purple ones are friendly. Got it. Oh, that was a nuke in the minefield.
I wonder if it cleared the mines.
Oh, it did.
It did.
Wow. Oh, there's still one to be careful of. Or are they coming back? Sort of.
Push me back.
What's over there?
Goblin
you're
bomb
pinging.
defused. Lucky.
Hello.
That was just me being dumb. Don't worry about it.
I'm at the boss. Okay. The Joker over there. That's 200 meters away. Oh, Nan triggered an alarm. No.
No. Ah. Ah.
Oh, reveal the position of the Wandering Trader and get a discount. That could be handy. Oh, he's right here. What's the card for the Wandering Trader was right beside the Wandering Trader.
He's gonna help us. Just gotta hang around.
Yep. I would love to buy more cards right before the boss.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh man, the music in this game is great.
I love the music.
Yeah.
Like, I'm really excited for what's in store for the future. Seriously.
Yeah.
So long getting smoking down to get out.
Sure. Oh, reloading now wastes ammo, but 20% weapon damage. That's great. I never reload.
Whoa.
I don't with the Marauders.
Whoa.
I can't afford anymore. Man, I got 2 of those, so I have 40% more damage, but I lose ammo when I reload, but I never reload, so it doesn't, there's no downside. It's just 20% more damage. I do need ammo, though. I think there's ammo at the boss.
Oh, the zipline just came.
There's main ammo directly into the building right next to us here.
Oh, okay, perfect. I couldn't double jump to the zip line, unfortunately.
I don't have a double jump.
Side ammo and
Oh, I'm just too chonky, maybe.
Oh, you know what? I do have the moon gravity card. 25% lower gravity.
Oh, there's a zip line right here. I can take this one. Thank you for the ammo.
Yeah.
I just realized both my guns already waste ammo when I reload anyway, so those cards are literally no downside. Like the dual pistols waste ammo when you reload, and the minigun never reloads, so it's just 40% more damage for nothing. Okay, I'm going to spread around some extra bottles, because those will regen over the course of the fight, so I might as well.
There's already a lot of bottles here.
A health break is
Yeah.
coming up in
Also,
2 minutes.
Oh, a health break in 2 minutes. Should we wait for that?
I went
or-
back to the train place and put the portal down, so once we're done with the bus, I can just drop
That's
the
a
portal.
good idea.
That's fair.
Thinking with portals.
You know what I'll do? I will run the ad right now, and then you won't miss.
Okay, yeah. Good call.
Let's just say the cactus run made me
A
so
health
mad
break
that
is
I
starting
grabbed
now.
the portal just for that.
Yeah.
No, it makes sense. I like a lot of the kind of spell combination. I think I'm gonna lean more into acid fire, like considering replacing my cactus.
I mean to drop him. I was trying to remember what the what's the emo button
So,
again?
do you want to see me fly away?
Yes,
Like,
do
where you
it.
T.
Like, okay, look at this.
Oh.
Whee! That's awesome, actually.
I went directly on top of where I pinned. I can just go so fast with this bit, I love it.
There we go. Yeah!
Oh, the guitars actually are a bit more harmonic than the harmonica, which is a little weird. Huh. Got a little jamboree going on, yeah. Oh my god, it's a double piano.
marvel of engineering. The T piano.
Sadly, I don't have the piano.
This is horrific.
wait, I got a better idea.
The piano shoots fireworks. It's amazing. So,
Yay, dirty bean water.
Has engineering gone too far? Good question. I think the better question is, could it go further? Now, if we made it an H piano...
I'm gonna go get the piano the next time.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hey, welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody.
Are we ready to boss around? Is that an explosive barrel? That is. Okay.
Oh, we're ready.
And we go, boss time. Ow. Why did you blow up the barrel on me?
I didn't think it would blow up. I thought it was just gonna like... Oh. Well, that I didn't intend for.
No, yeah, that's right. I don't even know what... I guess the mine went off.
I immediately died.
Oh, man.
God, I suck at living.
Two hits from that thing were enough to... Like, I missed 2 jumps.
Holy.
Thank you.
So fuck you.
Don't forget to grab bottles if you need it. There's lots.
Yep, I also placed a healing ring.
Oh, that's handy. Is it chucking furniture at us?
Yes.
What the hell?
Every minigun bullet's dealing 30 now.
Woo! No!
Oh, it's so easy to outrun this guy while I'm shooting. I wonder why.
Woohoo! Oh my god!
Not that terrifying.
It was out damaging my healing!
Okay, I threw more bottles down.
It's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh,
right.
the spirit is out. Oh god.
Alright! Gotta chase
shit.
it down!
I placed down a portal at the same time and someone jumped into it. Sorry, Nat. I forgot we had to chase the spirit first. Ow.
Okay.
Alright, portal's up.
Nice.
Okay, the portal, and I'm already at the exit. That's amazing.
Oh man,
This isn't the extract. This isn't the extract.
Oh, it's not the extract. Oh god.
Oh, I went to the wrong place.
Oh god, this isn't good. Okay, time to run.
Alright, I'm here.
Oh, I fell in acid!
I'm sure you'll be fine.
I
Why
went
did you do
the
that?
wrong extra place.
Why did you do that?
Ah. Oh, that's crazy.
It was just another train station.
Yeah, I went to the starting area 1 instead.
Oh fuck!
I'm so fast.
Fuck!
That's a big pig.
Oh my gosh. I died and I didn't even see myself die.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. God damn!
Another 30 more seconds.
Woo! Ah!
I'm sure we'll be fine. Thank you.
Just repeatable deaths.
Bottles on the ground.
Ah! Train! Train!
Oh god, the train's here. I'm too chunky to get up. There we go.
Oh!
I couldn't jump up the height of the train.
I forgot I cannot be inside the cart. I need to be
Oh my
in the
god,
back.
amazing. I'm gonna
Oh, beautiful.
remind you all about that. That goes for biddies and later crowd control as well.
Yeah.
Whatever is the equivalent there.
It definitely scaled up for more players, though. I don't think it's normally that intense.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did.
I knew it. I knew
you
it.
get a
I'm the
chance
one
to get in the
running.
raffle.
I only see you four.
If you want to be a GTuber.
Back to the saloon.
Or just like a reactive, like a GIF reactive.
Hmm. Yeah, you can use it
Everyone,
for...
you're leaving me behind.
That was a fun difficulty. Yeah, that was good.
That was intense. I died
was-
so much.
it was
to
right
be fair,
on the-
though,
Ooh, Wandering
I
Trader
had to
skin.
relearn what I was doing a bit.
That's the skin I was waiting for.
Hey, I went from level 31 to 36. Holy shit.
Am I at level 50? Am I level 50?
Yeah, you are. Exactly
heck.
50 on the dot.
Amazing.
Where do I...
The
Where do
Marauder
you
skin
go
would
to
also be a good one.
prestige and stuff again?
There's Prestige is level 100. That's what you're talking about.
It's 100? Oh, I
Yeah.
thought they lowered it. Okay. I was just curious.
No, they just doubled the speed you get there.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking I should
Should look at weapons.
alter my loadout a bit. I do really like the
Do I have... I can
Ass
buy
and stuff.
those.
I'm
I'm gonna
gonna-
try the Sheriff Stars.
I'm gonna swap out my Pistolaro with Contagion. Just like spreads the huge exploding area on
I
death.
should really save for one of these. I'm using a shotgun.
Man, I was moving so fast.
Cracks with that.
Like my white damage, like my non-crit damage, was hitting for like 30, which is what my crit damage is right now, just from the movement speed.
How are the stars? Eight?
That seems fine. Oh, there's a way in the side here. That's nice. Channel your doll's power to heal or revive the nearest ally. Oh, that's the thing you're using. I wonder if that would be useful. I haven't leveled up Voodoo at all.
Oh yeah, I want to look at spells too.
What's acid? No, my acid's getting pretty close. I'm gonna stay focused. I want to get acid to the rain and do like the area denial. But you know what we had to do? We had to Gamba.
Oh, I'm almost at the next level for a new fire ability. I've been enjoying the Surcharge.
I'm having
Yay,
fun with the
cloak shot.
boomerang.
Whoa.
Oh, I need more souls. Oh, I want a Gamba.
Yeah, Gumball.
Do you want some of my 24,000 souls?
24,000 souls. Wow.
I'm saving them for something special.
Oh, is there actually a thing that you can do with that many? That's crazy.
There isn't, but I imagine there will be someday.
Oh, like if they add skins and stuff, that might... Oh, my minigun's at level 90. I might be able to prestige it soon. My character's 61. Healing bottles are more effective. I forgot I did that. Cool. Oh, I didn't even realize the guy I'm playing is the guy that does your customized hero. Whoops. Actually, that's fine. Oh, yeah, sorry. And it's fine. What time is it here? Air rails. Feedback helps us. Does it, though? This weirdo over here, bounty hunter. Early access and still no fishing. Literally unplayable. Wow.
Hello, Broa!
Hello, hello.
Hi, Broa.
Thank you!
Thank you, thank you. Oh. Actually, I'm going to quickly refill my beverage before we start the next mission.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Oh no. Wait, I don't trust you.
Don't worry about it.
Gee, I was worried about you, then Philbo came out of nowhere. Thank you, Philbo!
Oh no, I was talking about the game.
You now have a chance to join the raffle. Actually would be dope if you won, because then I can make you a reactive for when you join us.
No, sir. I almost got a hat on your head.
Oh my god, you actually got it on my head!
Try to get one on Quick's head.
I appreciate it. I'm also excited and want to give back of art.
Oh, thank you.
So I'm like, I want to try and find ways to give back to the community in like a healthy manner that also like doesn't like overdo it for me either, because I've struggled with like burning myself out slightly in the past.
By the way, that pop-up that's like 36 out of 115, that is incorrect. We're actually at 60 out of 115. So
Yes.
which is just doing a weird thing.
Yeah, no, it's weird. We've hit the goal for the Elden Ring Smasher Pass.
Oh boy. That'll be a fun one.
Which
I say that in both like an exciting way and also it's gonna be horrifying.
Yeah. I'm excited because we've also been playing through Elden Ring again, and there is a lot of interesting types we can add to that. And it's gonna be a good time. I'm excited to host that. But yeah, no, I look forward to making a reactive for somebody. I want to try and do more raffles like this for people who want to support, and then I can contribute and give art. Just like I've done it for a few things.
Yeah.
But since this is bigger, I wanted to do a raffle.
There's a
instead
train.
of just like
vulture. Want that mission?
a sketch or something.
Pretty much these.
And I've been getting more into animating a little more, so I'm also just excited about
That scene in the woodland.
bringing something
Sure.
to life that way.
I still don't have Far North. Complete the train wrecks questline in Far West Canyon and Air.
But also I'm gonna shout out this nerd.
Wonder which one I'm missing the questline in.
And also
Probably Area
For-
41, honestly.
for people who haven't seen,
And we could start checking.
this is what I was talking about.
Yeah, sounds good. Oh, it's an escort payload. That'll be a fun one. Sure, I'll fight you. Walks over to GM.
You can't steal Tuna's phrase.
But bro said they wanted to fight.
Yeah, bro doesn't want to fight me. When I want to try to fight bro walk away all the time. He's scared to fight me.
Yeah.
Ah!
Train time.
Alright, look at everything that I put in the train. We're good to go. No! All the animals staying behind.
How did they defy gravity like that? Out for one more mission, then I got dipped for chores. That's fair.
No problem.
Yeah, actually, we might only get, like, another mission in anyway, because we're gonna have to start prepping for pizza stuff. Oh my god!
Thank you!
I don't know
We
who
have...
these people are. Oh, I know Flame Warrior. They were in earlier.
I love men prep.
We have 5 people in the raffle, by the way.
I think that's someone that, Soup subscribed to when they were here before.
Oh my god. We got 5
funny.
of you in there.
The last user seems nice, yeah, exactly. That's a great name.
Which puts us upper to... Oh my goodness.
Gonna go boom!
Oh, okay. Big boom right at the start.
Well, I think he might be getting close to a merch
Tuna,
giveaway.
have a drink.
By
Oh,
the
you already
way.
have a heal, never mind.
If we hit, I believe, 75,
Soot needs a drink.
we're doing a merch giveaway.
I'm gonna take a drink. I need 1.
I'm
I need 4
thirsty.
HP.
Oh, okay.
Alright, Tweak, I didn't show you. Look at this. Alright, I'm gone.
Yeah, enjoyed those emotes.
Oh, I see.
There's a lot of
Ooh, that's a
emotes
light.
there. Made by Broa and also myself and a couple others.
Yeah. I don't know if I have that Indian thing. I'm gonna take a look.
I don't have anything in here, I think.
Oh yeah, there is a grave over here. I have like 6 of them. But there's still a lot that I'm missing in Canyon. I don't even know if I finished the main quest line here.
Need to look for the.
I'll say nice things
Yeah,
all I
Broken
want,
Train. This is
Broa.
probably the map I haven't done the Broken Train on. Because it's like the one I don't have finished out of those. So. Oh yeah. Oh, I think I see a well. Which means I need to Gamba. Don't worry, if it's a nuke, I'll eat it.
Yeah, possibly.
Are we praising Bro all the time?
Yes.
Oh no, Sue triggered an alarm.
Fuck! I didn't...
Don't worry, I'll nuke myself. In solidarity.
Oh, that is the worst enemy to show up.
Oh, a free weapon fragment. Ow.
As we have a Harbinger over here.
Oh god, this went so bad.
I'm sure it's fine.
No, it's not.
I'm sure it's fine.
It's not.
I wonder how many times you could stack that, like, ghosts are more powerful card in the lobby and then just get it, like...
Oh.
Just do tons of damage, yeah.
Ah, no, I'm a ghost. I'm just more stronger. I do 1,000 damage every hit.
Yeah, basically. Oh man. I wonder if I could mod something like that to make, like, being dead have, like, some sort of tactical advantage to it if you had the right setup. Oh look, you're still standing. I'm proud of your chance.
Oh god. Oh god.
Here, I'm gonna throw that there too, just because I need it to recharge.
Oh, I pick up my ninja stars. Sheriff stars.
The only part I don't like about the double utility recharge is you need to use all of them for it to actually recharge.
That's neat that you just pick them back up.
Oh, the ninja stars? Yeah, and the
Although
boomerang
the
too.
boomerang used no ammo, and I was liking that.
Yeah.
So, trying to see...
Where would the train wreck be? Oh, there's a gold mine with magnets over here.
Whee! Oh god.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Dead. It's dead. I got a gold card. An extra dash.
Huh.
Oh shit.
Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Oh god.
I
Alright,
think
Swiss
this
suit.
became a job.
I placed a portal next to the
Hype chest,
weapon.
yeah, level 3. Crazy,
So you
we've
can
had
grab.
multiple hype things
Okay.
already.
Yeah, I placed a portal next to the weapon part.
I think I might have to go over things to see if we're close to our merch giveaway.
Well, I have it on the side. We're at 65 at the moment.
That's 10 more,
Yeah,
and then merch giveaway.
yeah. Just because it's actually funny because of the way the Twitch thing has kind of worked out. I can keep track of like what's happened during this stream, which is convenient for it being borked.
Basically, these days you can't trust what Twitch tells you.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Hello, Taki.
I know.
Dad jokes can be not safe for work. Let me say why. Why? Oh, a gold chest.
The Joker's here. More utility ammo.
Oh, it's directly next to my portal.
Oh, why is it got chains on it? Does that mean I can't give it away?
Hey, Tweet. I got something for
Cannot
you.
be dropped. Yep. Okay.
How do I drop the one I want to drop?
Oh, you just have to click on it when you're on the map screen.
Oh, okay. I think you will love this.
I see. Ricochet minigun. That sounds fun.
Oh.
Also, here.
600 chances to ricochet seems good.
Let me just put this here.
Oh.
The legendary was there. I don't know if you have a card for yourself.
Oh, I see. Run and gun. Oh yeah, it's another movement speed while I'm shooting. Sounds good. Oh, there's another legendary here too. What the heck?
Oh, I forgot to do my
Oh my
candy
gosh.
eating obligation.
Makes you fire faster the more your movement speed is.
I'm shaking them up.
This is literally
You
my
can
whole
hear
build
the
now.
candy shaking. It's so loud.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake that candy. Shake that candy.
This is an absurd build already.
I made such a mistake. I meant to order a reasonable amount of candy. It's not a reasonable amount of candy.
Oh, I don't think I have that one over there.
It's if you go through the portal.
I probably should have gone with just like some
Oh.
Sour Patch Kids,
Too bad.
but no.
It's following me.
I went stupid, and now I have like this big totes of sour keys.
I almost kept up with Tuna, but I was on horseback. Tuna's just jumping.
And I was not even using my utility.
Excellent, excellent.
Only because I don't have any more utility I can use.
Okay. There is there is one more in the other danger zone. There's also a forge if we want to forge a card down that way too. What's this? Last cannon for. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess with the ricochet this could be good. Oh, that's still 75 health. That's not bad.
You're gonna destroy everything in front of you.
I'm hoping. Yeah.
It
Well,
used to
that's
be
sour.
minus 90% health.
Oh, that's insane. Yeah, I wouldn't take it for 90%. Especially on a legendary. That's kind of...
Oh, found another one here.
Tuna gonna make a way up, and then I'll go through the portal. Is that the idea?
Okay, there it is. Oh, there's actually just a rope next to it.
Nom nom nom!
Yeah, the portal is next to it.
Ooh. Excellent, excellent.
Is that the same one from earlier? I think so.
Yeah, it might be.
No!
Okay, I'm gonna head toward the question mark then. We haven't seen the train yet, but or the wrecked train. It's gotta be somewhere.
Oh my god! Your bullet just going everywhere.
It's beautiful.
I don't even need to do anything in destroying everything.
They're all ricocheting into other other people. Oh man, and every bullet's hitting for like 50. Uh-oh. The snakes are stopping all my ricochet though. Unfortunately. Oh, they got me. It was a good run. There's a lot of cards over here, at least. Oh, I didn't realize you were chasing loot.
We're more fighting a big one here.
Oh. Oh, the Harbinger. I see. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of cards over here. There's like 5 cards on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
What?
There's just a guy chucking TNT at you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, bouncy ball. Alright, full health, okay. Oh, most people are reloading. I can drop that for somebody.
I just got a
Up
double
again.
clutch. So you wanted to go up there.
Yeah. Nan pinged a card over there somewhere too, but...
Oh, it didn't pick up any cards.
Yep.
Does anyone want the reload movement speed?
I don't think my boomerang counts as a reload.
Yeah, that's the same with both my guns don't really... I guess my second one can reload technically, but... Accidentally found a side objective.
If we do the medallions, we can get much faster pickaxes for this.
That's true. But do we
you want
need
me to go? Oh wait, I do see a smith over there.
Oh yeah, we do need to do the blacksmith as well for the.
Yeah, I'm gonna prepare stuff just so we can. Oh wait, there's a light. I need to find a way to pass the light without being seen. There you go.
Yay, we did it.
Alright, do be careful. There is
lazy ammo pickups are disabled. Gain 10% max ammo. Ooh,
I'm
okay.
feeling a bit hungry.
Oh,
and I'm feeling like having
do be
some
careful.
flavor
There is a
13
nuke
to eat.
skeleton on the other side of the portal.
10% max ammo, so 60 ammo every couple seconds. That's not bad.
So portal here goes directly to the blacksmith.
Okay.
Oh, apologies. 75 is chat designed a new zip command.
Oh yeah.
I got things mixed up.
Oh, I figured my bullets were gonna ricochet into it at some point.
Chaotic spark dragons bow to. Sit tight for the aftershocks. Coins rain. Goblins get baguettes. And I still sniff out the shinies.
Merch giveaways after that.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't it at 100 that I do the
It is at 100 for
match,
merch
or-
giveaway.
That's merch. Oh, okay. Match is at 125.
So soon, in about...
We're not
we
even
can make...
we're not even halfway through, so there's still a lot of time for all
Yay,
that stuff to
dirty
happen
bean
too.
water.
Oh yeah, we came up with a lot of unique ideas.
Yeah.
Hello, Buzz!
That's a lot of
Thank you
purple
so
skeletons.
much!
Oh, hello.
Wow! Buzz came in with the raid! Hello!
Wait, did Buzz beat their own raid in? That's funny.
Thank you so much! Welcome in, everybody!
Oh, hello.
Thank you for the happy Streamerversary!
Yeah, we're about to do a storm of death in a second here.
Yes, we've been dying a lot, or well, I've been dying a lot, like a maniac.
Oh, I have been too. It's fine. Have some bottles. Have some
The
bottles.
thing is, this game, just like Deep Rock, it's still really fun and silly whenever you keep dying.
Too quick. Okay, ready to forge?
Yeah, and at the same time, I just place the portal to the objective.
Oh, perfect. Oh. Hey, wait, can they use the portal or did he just spawn right next to it? It looked like he used the
I
portal.
went through the portal!
Oh, okay.
What? I just went through the portal!
He'll be fine.
Wasn't fine! Wasn't fine!
Can't see. Where am I? Oh my god.
Oh my god, yeah, I can't see! I can't see!
I made too many particles.
There's too much acid!
I made too much acid, that's funny.
I place a portal further away. I'm dead too.
Oh, hey, Tuna, how's it going?
Pretty ghosty.
Three, two, one. Thank you. And utilities back. Perfect. Anyone need any bottles?
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Why did a card come out of my bottle box?
Oh, that's a spicy one.
Anyone want Wild West
Oh,
Wizard?
someone dropped it.
Oh, someone dropped. Oh, okay. I was just gonna pick it up to drop it, so that works.
I mean, I'll take that and be risky.
Yeah, might as well.
I like being a glass cannon.
I love being glass cannon if I can just jump everywhere faster.
You doing Terraria Calamity? Oh man.
Oh man. Something.
I haven't done any of that. I'm not good enough.
So it's not necessarily Calamity, but at some point I'm thinking of playing like through Terraria again on a server. I think it would be a good.
I would like to go back to it.
Yeah.
Fuck! Why'd I do that? Why'd I do that?
Why
I'm
did
gonna
you
have
do
a
that?
question for you.
I'm
Yes.
stupid.
Is your clip go under 25? Your first 25%, or is it always full?
My clip's so always full. It's always 600 out of whatever the maximum is. Or yeah.
Okay, then I have a card for you that I'm gonna drop to you after this.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the minigun clip is the entire magazine at all times. It's great.
Yeah, I'm just saying because the first 25% of your clip do more damage.
Oh yeah, that would be the whole clip, wouldn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, gonna contagion. Man, there's a lot of dudes over here.
My hunger can no longer be
I'm
contained.
going so
Time to
fast
eat
as
the
a
filbert
ball,
baggage.
like...
I threw bottles everywhere.
Right. Here, tweak. Where's it?
We'll see if it does extra damage again. 15% damage. In theory, I should be doing over 100% more damage at the moment.
Oh,
Help.
I think my
thank you.
minigun fire rate might be capped though, because it's not getting any higher even though I'm moving faster. So I think I might have hit a cap on fire rate.
That's pretty funny.
Hold the levers in the correct order. Oh, it's this one. Huh?
Yeah. I played
that's right.
a bit of Terraria. It's never...
Nope.
Okay.
I've never gone on the level of how some people
Maybe
just
this one?
like go hard on and know exactly what to do. And like all of these things, I like to just build. Mostly, that's like all I would do.
Nope, okay.
It just
Can
kind of
you do it again?
vibe.
Gonna
But
be this one
then
after.
I know like
Do you think
I
it's
don't
this
know
one?
how to like actually
Let's try it.
go anywhere to
And
complete
this
the
one here.
game or for bosses.
Oh, so close.
Now we know the order now.
Yep.
But it'd be good
And
to
then
go
this
through
one.
that again.
And that one.
I got really
And
into Core
then
Keeper
final
though.
lever.
I love
Yeah,
Core
Core Keeper's good.
But I don't know if it's just like the style of it too.
Oh, we have to escort it now.
Yeah, this is an escort mission.
And I also got super into Starbound.
We don't have to spawn the boss when it gets there, do we? I think we have to still push a button, so we can look for the train if we want. Or we, you know what? I can look for the train on a lower thing too if we want.
I've actually
Oh,
got
wait,
the train.
I can just run around and look for the train.
That's true.
Oh, so
I
much
assume
candy.
I assume this is like the map that hasn't had the train done on it yet. So, holy cow! The minigun is doing 60 damage per bullet. Oh my god!
My lord!
I think that might have been me because they're friendly fire, right?
We also gotta start thinking about chat should start picking toppings or however we want to do this.
Yeah. So anyone that did a 5+ gift sub gets to pick a topping for the pizza. So I want to go through it with people to be like, here's the whole list of toppings that could possibly be on the pizza.
Pepperoni, even bacon.
Terrified. I mean, if you all pick really delicious toppings, then that's like freaking great.
I mean, I'm fine with anchovies. I think they're gonna mix really weird with certain things that are on a pizza. Anchovies on their own, not bad, but oh
no.
Oh, I guess it's time to come back. Oh no, you all fine?
Yeah. Okay, 3 more bottles. And 3 more bottles. I just keep throwing them every so often, so. So it turns out if I'm too close to the thing I'm shooting at, the bullets can ricochet back into my own face.
Chris, hello! How are you doing?
Oh, man.
Oh, I freaking died again!
Hello, hello.
Thank you!
There's a big guy over here somewhere. There he is. Oh. What? Did he teleport? I didn't know they could teleport.
I hope you're doing well. Hug for you and Val.
Iris.
Thank you.
Just finished cooking lunch again. Relax my claws. Excellent. No, no, no. I've been ghost more than I've been alive.
I can't take advantage of speed when I'm having to stand on a payload. I think that was me again. Like, if my minigun taps you in the back and it ricochets back into me and then back into you, you just die instantly.
Oh, that's what's... Oh.
So, like, if you walk in front of my
So I
gun
blame
and
you.
take... Well, I mean...
I blame you.
Now she's only blaming you.
Yeah. I think there's friendly fire anyway. Unless I'm crazy.
Look. Tweak, look on the right.
And this will still not be as chaotic
look what's
as
here.
Deep Rock of Crowd Control, which we're doing after this.
Gamba time.
Where was that goblin block?
Free Joker. That's a good going luck. Oh, I can be more chonky. I've already got 2 chonky. Oh, my jump height's amazing right now.
How are you gonna get on the train?
You want?
I will help him.
You want to see my jump height?
Wait. Where is the train? The train's over there.
No,
All right.
I see you, Snake. Get the hell out of here.
Oh,
Stupid snake.
that's a light. I need to dodge it. I'll be back soon.
Yeah, we wanted to look for the where the train crash might be too.
Right, I'm at the. Oh.
We should be pretty safe to explore right now until we start the thing. So
I did find this thing, the whatever ovni thing. Was there something else for the those rock symbol?
Oh, the rock symbols are for Area 41, I think.
Okay.
I saved you from a snack.
Oh, and gotta avoid that spotlight.
Oh, don't touch it. Okay.
Yeah, it moves around, so you gotta like
Yeah.
plan around it.
It psychs me out. Eh.
Yeah, I figured I'd run oh my
There's
god.
like multiple snacks! What the frick?
I figured I'd run along the top to look for the... I'm just following Tuna and mowing down a horde of guys. It's great.
So many snacks.
Wait, what is this spot? Did we already do this?
Wait, what the fuck is this? Are you all close to my portal? Oh wait, you're down there.
Oh.
Give me a sec, I found something weird up here.
Yeah?
I'm gonna trap a portal to you. Behind you too.
I was like, why is there a door moving toward me?
Like, get in the portal?
Yeah.
I found the crash train stuff.
Oh, what the heck? It's a cow worshipping sanctuary.
Cow.
Huh. Cow. Okay. I mean, if we can't find the train thing too, we should finish up so Nan can do their chores.
Yeah, I found
too.
it.
Oh, you found it? Who's found it? Okay, perfect.
Where are you supposed to go over there?
That side of the map.
Alright. I can go there. Give me a sec.
Okay. We'll wait by the portal. We will be patient. Meanwhile, I'm gonna play my guitar.
There is a spotlight.
Also, Suit, are you giant?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Just checking. It's like, wait a second, something's off here. The cow level
I was
doesn't
just like,
exist.
the
True.
perspective seems strange here.
Yep.
Don't you think it makes more sense that the entire world shrunk?
Yeah, exactly. The entire world got smaller, but did not get bigger. I should, you know what I should do? When a giveaway is not going on, I should show how many, like, what goal thing we're at.
Yeah, how about you show some of that again? I figured before we were ordering pizza, we'll also go over that again.
Yeah.
You should have to go to the portal at the bottom.
So the next goal is at 75, right? 65 out of 70.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, portal at the bottom. Got it. Now I'm thinking with portals! Oh. Worked. Oh, there's a spotlight here? That sucks.
I think
Gross.
when you start a mission, it's gonna start a wave anyway, so the spotlight should disappear.
Okay, are we... Oh god, sir?
No, no, no!
Spotlight? Wow.
No!
It gets real close. Okay. Everyone's here? Okay, let's start her up. Canyon Wreckage. Stay within the signal zone. Okay.
Oh my god.
That
no.
sucks. There was no way we were gonna avoid it.
I was like,
Thank
Do we
you
get
for
more
the
points?
trades.
What's the next signal? Back to the train? Okay. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have this. I'm chonky. Jumping's not my forte.
You want me to carry it instead?
You might as well take it. Like, my jump height's so tiny.
Can also take care of it, Swiss, if you prefer shooting.
Nah, it's good. %.
Nice.
Oh my god.
So this was the only one that was missing, I think, on that list of trains. Chicken shot. One way down the entire endless nightmare. Oh.
Wait, how about this? No, not that one. That's mine.
Yeah, that's the small.
That's not the one. It's this one here.
Oh, does that stack? Because
Do it.
oh my gosh, I went through like 30 rounds in that like 1 second.
What did that put? Glass cannon again.
Okay, sure. 56 HP.
Right,
Hey,
give
so
me a
do you have
sec.
the piano?
Do I have what?
The piano?
I have the. Oops, that's not it.
Ew.
Sorry.
Oh, on the
And
harmonica?
harmonica.
That's fair.
I am remarkably small.
But you can be smaller. There's another dwarf card.
Oh my god.
I can't see that one. That's your own card.
Oh, you can't see it. Oh, that's my dwarf card? Oh, do you want to be smaller? I don't mind dropping a dwarf. What does it do? Fire rate.
It gives you lower gravity.
Oh. Doesn't increase. Oh, it increases move speed, though, which would buff my... that.
Oh, and take this dwarf. Take it.
Wait.
Become tiny.
Does the lower gravity mean I might be able to jump onto the train because of the lower
Look, oh, you're even tinier. Oh my god.
Piano too. Piano. Play the piano.
This is what it's like in reverse.
Okay, piano.
Oh my god.
This is beautiful. My gosh, it's a giant playing the harmonica too.
Hi.
Actually, if I lined it up perfectly, I could basically be the... what are the like foot pedals on the piano? There we go.
This is perfect.
Oh, I'm covering the keyboard though. I need to move a little bit further. Oh, too far. I'll get it. There we go. Perfect.
Also, my portal go directly to the bus.
Oh, sweet. Oh, this is fast.
Okay, you are fast.
I tap you. That was one bullet out of my gun. It did that much damage to Soot while she's a giant.
Oh my god.
That's scary.
Alright, while I'll get ready for the bus, I'm gonna go put the next portal to the train.
Okay, I'm gonna chuck bottles there and chuck bottles there.
Any utility here? I think I have one. Yes.
Man, that regen ammo is significantly better. That is like noticeably different. I think I like that better than the regen utilities.
Wait. I'm ready.
Oh god, sir.
Nope.
I might experiment with a gun build at some point. Yeah, that's fair. Let me know if you get something going, because that would be cool. Is everyone back? Tuna's back. I don't see Swiss.
Yes.
Swiss is exploring the map.
Smart.
I was getting.
Oh.
Oh, secret medallions. Okay, ready to blow up a boss?
Yep.
Here we go. Oh, everyone has to be at this one. Oh. Hey, I mean, at least we know it does that now.
Yeah.
Here we go. Suit, is that gonna blow up on you? I actually don't know if it does damage at all. No? Okay.
Well, Swiss was standing right on it.
Yeah, I took 12 damage.
I took 2 damage.
Oh.
Oh, that hurts.
How much damage do you tweak now?
I'm not seeing the vulture take any damage.
Yeah, I wasn't either.
I think it's because when you kill some specific
Oh, the game was just forking out. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Look at that damage. I'm hitting for 80 per bullet right now.
Oh god.
I don't need to. Oh, I didn't need to aim at it either. I was just shooting at the ground. Thank you.
Ah! No,
Oh, I
snake,
became invulnerable again.
Nice.
Woohoo!
Lots of bottles around if you need it too.
Yeah. Portal's gonna be right here. I place it closer.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm gonna double up on these bottles.
I'm
Oh,
dead.
no. Can you go through the portal while dead or no?
I'll try.
See what happens. If not, I'll jump back through.
No.
Yeah, come back to.
I got him.
Thank you. Now we can go back to the portal.
Yeah.
I will need more bottles in this area.
I want the. Let me have the bottle! It's doing that thing where it flicks out of my hands because I'm getting attacked.
So the trick for that,
I'm dead.
So the trick for that is to hold the button because it won't flick it out of your hand. Because it's if it accidentally gets double pressed, it drops it. And I don't know why they have.
I hate that.
Yeah, there's actually a mod already for that. That's like never drop bottles.
Yeah, because I would have been fine.
Yep. It's mainly so you can cancel like picking up ammo and stuff if other people need it, but.
There, yeah. Ugh.
Right, everyone's here.
Okay, everybody, let's get bottle drunk.
Ah.
Don't get fire spells.
Oh yeah, that's true. I've been too focused on the minigun because it's actually carrying right now. I don't need my spells when my minigun does 80 damage a bullet and they all ricochet across the map.
Ah!
Oh, a train's here. Hey, I can jump on it. I was able to jump high enough. Yeah.
Every time I was trying to jump on the train, I was just passing over it.
And we did it.
We did it!
I wonder if after they do all the areas and stuff, if they will make, and not necessarily that I want like a story or anything, but I do wonder if they'll make it that there's like an end boss or something eventually.
I would like something similar to maybe what Deep Rock has, you know?
Yeah, like add more areas and stuff. I feel like
I
feel like they have a good amount of zones, so like I would prefer more bosses at the moment.
More bosses. Yeah.
GG. Oh, reward for gold. We'd recover train wreck
Ooh.
data in Canyon. Oh, I guess I could have checked that to see.
Yeah.
I can prestige my minigun, which is cool. Prestige. Oh, you have to choose what... Well, you get 5 tokens. I kind of want all the Joker slots. Can I just do 5 extra Joker slots on the minigun?
That would be funny.
Ah, excellent. Okay, so now I could do more run and gun.
Run and gun.
There we go. So I start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 running guns, which is 30% more move speed, and then more damage and fire rate the faster I am. That's a fun. And I'll put on a gold tooth. I don't think I have any, like... Oh, I do have legendary. Per mission, the weapon gains fire rate for every 50 damage dealt. That would be good. I want ricochet. I need more souls to buy ricochet. That would be good. I would replace some of these with ricochet, I think, with how good that was. Wait, when you prestige, you don't lose any of your stuff? I assumed I'd have to level it up again. Huh.
Oh.
That's kind of neat. I like that. That's
I have
more...
a chicken.
It's more incentivized to prestige, I think, than...
I had Shimkin.
Oh, that's a nice chimkin. Okay, let me check the pizza toppings stuff.
Yes. So we're gonna start doing that, and in the meantime, we can go over the goals as well again.
Yeah, an ad's gonna start soon, so this is perfect. Well, I look for stuff and people can have a
perfect.
little bit of a break, and then we'll
Yeah.
then we'll do pizza stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So if you need a bio break, or you need need to rehydrate, get a new beverage or anything, got a couple minutes to do that, and then we'll be right back to do the crazy pizza making.
Yes.
Put it on.
You don't want to be like this.
I don't think we can kill all these.
This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't.
Oh my god, this is not what I was expecting going into Sons of the Forest today.
Yeah.
What is going on back here?
Put me in the toilet! Let go of me!
Alright!
I should have this.
I got the poo on me!
Oh no!
I got the poo on me!
It's fine, it's fine.
This is like the most horrible way to die.
I'm gonna watch the poo off you.
My goodness, I've never seen such insanity. Oh my gosh! This is... Do I need to do anything? Are you guys friends?
I'm terrified because I don't know where it is.
So these emotes are entertaining me.
I hear it. Oh, there he is. So Death is here. So that's our new spawn.
No. Death,
The
go
spawns have
away.
been good, except Death keeps coming to murder us.
I don't want it. Death, go away. Go home.
Did you just cheese Death?
That doesn't seem to be working, so... Okay, perfect. Let's go start the adventure again! Whee!
Wee.
Third time's the charm! Oh god. I am no longer a child. Oh god!
I'm so tiny compared to you. Okay.
I'm gonna give him a hug.
That's crazy.
Oh god! Guys, gravity turned off. Oh no!
No! No!
There goes gravity.
How dare!
They turned off my gravity.
How dare!
Oh, my gravity's still on.
That was the moon rider effect.
Oh.
We forgot what up and up, down is down.
Oh, ow. It ran out and slammed me into the ground. Oh my god! It's perfect! Look at that accuracy! Can't even hit the thing right in front of me!
It's okay.
So you have to climb that spinning log over there.
I'm spectating.
I'm gonna get into everyone's dead. Ah!
I'm
Oh,
alive.
it's funny. It says I'm spectating Tweak even though it's clearly set. Oh.
Yeah.
You were doing good, and then you launched yourself.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh, I win!
And then we fall through the pod and mission failed.
Hey everybody, we are back.
Hello.
We are looking at pizza toppings. I actually should look on who all did the 5+ subs. I have the list here.
List as well for the raffle.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you have that, then that works well. That'll be the exact same. So, excellent.
Get a chance to join in on the raffle for a GIF reactive.
So we have your standard topping. I'll put a thing on screen.
That would help.
Take that incentives box. Pizza toppings. Okay. We got your basic toppings like olives. We've got peppers, all kinds. There's hot peppers, there's jalapenos, green peppers. They also have garlic. They have broccoli.
Like just straight up garlic?
Yeah, just straight up garlic, straight up broccoli. Mushroom, pineapple, spinach, tomatoes. More in the screen there. There we go. They have, of course, anchovies. They have bacon. They have buffalo chicken. They have chipotle. They have curry chicken. They have ground beef. Gyro meat. Ham. Sausage. Entire meatballs.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this place has a lot. Am I running out of room? No, I still got some room. Okay. All your standard meats like pepperoni and stuff. Pepperonis. They have spicy chicken and sausage. They have steak. Tandoori chicken. Hello.
You're coming in at a great time.
Yeah, these pizza toppings are going crazy. And then they have a whole bunch of cheeses too.
Oh man. But hello everybody, how was Silent Hilling with MasterChef?
Asiago cheese. Feta.
Hello Trixie.
Goat.
Yeah, you're all coming in at pizza time.
Paneer. Parmesan.
Parmesan.
Provolone.
Also, thank you so much, Ciabatta, for the gift subs earlier.
And tandoori paneer.
We don't say anything anymore.
It's doing something weird.
Tandoori.
There's a
paneer.
chance to get in on a raffle for a PNG or gift tuber.
Oh, it didn't. Okay, well, there's a lot of cheeses. The cheeses went too far. Okay, did goat show? Feta goat. Paneer pro. Tandoori. Those are all cheeses.
Paneer's the most disappointing cheese. It tastes like nothing, doesn't melt. That is sad.
That's so sad. Okay. I mean, if people want me to have that again, otherwise make room getting rid of that one.
That is very disappointing.
Oh, okay, the last
We
two
can't
cheeses
have
aren't
sad
showing.
cheese.
But look at all those options. So anyone that did the 5+, so who are people that are picking?
I should have them all on the raffle. Should be Tuna, Ciabatta, Ulif, Filbo, and Swiss. I don't think I've missed anybody else because I've been tracking it the best I can for the raffle.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
So any toppings, entire meatballs. Yeah, there's entire meat. I mean, this might end up being a good pizza instead of a bad pizza.
If you're kind to us.
Yeah, it depends on.
You have no proof that a gift 5 gift sub.
It's true.
0 proof.
Add to a stew. It was good for texture, but tasted like whispers. Oh my god.
Tuna, at this point, I'm making you full art.
Wow.
I'm making you full art soon because, like, God. Because you're basically paying for a commission, and I love you.
You have no proof. 0 proof.
Yeah, so Tuna, Ciabatta, Ulith, Bilbo, and Swiss, right? Yep.
Chipotle.
So yeah, so each you can pick a topping that I have to put on this pizza. I will personally add in that I can throw on some of the sweet and sour gummies if you really want me to throw that on there.
I fucking love
Goat
Chipotle.
cheese? You know what? Goat cheese for ciabatta makes sense.
It just sounds like you're... Okay, we're gonna see where this goes. So far, I'm not upset.
It might be a good pizza.
I love Chipotle too. That's why I put
I
it
had
there.
a Chipotle maple... It was like a Chipotle maple chicken burrito at a place. It was like their burrito flavor of the day. That slapped. Like, oh, it was so damn good.
Yeah.
So like sweet and spicy with the
I'm
maple.
a weird Canadian. I can't eat anything maple.
Oh
my
god.
The horror.
I love maple so much.
It's more when I was young. My parent was always grabbing me to the maple place, so I ate so much of that my body got sick from it.
Oh yeah, you're probably near maple territory too over there.
That's fair. The
I have
stuff like
literally
that
a maple
can,
place I can go by just walking 30 minutes.
That's fair.
I had that kind of with like meatloaf as a kid, and I don't know why.
Did I miss any other one? Ciabatta definitely wants goat cheese. I want to add spinach. Okay. Wait. Oh no, Filbo's not on the thing. I mean, I'll think about that too if you want.
Filbo's in the thing.
They're in the thing. Oh yeah, so spinach. Yeah.
What the hell?
I gotta add bacon to this. Oh, I wrote down the names wrong. Oh no, I didn't. No, I got.
Oh my god, guys! Like, I'm not upset about this.
Yeah, this sounds good. Entire meatballs for me. Okay.
Sure.
This sounds
I
good.
want to try that. Is this like some sort
Bacon
of like
meatball, Chipotle spinach pizza?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good to me.
You guys are just giving us a cool meal.
Yeah.
I'm actually like pretty stoked.
At first, it was supposed to be 1 slice for Suit and the
I'll
rest
take a picture
for
of
Tweet.
it.
Now it's gonna be all for Suit and 1 slice for Tweet.
Yeah, I think it's changing around here. Spinach, bacon, meatball. Okay. We're definitely taking pictures of this too because it sounds amazing.
Yeah, I'll take a picture. Listen, Tweak said he would do that.
Yeah.
Because he's a goblin.
A single gummy on 1 slice. Okay, yeah, sounds good to me. Put a gummy on a slice.
Yeah, I will.
spinach.
I will share.
Bacon strips, spinach.
The gummy on the single slice, you should do a wheel to see who has to eat it.
And the goat cheese? Did I miss anything?
Tuna, Ciabatta,
that's it.
Ula, Filbo, Swiss. I think we got everybody.
Yeah,
Goat
okay.
cheese, Chipotle, bacon, meatballs, and spinach.
Like,
Oh, the Chipotle. That's the one I missed. I knew I was missing something.
so is Chipotle like a sauce on top, or is it going to be like the actual sauce?
It's a sauce they add to the meat. So the meatballs and stuff would probably have the Chipotle on it. So,
Actually sounds really good.
I'm actually excited.
yeah, like it sounds good.
Like, this is a really cool place. I've gotten, like, a butter chicken pizza.
Yeah.
And, like, oh, they do just, like, really good stuff. Like, you get, like, a buffalo chicken style pizza. What's the one? Tandoori chicken is so good.
There's a tandoori chicken one.
Alright, listen, let me grab my car. I'm coming over for a slice.
Yeah, everyone gonna come visit. That sounds good.
I will cross the bloody ocean.
Freestyle or butterfly style.
Exactly. Okay, doke. That sounds good. I just gotta grab the rest of the pizzas here then. I would like pictures and deets. Yes, we will have all the deets.
Yes.
I will make sure the gummy piece gets eaten. Like right when we're coming back to stream.
I look forward to hearing your reaction.
Have my reaction to it. Yeah, exactly. Man, goat cheese is crazy. That's kind of neat. Be right back real quick, 2 minutes. That sounds good. There's like shawarma sauce and stuff. Bit of cheese. I'm just picking a couple other random mixes.
While we're doing that then, let's pull up our goal list again.
Yeah, sounds good.
Since it's like around dinner, yeah, for every 5 subs as well, you're getting put into a PNG tuber reactive raffle that I'm doing.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. I know my luck.
Like tuna there.
Can I call it? Which image I called?
You didn't just call it like stream incentives or something.
No.
I would have just called it like Streamerversary.
On the Just Chatting stream. There you go, incentives image. There we go, we're on Just Chatting now. That works.
Well, we're not playing Far Far West right now.
Actually, yeah, I should back out of the game to get a little more frameage.
So right now, we're actually five away from chat designs a new zip command.
Yeah. Should be
5
good.
away, you say, huh?
I'm gonna fight you.
Honestly, it sounds pretty crazy.
It's okay. Kicker is someone in the chat's gonna take care of it.
But Elden Ring Smasher Pass was hit.
Yep.
I'm excited to work on that. At 100, we're doing a merch giveaway. And at 125, we will gift. We will match the last sub bomb. 150, we are gonna do a multi-day stream event. And 175, a drunken community stream, which we went over the games that would be perfect for it, like Yap Yap or Mecha Chameleon.
Okay,
And at 200, if we hit that, I will show a model teaser, because I'm working on updates for us both.
Ooh.
Okay, that sounds good. Proceed to order. Order has been placed. Excellent. Delivery time ASAP. Okay, cool. Excellent. I guess we could play a bit more while that goes out, or we can. What have we caught up to? We're at 70. We have
We're at
anything
70 right now.
Yeah, so the next thing's at 75. That's a zip command. Oh, Elden Ring Smash and Pass already passed too.
Yep.
Dang, you old. 5 years? Yeah, it's
Dang,
crazy.
we old. Wow.
5 years is a long time. Can't believe it. A 5-year-old goblin? You know how the most goblin lifespan is like 7 days.
That's a couple thing.
Realized during that whole running gun, I had my goggle down, which makes a lot of sense, but must have bumped it while I was like doing stuff. Welcome back, welcome back. But yeah, Either we can play a little bit in between, or we can go on. I said we play a little bit because it's probably gonna take a bit for pizza
I
to shop.
think it'll still take a little bit to arrive.
Excellent. What do you want to do in the meantime, though? We have to pick a game we can relax with a bit in case it shows up.
There is a game that we can call Slay the Spire that you can just stop at any point.
That is true.
Yeah.
You can technically wrap that up anytime. The only reason I didn't include it today is I was trying to avoid games that might accidentally turn into 5 hours.
It's true. Yeah, if we're just gonna play till pizza shows up, that's fine. Let me just see if it has all
we could totally do that.
Yeah. Oh my god, a life sentence in the mines. I mean, that sounds like a lich.
Whoa.
Gotta protect your eye when that ricochet was happening. Exactly. Did you see how many times Soot got, like, hit in the side by the ricochet rounds and just exploded?
But that's a good idea. We can play ourselves.
Yeah. That if my mod is still working on your side. Because I don't know if we did any change of that one.
Updated too much since.
Yeah. Okay, so we'd have the tuna mod on.
Hello, Dewey!
Man, I'm trying to think what mods we'd have to...
Oh, thank you for the follow, DJ Dragon! Hello!
Or do we just go basically vanilla for this, besides, like, more players? just so people can hop in.
Yeah, we're not planning to go to completion.
Nope.
Far West? Yeah, we were Far West.
Yeah, we were just playing.
Thought I followed forever ago. Oh, crazy.
Wah!
Here, let me go live.
Yeah. We don't play Far West anymore. The game was too slow.
Remember reading a cursed
oh, no, emotes only chat. You did miss the Far West portion.
I mean, we could continue mode for Far West and just, like, we'd have to kill the boss whenever the pizza shows up.
We can do that too. Your cop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello,
I'm totally fine with that if you want.
Dewey's gone.
Oh. And then Dewey's gonna come back because we're like, yeah, we could play a little bit if you want. It just might be a rush if we do that one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ulith. I don't know if you saw earlier, but you won the Core Keeper. Gotta send you that after.
And Dewey is back. Hi.
We actually.
Hello.
I know. I actually gotta do another giveaway. Oh yes, yeah. So in this chat is the mod that you have to throw in Far West. All it does is it adds 8 players to the game. That's the only thing. Let me see. How about for the next giveaway?
And I mean, we're also going to be doing Deep Rock after pizza, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Because we're going to do some crowd control. It's been a bit.
Where did that file go? My desktop.
So put it in where? Sorry.
Side chat.
I found it, but where did I put it?
Oh, the mod? You put it in the Far West.
Yeah, so when you open up that zip, there should be a folder that says Far West. And you drag that into the main installation of your Far West. Like, there should be a matching folder. I think there's a screenshot right underneath, too, that kind of shows you what it should look like.
You're all free!
Yeah, free! I don't know where I saved that thing.
Do you need help finding where Far West is installed?
Yeah.
I have it.
Oh, there it is.
I think I did it.
It shouldn't have. Well, to be fair, it's not supposed to override anything. It did for Tuna, which was a little odd, but
yeah. It's okay. I'm a HUD anyway.
Yeah, got home, got in Far Far West. Halfway through the first mission, I see Soot Far Far West. I'm sorry, what?
Oh? Wait.
All the Far Far West? What? I like Far Far
No,
West.
I saw Soot was playing Far Far West.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where is... So I'm
That is
thinking...
strange, because what's normally playing VTuber Studio?
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's true.
Yes, I am on there quite a bit.
Okay, so we had enough things for the next
Exceeding
giveaway.
like 3,000 hours.
Damn.
Oh. How about Resident Evil Village?
Oh. That's a good one.
Start giveaway. There we go. It is up. So if you do !enter, you can get in for Resident Evil Village as our giveaway game.
Yeah. What is it? Every 25 subs, we're doing another?
Yes, every 25. So as soon as we hit 75, I'll have to do another one. I'll probably wait till after this one's done, regardless.
Yeah. And we are close. We are 5 away from our next goal, where you get to come up with a new zip command.
If you have the game, by the way, this will be a humble gift link, so you can give it to a friend, like without redeeming it yourself.
I will recommend it. It's very fun, even if you play on VR.
I haven't played any of these in VR.
Something happened. Hey, Dewey.
I am a wimp
His eye.
in VR with horror stuff.
Yeah, so it's great. This mod not only makes it 8-player, but it actually adds like 4 additional colors in to like make sure everyone's still got separate colors and everything. It's really cool.
Hey, thank you, Tweak. How are you doing?
I mean, to be fair, so our plan after this was Deep Rock. If people are really liking Far
If we
Far
really
West,
wanna
we can keep playing Far Far West.
We can.
Yeah.
I would still like to do some Deep Rock with crowd control.
Yeah.
We'll see how things go.
But like
later, like probably like I don't know, 9 or so. We're gonna be doing bone rooms.
Yeah, we're gonna switch to bone rooms regardless. Yeah,
for like
that's
the
good.
rest of the night, it's gonna be bone rooms.
But just because Deep Rock, we can also just do on a Friday with crowd control if we need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Just it's like we missed it.
Yeah.
But also, yeah, Far Far West has been a lot of fun.
Wait, I can now join you for this.
React to PNG.
Wait,
yeah,
where's
like tuna right there.
Wait, what? Where? I don't say anything.
Oh, I heard piano. Heard some piano.
Ah. But yeah, no, that's fine for now. Well,
My cabbages.
my cabbages, Jenna DJ Dragon, thank you.
Well, that means we're at the next thing. So
guess what? You all get to make a zip command now.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna have to do a zip command when we come back.
Thank you so much, DJ. I really appreciate that.
Would you
are going in the draw?
Would you all prefer me? Like, I guess we should come up with the idea here. But if you want, I could also like do it as part of a coding stream if people want to actually see how it's like zip command.
Sure.
But either way, we should still probably come up with the idea when we're back from supper break. Is that?
Yes, we're gonna have to think on that now. Like, what should zip do? What kinds of commands? My God. Like, seriously though, I can't believe like we actually hit that goal. We were getting there. Thank you. Okay, Cozy, we somehow ended up with a pretty exciting pizza.
Oh, it's a good pizza. It's surprisingly good.
I'm excited.
No, wait.
Section is full.
I'm
I'll
sorry
get
you
the
do, but you have to call and cancel the pizza and have one more topping.
Oh yeah, you're technically right. Yeah, people were doing that. Well, do you want to be the one that's like, because technically Swiss wanted me to put a thing on topping. Do you want me to throw like the sweet and sour gummies on a slice for you? I'll throw on both.
Oh my god.
I'm not the one choosing.
Or something like that. Give me something to throw on a slice of pizza. Anchovies? I love anchovies. Not necessarily like with what we're ordering though. That'd probably be pretty weird.
Jalapenos.
Jalapenos are good, yeah.
Jalapenos.
Yeah.
Call me
Also, I couldn't get in.
Parmesan and jalapeno. You couldn't go in the lobby?
No.
Oh.
But it keeps saying session is full.
Huh?
Yeah, I know.
I don't think I uninstalled the mod between when we played.
Were you guys playing? Were you guys playing just 4 earlier?
No, we were 5. Yeah.
Yeah, we were trying
But I
out the
did have
new.
to
Yeah,
invite-
session full. I even went through. Did it it didn't like delete the mod on itself or something, did it?
Let me quit and see. And
No, I still have it.
See if I can.
I have the mods. That's so
wait,
strange.
So you try to join? Wonder if Soot joins first and then Swiss joins. I wonder if just her mod might not be in properly or something, and then maybe she got in the first 4.
I don't know.
Yeah, try joining now, Soot. Well, there's only 3.
Still saying. Wait, nope.
Okay, Soot's in. Okay.
I'm in.
Okay, so now if Swiss tries to rejoin. Yeah, Swiss join. Okay, so you might just not have the mod installed probably, but that just means we just have to load
You
you
might
in.
just have to check mine. I tried my best.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing only the host and the player 5 to 8 need to have the mod.
Yeah, it might fix the colors. I'm not sure what the colors look like for Soot instead of like the 5 color. Like in the top left, are we 5? Like I'm purple, Dewey's green, and there's blue, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I see the colors.
But are they all different?
Well, you and Dewey are green.
Okay, so you don't have the mod installed then. That's what happens. That's what happens when you don't have the mod installed and do more players. Is someone matches.
I don't know how I fucked it up.
Oh,
You know
that's
what?
right.
Wild magic.
I mean, it works though, so that's the important part.
You know what? The wild magic.
Wild magic.
Awesome music.
I think wild magic is becoming a crutch.
Oh yeah, and Nan was off, right? So.
Yep. She has
what
to
if
go
I-
take care of some chores in her house.
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
I want to take the chimkin.
So you've done everywhere, haven't you?
Oh, I see. You're grabbing ration
yeah, I think
for,
we did
for
both
the red.
things.
Right, got it.
I gotta feed
Oh, you don't
Lucy.
No, you still don't have the Pathfinder.
Oh yeah, I don't have the Pathfinder. That in challenges? Yeah. Wes.
I need to
reckon
step
Area
over.
41 is missing.
I need to step away to feed Lucy.
I mean, that's fine. You might as well. We'll start the mission up, but then.
I guess we could check. It's probably Area 51.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. My thing
that's
said Area
probably
41 was missing.
Yeah.
Cool.
So the thing you can do is I can drop a portal close to Soot, and when she's ready to...
Yeah, that way, even if she's dead, it doesn't matter. We can just go pick her up.
Yeah.
Always dropping your
I should have been
never
doing
raised
that when we were ordering our food.
Yeah, it's fine.
He's been too lazy anyway. He's not yelling at me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably
Lucy's
have to like
been-
wake him up or something.
Lucy's been way more like chill.
Well, it's the summer.
Yeah. I think he's just sleeping more often.
He's sleeping in the nice sun.
Yeah. Yeah, basically when pizza arrives, I'll step away for a second, then we'll just have to go for the mission goal. It's probably the easiest way to.
Alright, if I die, I die.
You can always play more
It's
after.
okay, I put a portal next to you.
Oh, landmine's right at the start. I need to save souls though for that thing now.
Oh, landmines. Oh, I see what you mean now.
Yeah. Because there's a spotlight, but these ones are kind of more like landmines.
Yep.
Yeah, we should be able to do the main objective right away.
Actually, apparently you can shoot them too. Oh god, that was.
Oh, yep, yes. Around the corner.
Yeah. Ooh, a wishing well. I need to gamba.
Hey.
Please mini nuke, please mini nuke, please mini nuke.
Nuke!
Yeah.
I just saw from very far. Nuke!
I don't think the nuke killed Suit, but I think we should just say
No.
it.
Dirty bean water.
But even though she was only in the start, it still has harm, so I spawned there.
I think we should say that I did a wishing well and it fired the nuke all the way to start just to kill him.
As long as she doesn't look at the log.
Yeah, exactly. Is this the boss? No, this is the totems. Ah. Yeah, no, I've been having fun with this, so I'm totally down to play more Far West now that we got the 8-player mod go.
I've been doing a boomerang speed build. So I'm having a lot of fun now.
Oh yeah. I like that you can see the train flying around the map. Or like a couple trains, I guess, flying around. What's over there that everyone has found?
Hi, you ready, Tweak? I'm coming over to you. I missed my troll. Fuck. Hi.
Hello.
Oh.
Oh, I need those too.
I like that we just dump it on ourselves and we're like, blah, 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 blah.
Oh.
We are robots. I don't think we drink.
Tweet, do you want to go directly to the Smith?
Oh yeah,
Smith?
we could go to the Smith. Good point.
Right, so you just need to grab this.
Woo! Oh, I missed a little bit. Pretty close though. I also have the a strong one, like where I'm a little heavier.
Oh. I want to get the one that I'm more light and I'm in the air longer.
Ah, that's fair.
I don't have it yet, which I'm sad.
I'm getting close to being able to purchase a Ricochet, so that'll be fun on the minigun.
Ricochet is so good in the minigun.
Well, we had that in the last round where I had like 3 of the more movement speed, more damage, and then I had 10 of the 30% more damage, and then Ricochet. It was insane.
Oh, that's another storm.
What is my luck on these landmines?
On a scale of 1 to pain.
I think it was more the lamp that saw you.
Also, are we robots powered by human souls or something? Oh, I didn't jump in time. Oh no, there was an exploding barrel next to me that blew up. Oh, that's what happened. I was like, what? These guys are terrifying. What kind of creature are they where their wings are attached to their pelvis?
Big angel.
A pelvic angel. Be not afraid. Okay.
Oh.
Hello. Where is the other one?
Down here.
Oh. Oh, missed. Oh, how can I get you from there? Come here.
If you need, there's a rope right.
No, we don't. No.
Gonna blow yourselves out?
Did that hurt you?
Oh, there's a rope right here too.
Yeah. There is.
Come back. Don't worry, I gamba'd and got a nuke out of a wishing well.
Is so back?
The boy is fed.
I feel like
nice.
I took care of the boy.
I feel like
He's
if I'm
happy.
covered in nuclear radiation, I wouldn't be cool. I'd be toasty.
You can just grab the portal suit.
DJ, you're too sweet.
Did I start the?
Also, yeah, I've beaten Core Keeper.
Oh, I got more
once
bottles.
in early access.
Hi, suit.
I have catching up
Hi,
to
suit.
do with the.
Hi, suit.
Hi.
Suit.
It's fine.
Hi.
I have to play the DLC and
Plus, we
stuff
go wrong.
still. But Core Keeper good.
Portal is directly at the forge.
I'm grabbing cards, and then I will jump in. Thank you for portaling me.
Yep.
Woo! Oh, nice.
I just
Come
love
in.
the portal.
Oh, that's great. There's already a terrifying thing.
Yay! Terrifying things. Woo!
No! No!
Ah, lava hurt.
Oh, bitch!
Who would have thought lava hurt?
Lava did.
Oh gosh, without the revival card, reviving takes forever.
Oh, you ass!
Gosh, there's two
Ask
of them.
and you shall receive.
Ah!
Oh, I went to the portal. Oh, that got me. Man, it is hard to fight and coordinate the double ring jumping at the same time.
Yeah.
I think that's where most of my deaths have been happening, is to the ring jumps.
Together
Right,
go
yeah.
strong.
Man, I really do, like, I don't know why it never crossed my mind, because I've already been modding this game, but just it never crossed my mind to try modding Jokers in. Like, I could probably come up with some crazy Joker ideas.
I just got the 25% of gravity.
Oh,
Jump.
nice.
I'm just jumping very hard.
All the jumping.
Don't forget your reward.
I already have everything.
Excellent, excellent. What horrifying skull is chasing Swiss right now?
I don't know, but I can go look. I'll be there soon.
Oh, there's a Joker on its track, spawn.
Right there. Portal.
So fast.
This is a bomb
Two Jokers on
spawner.
spawn.
Oh.
Oh god, there's a horseman.
Oh, you meant like that.
Good job.
Pyro. I don't have that, but I'll drop it for somebody.
Oh, that's your Swiss.
I think I saw
Hello?
something with acid.
Swiss.
It is a suit.
Who do acid?
I do acid.
I have double acid at the moment.
We both
So
have double
Oh, you have
acid.
double as well? Okay.
Here,
I got electric and revive.
Does anyone have fire? Or is that...
I have fire as well. I'm going.
Okay.
I'm doing double acid fire at the moment.
Okay, I'll
so
give you
I want to
my-
level up my acid more.
I'll give you my fire card then.
Sure. I only have like 2 cards.
Here we go.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. What ones did I pick up?
No, wait, is that the train? Oh, I found the train.
Yeah, I have nothing
Oh, that's the
elemental
boss?
specific, so that's
Man, we should
good.
probably head back to the main thing we were working on. Whoops.
Yeah.
A little distracted.
Money's good though. I like gold.
Yeah.
I like gold too.
Gold.
I like gold, but I need the souls of the innocent. Is that a wishing well? Oh no, that's a spotlight. It tricked me with its glowiness.
Do we need to do the broken train on this one?
Oh yes, we do. Oh, you found the broken train?
Yeah, it means we're on it.
Oh, okay, I'm coming.
I don't want to take credit. You were here first.
Yeah, I know, but you were here too. After.
Because you participated, you get the participation award.
Your skills and my also be.
With your management skills, which means you do nothing, stand there and take all the credit.
I'm gonna go grab dirt.
I'm good.
That's what Tweak does.
Hi. Portal directly to the train.
Oh, okay.
Excellent. Railroad worker.
Yeah, I'm just very, very mobile.
Stay within the signal zone. Where is it? Over there.
Are you chunky?
I am, but I haven't actually picked up any. Like, I just got 1 chunk.
I'm gonna move just to make sure.
It's just that last mission I had picked up like 2 extra chunkies.
Do you want me to do it, quick?
I stopped there.
I do have double jump with gravity.
Yeah, sure, if you want.
We have a stop.
What's the next place? Wait, where is it? Oh,
Yeah, oh, it's over here.
There's a golden joker over here.
Oh, yeah. Golden Joker. What the heck?
Wait, I barely see where I have to go.
Oh, I see it over there now. I think it's taking a little while to spawn for some reason.
No, it's more because of all those geyser. I was not seeing anything.
Oh. I just got glass cannon. Oh, pass the pizza. I will be dead.
What?
I was like, I'm gonna kill you, but you're good.
Oh. Oh yeah, no, I'm good. I also can throw down a healing ring.
I got beer.
You're good.
There you go. Done.
I like the healing ring for when we're doing like bosses and stuff as well.
Do I have to give it back to him? Or can I just keep it?
Just drop it. You don't need to keep it.
Yeah, but I want it.
Boom! Oh, did pizza arrive? Because Tweak kind of just died.
Yeah, Tweet did say pizza arrive.
I guess that means we're rushing the boss.
It'll keep warm.
Quests.
But yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna put the portal right here, then let me rush the boss. Where is the boss?
Oh, I missed them.
Oh wait,
I missed them in the chaos.
we need to do the objective first, right?
Didn't we do that? Oh, we didn't do that. Yes, we will need to do that objective.
Yeah, I'm rushing over there. I'll drop the portal.
Did we win? Have I been choking out a snake this whole time?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It was pretty funny, so...
Oh, the snake killed me. I didn't even know snakes actually bit you. I thought they just wanted to be slapped in the face.
Hi, I'm here.
Yep, they damage you.
Whoa!
I did put the portal directly to the objective, so we can do
perfect. Ah, I'm
and
coming
I
through
also
the portal.
got a legendary that would go pretty well with your minigun.
Oh. I didn't miss like a card back there, did I?
No.
didn't.
Okay.
Here, tweak.
Yeah.
This one.
Oh, that's a good one. I only picked up a health card. What's it do, Healthy Boy? What if you're at max health, you get more move speed? I don't know if anyone wants that. I don't stay at max health very often, so.
I stay max health.
Yeah, okay, here you go.
I can grab it.
You can trade, yeah.
You're lunchless. Hell yeah.
Okay, gonna throw that there. Gonna throw that there. Shall we do the next totem then, I guess?
Yeah, since you got
Yeah.
a pizza, we're gonna try to rush it.
Yeah.
Oh god, that mean.
I'm excited to try out that cursed pizza.
Yeah. I
mean,
didn't
it's
think
not
I'd be
cursed.
excited.
It's cursed in the way that it's like, it sounds amazing. And I never would have put it together myself.
It's totally a cursed one.
Yeah.
You're gonna get sick. You should not eat it. You should mail it to me.
Oh, you know what? Actually, that does sound more like a curse. Usually curses aren't obvious.
True. I accidentally went in the portal!
How did you do that?
Oh. I did place the portal farther away to make sure that it doesn't happen.
There's a thing there if anyone wants to light it.
There's a cursed pizza I had such a long time ago. They love to layer on the toppings, like they're very liberal, the toppings.
Oh.
But they never cooked it long enough so the dough underneath is still raw.
Oh, no. Oh, man. Topping heavy pizza and then it's just, oh, destroy them once for all. There's another wave. Okay.
Yeah. It's the downside of adding so many
Oh,
toppings.
this
You
one's,
have to.
Yeah, it's hard to eat it.
That's true, too. Oh, that's why I'm having so much trouble with the jumping. It's just because I have the lower jumps in general. I have to jump a lot later. I didn't even think about the fact that, like, the strong that makes you heavy would make jumping over those have a lower hitbox. Only reason I could tell was because this one was so much slower. Ow. Standing your healing zone. We did it.
Yay! Now we can just grab the portal.
Oh, there's a card here.
Oh.
Oh, did you make a portal to the next one already, too?
Yeah, I kind of just flew all the way over there.
I went through the portal and it was hell.
Ah!
You hear all those birds that died?
Oh, those were all the enemy that was rushing after me.
Oh. Walked through and it was just like... Is there any primary? Oh, there's one primary ammo left. Okay.
Alright.
Okay, what was this boss again? A train or something? It's probably a train or something.
I think so. Alright, I'm gonna go for... outside.
Oh, I might as well throw my bottles so they start regenning. I kind of like that, honestly. The fact that the bottles, like, you throw, like, 3 of them, and then they just regen. And then you throw 3 of them, and then they just regen. Kind of handy. Okay, summons the boss. Make sure everyone is ready.
Oh, DJ, you need to pick your class.
Oh, do they have a class yet?
You just followed, so it might need to give it a bit.
Yeah, I don't think DJ has a class.
That's fair. Yeah, so
I think you get like 100 guild coins over time.
Right, so just on the other side of the bridge, here, it's the portal directly to the train.
I think I
Including the
calculated
boss?
it out.
Okay.
That, yeah. I think I calculated that
I was
out
doing
that if
side.
you do the check-in for the first, like, 3 to 5 streams, it gives you enough to get a class, and then you start getting guild coins like crazy. Outclass, exclamation mark by class.
Yeah.
All together, no space. If you do it without a word, it'll tell you like how to do it. It'll be like, here's all your options and stuff like that.
Hello.
Without a space. So by class together. There you go. You do not have enough guild coins for a class at the moment. Yeah, so you gotta watch a little bit more stream and then you'll be able to, or like future streams, and then you'll be able to do it.
I'm sorry, Tweak.
Yeah.
But
It
wonder
basically
if it
is just
must
like
people need me.
at follow, because I saw them Wednesday.
Yeah, it's for doing that check-in mission once per stream.
Yeah.
So once you've done the check-in like 3 times, then you can get a class. It doesn't take too long. Okay, shall I hit the button?
We need to wait for Swiss.
Oh, you don't.
And now we can.
Although to be fair, I could always throw guild coins and stuff into like sub and gift subbing, so that there's more way to use them that way too.
True. No, 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 no. Oh no. How do I? Oh, no.
Turning slowly.
I just
That
jumped
one
above
hard.
it. Oh, I think I know what's going on. But the health. I think he has more health than his max health.
Oh, because of the number of players. That makes sense, yeah. Because they set the skills up.
Hello, Garlina.
We are doing
How
damage,
you
but
doing?
it just takes a little bit to get to a normal health bar.
Yeah.
Snakes!
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, your whole invulnerability zone ran out. That's
No!
crazy. Just from snakes.
I hope you've been resting well.
Yeah. Snake! Man, it's still not down. Oh, there we go. Now we can see the health bar. Okay, it's going down.
Oh my god, we can see it!
That explains a lot, actually, why it didn't look like we were...
Shoot the bells above it.
Oh god.
Good, just don't push yourself. Take it as easy as you need to.
I'm murdering the dude. Murdering some dude. Oh, no, those are friendly dudes now.
Oh, stream has been chaotic. It's been going really great.
Oh, I didn't realize our souls were tumbleweed. That's
Yeah, we
cool.
are.
Ow. Ow.
Yeah, you're taking some damage there.
Oh.
Alright, full health. Did you recover my health, too?
I hope. Does Boing no longer have jump?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh god. Ooh, ah.
Wah, 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 wah.
Oh, there's a lot of healing zones.
Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, I can throw down multiple. Ah!
Oh man, I'm out of ammo and everything.
Bells above his head.
Alright! Secondary ammo. Okay, I can use that.
Oh my god. Come on, die!
Good job.
I always have.
I don't think I've ever run out of ammo in all my guns.
And now all we need to do is crowd the portal.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Enemies right on the other side.
Ooh! Oh god!
There's ammo here. Yay! I can fire my minigun again.
Also,
oh, hello,
congrats
Berlina.
again on the surgery.
Yeah. All uphill from here, yeah? No, that's
I'm
fair.
glad everything's gone really well. Oh god! Yeah!
Everything's exploding.
So if you see my portal, you can just jump into it. The two portals are here.
I'm dead.
Ah.
Oh,
God
those guys
damn.
being friendly is kind of OP with the purple circles.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they don't die when it runs out. They just take damage.
Oh.
Train! Train!
Train's here. Okay, hopping on.
Oh my god, I'm stuck in the wheel!
Alright.
I'm an orb and I'm
shit.
stuck in the wheel.
I wanted to revive.
I'm in the wheel!
Where?
I'm in the wheel!
I'm reviving Soot from the wheel.
I'm in the
Oh,
wheel!
I died in the process.
Dang it.
I was stunned! Like a piece of gum!
I was trying to.
Oh, beautiful. Well,
Oh man.
we're gonna stop for a supper break, and then we'll be back. I'm gonna take pictures of the.
Yes, we will take pictures. I'm excited.
I don't even know what to call it. Bacony goat ball pizza.
Don't forget to put the word spicy.
Spicy, yeah.
What a name!
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, exactly. It's got spinach on it, right? So Popeye? Popeye's spicy goat ball pizza.
Perfect.
Lock it in, that's the one.
Yeah, that's
Oh man. Oh, I got so much stuff! But yeah, we
Yeah,
definitely
I
could do
just
more of this
unlocked
if
the
we're
Far,
having
Far
a ton of
West.
fun.
Oh, sorry, it's Popeye's spicy goat ball pizza with bacon.
Wait.
Gotta add
And
the with
one
bacon.
gummy drop.
With
And
bacon.
one gummy, yeah. Oh god, that's so good. But yeah, we'll be right back. I'll take lots of pictures. It'll probably be like 30 minutes at
health
most.
break
I'll
is
save
coming
the
up in
gummy
2 minutes.
pizza slice for like
Oh
when
my
we're
God.
back, so I can eat that one like while we're
Yeah,
here. Yeah. And it'll be even better because I'll have just eaten pizza. Then if it's like gag worthy, anyway.
Oh my god.
Let's take a break then.
Yes.
We will see you all shortly, probably with more Far Far West because I'm actually getting into this.
Yeah, this game's a lot of fun. We can do a Deep Rock community stream like next week.
Yeah. But see you in a bit, everybody. Enjoy some noms. Have a bit of a break yourself if you need it, and we'll be back in the West shortly. Hello, everybody. Turn my camera back on. Was prepping the cursed slice of pizza because y'all were so nice, and that pizza that you made for us, absolutely phenomenal. It was too good. I couldn't even ruin a single slice of it. That's how good it was. So, what do you mean? Oh, are you joining in? Okay. Okay, let me go back to regular. Here we go. But yeah, welcome back. Yeah,
He is doing something cursed.
yeah. I need to grab a picture of it. You can see this
I
thing.
can see the picture.
Well, in Discord, but not on stream.
Yeah, I would definitely pull that up. The satanic slice.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So this is what I'm working with at the moment. It's been soaking for a little bit. It's got like some cheese on it, obviously. So I think it was that cheese that Shibata said was bad. It's got butter chicken, gyro beef, curry sauce,
Oh
Pockies.
no. You took the butter chicken one. Oh no.
Gummies, popcorn, maple syrup, and soy sauce on it at the moment. So, yeah, I'm gonna try this and see. Yeah, I hate what I've done to this pizza. Oh, it's sticky.
Oh my god.
That's right, savor it.
Oh.
You can see it like on your model's face.
It's not good. It's not good. Oh, the only saving grace is actually the maple syrup. That's the only thing that oh, the rest is so bad. I don't know if I can eat any more of that. It's so bad.
You tainted it.
Oh, it's so nasty. Oh, I didn't get enough of a gummy. I should do one more. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna move the Talkie and the gummy and everything onto a single bite so I can just, like, see what it tastes like.
Oh.
It's so bad. It's like if you poured a barrel of salt into some maple syrup and then just plastered soggy bread. Oh, and there's like butter chicken spice underneath, I guess, or the Talkie or something. I can't even tell what I'm eating.
Oh my god.
Oh, and then now there's the gummy. That's a horrible texture on a pizza. No, that's awful. Oh. I made it worse because I'm like, I need to do more than just a gummy and ruin a slice of pizza because Jat made such a good pizza. Oh my god, that was...
You know what to do. We have to clip tweet suffering.
I need some soda pop to wash that down.
That's great.
I know I'll say I always say I'll try anything once, but like never want to eat that again.
Oh,
that was awful.
You two are just making me remember when Bra ate that pizza.
Oh, I remember the clip.
Oh, it's like it like lingers. The flavor lingers.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I can't believe the most like abrasive flavors of the whole thing were like the soy sauce and the maple syrup mixed together. That is a terrible taste.
Yeah, that sounds awful.
But
no, eat all the pizza like that.
Oh,
that is awful.
I couldn't ruin the one you got. The one you all made, like the meatball like goat cheese pizza. That was really good.
That was actually
I'm gonna have
amazing.
to remember that. That was like one of my favorite pizzas I've ever tried. Posture can cause excessive wear on a streamer. Recommended checking in just every 69 minutes. That's fair. That's about the time we have our ads run, actually, is what's for when we take a break to stretch. That's awesome. Also, hello, how's it going? This does not count as hydration or nourishment in it. I'm definitely throwing out the rest of this pizza. I can't make myself eat a third bite. It's that much of a like. My brain is like, no, you're not putting more of that into you. Oh man, the rest of the pizza was so good. I should have eaten this first just to like eat the pizza after to get rid of the flavor. Gonna need more soda pop. Coca-Cola is the only thing that can kill the taste. Oh, it's so nice. You can see in the picture how soaked it was. That was a picture I took right when I put it together. I'm eating it like 5 minutes after the maple syrup soaked all the way through the soy sauce maple syrup soaked through the bread, so it was like soggy. Anyway, sorry, I'm gonna take that image off.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty.
Oh, but I did it for chat. Y'all made such a good pizza. I had to actually have something.
Yeah, I was just like, dude, what did we do to deserve such a god's pizza?
Oh, I gotta throw this thing in. I'll be right back.
Oh.
Hey, Lucy.
When all the chat just when all the chat just want the Kobold and the Goblin to have a good food, and they're both like, "No, we want to suffer."
Tweak wants suffering. So cursed.
I think I should not be getting any more calls and everything, so I will start doing my own setup too.
Alrighty. I will be right back as well.
Yeah, I didn't want to ruin a whole piece. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna do one more quick be right back while we clean up. Then we should be good to go.
Yeah, I'm getting my stuff set up too.
Oh man, that was like stomach churning. Okay, be right back.
That's crazy.
Oh god, guys, gravity turned off. Oh no.
No!
There goes gravity.
How dare!
They turned off my gravity.
How dare!
Oh, my gravity's still up for
me. That was the Moon Rider effect.
Oh.
People go up and up, and down and down.
Oh! Ow! It ran out. It slammed me into the ground. Oh my god! It's perfect! Look at that accuracy! I can't even hit the thing right in front of me!
Oh my goodness, I've never seen such insanity! Oh my gosh! This is... Do I need to do anything? Are you guys friends?
You don't want to be like this.
I don't think we can
disgusting.
kill all these.
This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't.
Oh my god, this is not what I was expecting going into Sons of the Forest today. Don't pay attention to the dog. Kevin, you do it. I don't want to kill a dog. Okay, Kevin killed the dog. I'm not responsible for this. Okay? Okay, I'm gonna... Just...
Yeah, we did it.
Oh, I win!
And then we fall through the pod and mission failure.
They win!
Oh, so it just disappeared.
What? What? I failed!
What?
What?
Wait, what?
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 How? That doesn't make any sense.
Fail, but we won, but we failed, but we won, but we
wow!
failed, but we...
Hacks!
It's okay.
So you have to climb that spinning log over there.
I'm spectating.
I'm getting that everyone's dead. Ah!
I'm
Oh,
alive.
it's funny. It says I'm spectating Tweak, even though it's clearly set. Oh.
Yeah.
You were doing good, and then you launched yourself.
I'm terrified because I don't know where it is.
So these emotes are entertaining me.
I hear it. Oh, there he is. So Death is here. So that's our new spawn.
No. Death,
The
go
spawn's
away.
something good, except Death keeps coming to murder us.
I don't want it. Death, go away. Go home.
Did you just cheese Death?
Yeah.
What is going on back here?
Put me in the toilet! Let go of me!
Alright!
I should have
I got the poo on me!
Oh no!
I got the poo on me!
It's fine, it's fine.
This is like the most horrible way to die.
I'm gonna watch the poo off you.
That doesn't seem to be working, so... Okay, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go start the adventure again! Whee!
Wee. Oh.
Hello everybody, we are back. Welcome back. We're gonna do some more Far Far West.
Yes.
We're gonna do some Deep Rock, but I think we're gonna do Far Far West into Bone Rooms and save Deep Rock for like another day to just do Crackle Deep Rock. Yeah, I just ate a horrifying pizza, and we can do a stream giveaway.
It was quite horrific.
So if anyone else wants to enter for the incentive in the corner there, which I think was Resident Evil Village, now's your last chance to do so. Otherwise, I will run the thing before we start the next mission. And then if we hit 100 subs, we will be doing another giveaway. And what is that one?
A merch giveaway.
Oh, merch giveaway.
Yeah,
That's true.
so it's gonna be a big one. We're actually going to be giving away merch from our fourth wall.
And at 125, I match the subs. So essentially, you could like bump it up higher if you want to do that.
True.
So lots of options. Oh. Apologies, I'm still trying to get over what I just ate.
Memories.
Just think of the amazing meatball pizza instead. How good it was.
Actually so good. The meatballs and the goat cheese went so well together, and it was just like a nice sweet and savory with the chipotle.
Yeah.
The
boomerang is very fun to eat. It's very fun. The lives, get 1 point in life steal and then grab something else. It's gonna heal you all the time.
Oh, it has lifesteal? What the heck? Well, I guess the revolver had that. I think I did a lifesteal. No, I didn't level it up. I watched people do a revolver lifesteal build.
Like you saw how much I don't die that much. I've been only using the boomerang to level it up. And at the same time, I'm like full damage and 1 point in lifesteal, and that's it.
You already put that. I forgot that I can customize it. I was doing lifesteal on these guys too. I now have 4 slots, so I can do one of the fan. I don't really want fire rate. Oh, I guess you could put in all different things if you wanted. Have it do like fire and electricity and stuff.
Oh, you can also change the element of your boomerang.
Oh yeah.
That's cool. Like that.
Yeah, you can decide all 3 element.
Oh, that's what I wanted. I wanted these fire pistols to leave puddles of fire on the ground when they blow up. Can't see.
Okay. Everyone is in Swiss if you want to come back.
Yay, it worked.
Yeah, I think Swiss left to wait for everyone to be in.
Oh. That's fair. I think we fixed it.
Oh yeah. We fixed it. I had it. Oh my god, it was slightly outside of the wrong folder.
Yeah. She just had it one folder up instead of where it needed to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, maybe I replaced the folder with the other one. That's what happened on my side. Oh well, it's working. It's working.
I could do the minigun that has a 30% chance to fire random elemental bolts. In the meantime, how many slots does this need? 5.
At the same time, Toy, do you want me to knock? Like, not for the collab chat.
Oh yeah, it's shared chat. I need to grab thing. Oh, let me do a giveaway too.
I can just do this at the same time.
What?
That's simple.
Pick the winners on the draw. DJ Dragon. I'm gonna write that down. I can send it to you after you won the Resident Evil.
I wish I can get my hats on a goat.
Resident Evil Village.
Yay! Congrats!
February. Perfect.
Congrats, DJ.
Don't worry about the note there. Hills of Fire, spoopy games. Yeah, all the spoopy games. Who doesn't like spoopy month? That's the best.
Well, that's when we go hard on spoopy games.
Yeah. I think I need to open Chrome for that.
Either Chrome or Firefox.
Yeah. I wish it would work with Opera. That's kind of my main one. Oh, stream together.
Yeah,
Accept.
I'm doing the same thing. That's why I have the Firefox on the side just for that.
Yeah, I accepted, but it loaded Opera, so give me a sec.
Yeah.
Figured it might.
If you need, I can always just resend another invite.
Yeah, let me see. No one wants to collaborate. No, it looks like it's still here.
You still got it? There you are.
Yay, it worked.
Wow.
And now I just do this.
For anyone who doesn't know by this point, it's also Tuna's hatch day today. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy birthday, Tuna!
Yeah.
Thank you.
Happy birthday again, Tuna!
Oh my god,
Thank
the pile
you.
of hats.
Now I'm gonna start my own stream so you can say it again.
Yo, excellent.
Happy birthday, Tuna! A third
Happy
time.
birthday!
Oh, you have the same hat.
No, my hat's the best hat.
Also gotta turn the reactives back on.
Yeah. Let's take. Thank you, go.
The hats.
Oh, don't steal my crown. It's my birthday, Gio.
They're piling up.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Tweak, you gotta turn back on the reactives.
Oh, wait, are the reactives off?
Yeah, they're not there.
Okay. Do I need to... Hold on. Let me just do a quick...
Thing.
There we go. I fixed it.
Oh, okay.
I had to leave and go back in.
Yep, that's what happens.
I'm up at 100. What do you mean I'm up at 100?
Wow, I didn't know you were that old, Tuna. Congratulations on your centennial.
Why do you think I keep telling Kay I'm older than her? Wah! Hi, Kazi!
Hello, Kazi!
Hello, Kazi!
Oh, wait. Wait, did you say this? Oh, you didn't say the streak because you closed the 100 streak. God damn.
That's a lot of streaking. I'll be honest.
Man, that's a lot of hats.
Yeah. Thank you, DJ.
This is a tiny pile compared to the hats I've seen.
Yeah, oh yeah. I've seen people like crash the server with hats already.
Oh god.
Yep.
I guess there's only one thing I can do now.
I can't believe they made them physics objects.
Yeah, you can jump into it.
Me too. Yeah!
Just to note, these are complex as well.
Oh my god.
These aren't simple ones.
I was throwing hats underneath the pile. That was really causing some like...
Oh shit.
Yes, attack the tuna.
Wait, Wyvern, thank you for 5 gifts.
Shinies in a tuna can.
Yeah!
Soup stirs wild magic. Tweak caffeinates.
You're not allowed to give me
Lucy
some.
judges the
Only I
exchange
give
and
stuff to
reveal
others.
fishy fortune.
I mean, no,
It's
I don't
illegal.
do that either.
Still no fishing.
Yeah,
I
no
moved the
fishing.
bucket away. I'm too fast. Let's see. Let's just see. Who did you get? Thank you for the gift and sub to Stunning Heart VT, Yamato's CZ.
This guy's head
Flying
looks like a coffee
Fisherman
butt.
Man Float. Holy shit. What the heck? That's a name. Flying Fisherman Float. To Snarl, Grove Death, and to the Kodak Kobold. Nice! Thank you again for the 5 gifts, Wyver.
I think the 4th instrument has to be a jug, right?
Yes.
No, not just a
There has
jug.
to be a base. There has to be a base.
The jug and
Jaden, thank you.
I want them to have the spoon.
Ah.
Because there was a lot of stuff in
Oh,
the
yeah,
Far
spoons,
West
okay.
with spoon. Wait, no, we need to.
Alright.
Excellent. Are we ready to go murder things?
I'm ready. I'm
Thank
ready.
you, Wyver.
Hell yeah.
I'm ready.
Wait, did we unlock the new area? We do have Far, Far North now.
Yeah,
Ooh.
we do have 4 North now.
Far, far north it is.
Train
Let's
or
go.
vulture?
Can't fetch live Steam data
Train?
from this cave, sorry. I'm a mimic, not a
We
Steam
haven't
engine.
fought
Train.
train
Pretend
today,
your collection is a
so
dragon horde
Train.
of games,
Train.
shiny coins for soot, caffeinated quests for tweak.
Time to
and
train
decided
to
how much
fight
mana
against the
is for me.
train.
Man, Zip's gotten into steampunk recently. I don't know why. He just bring up steampunk stuff.
I think we should bring it up too for my side of people, I guess. Grr! We do play this game for another 2 hours, or
Yeah.
little bit less than 2 hours, but it is also with a mod that we can have up to 8 players.
Yeah.
yes.
It's pretty easy to install too, so if you want to hop in, I'm sure one of us can get it to you.
Yeah.
All you have to do is be on Zipco Discord server.
Yeah. As friend of the week, I did see that. I don't know if it showed up on stream or not, but
Oh yeah. Hop on in, DJ.
I see gold.
Yeah, if you want to join, you can talk in.
Yeah, I don't know about just
Hello.
drop-ins. I guess we'll find out.
Oh, that's a light. I'm fine. I dodged it.
Snowy.
Drop-ins will work as long as they have the mod. If you want to hop in voice chat, you got to be in the main Discord. But like, I can give you a verified role, DJ, because we've already been chatting with you in the community one.
Yeah.
DJ is one of my mod too.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
They were on stream with me
right back.
for Archipelago a little
Right
bit ago.
back. I see you, Luke Goblin. Come here.
Kill it. Get it.
It was some good stuff. I failed horribly at Pikmin, and then I succeeded horribly at Pikmin.
It was all horrible.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, more gold.
It fills up so quick, I might as well suck it up. Wow. But what the...
I don't know where that's... You know what? Cult of Lamb.
Probably.
God
Cult of Lamb.
dang it.
This place is interesting. Oh god.
Oh no, I might die.
Dying is for the weak.
I don't even know where the little goblin is anymore. A nuke died right next to me.
It's a train.
Get on the train. There's a legendary on the train. There's a legendary on the train.
I exploded before I could get on the train.
Oh boy. Oh.
But yeah, I'm not catching that thing. I assume it just loops the tracks. There must be like some sort of yeah.
I'm gonna have to reload for the.
Well, thank you.
Can you heal me? I'm dead. Ghost, I'm a ghost, and I go
the
boom,
sliding
boom, boom,
is
boom, boom.
crazy.
Ghost, I'm a ghost, and I go boom, 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 boom.
So,
Also, you should attack the tuna with fish.
Yeah.
No.
Attack all the tuna.
Oh my god. Wyver just got a fish emote from the hype train.
Oh, I see the track. It does go all the way around the map.
Yeah.
There's more stuff to mine here.
Please don't be a nuke.
Wow.
You mean please be a nuke? Please be a nuke.
I've gotten.
Okay,
I can
we
get
can
one
pull
shot
you
by a
in.
nuke if I hit.
It was funny.
Yeah.
For the longest time, the well only paid out positive things for me, and like that's why like I started just going to Goblin Gamba, because the one time it paid out bad, it was instantly the nuke and it wiped us all out and we died.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Also, DJ's in the server.
Oh, excellent.
That's gonna be $50 to join.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, you need to gift the $50 in subs to both Tuna and us to be able to get in.
Okay.
Okay. I might die here in a second, but that's fine.
It's fine. I can. I'll come over. Or Dewey's on their way to.
Oh, here.
Excellent,
if
excellent.
you die.
It's fine.
We're
if I
all
die.
here.
Verified chatter. There you go.
Rain is coming back. You ready?
Now you should be able to see the channel we're in, the event channel. It
Train's
has
here.
all the mods and stuff. Ooh,
Oh, it's a train!
it's under the gaming category. No!
The horse is just a bit faster than it. Don't worry.
Oh, okay.
Hello, DJ!
Hi.
I'm faster than him.
You'll have an easier time cutting it off.
That is true.
Yeah, that's fair.
Wait, if I... Oh, the portals stay there.
Oh, I was cutting it on the inside basically to try and catch up, but
Yeah, you all got this. You're almost there. You got it.
Oh god, no! Getting off the horse.
No!
Getting off the horse kicks you off the train.
Oh my god, I can't!
I wish I could just stop it.
Oh my gosh, there's too many enemies now.
I feel great.
Yeah.
Can I?
I love that I'm just chasing this train down across the world at this point. Oh, I died. Damn.
Oh no, steak, fuck you, no!
Well, I'll have to catch the train at some point in the future, I guess.
A health break is coming up in 2 minutes.
Wait.
Oh!
Oh, the train is way gone.
Yeah, it's gone, yeah.
Wait, do you have the thing that just gives you ammo and you cannot pick up ammo anymore?
No. But I love that
It's
card.
called lazy.
I have it.
Yeah, it's great on the minigun. Well, now it is.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
The old version was garbage, but new version is great.
Right.
Another gold joke?
Come here, Sue.
What?
quick revive.
Yay!
Oh, Trackman has twice. Oh, actually, I got a card for you too.
Oh no, I cannot drop it.
Oh, is it locked?
Yeah, it's locked.
Yep.
Well, here, you can have this one.
Yay, double extra dash. I'm gonna fly everywhere.
Oh, okay, so this ricochet works. That's a good trade-off.
Wait, I can't give you this then. Yeah, I'll trade you this one.
I like that you can trade cards. That was a nice change. Ooh, nice. Foraging an item fragment? Where's that? Over
Where?
there.
Across the map.
Oh, across the map? Okay, I got you. Wait. Yep.
Oh, there's a legendary card here.
So many exploders.
Oh shit. Oh shit, there was a big monster here. I made a mistake.
Uh-oh, why would you do that?
A
How I
health
die?
break is starting now.
Oh, there's a health break starting. That's fine. Oh my god, really? I was about to hop on the train and I got exploded off of it.
Yeah, I did place a portal close to it. Because I knew I was going to die. There's enemy right outside the portal.
Every time the train comes by, something knocks me off of my horse, so I can't get on the train.
Fuck you! Oh my god, so many exploders. No! No, no, no!
It's gone again. Okay, I guess I'll just have to wait another time.
Ah!
I don't think it would be this hard to get onto if it didn't spawn a wave of enemies every time the train showed up.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Is that a portal over here?
Is that to the forge?
Yeah, I'm dead on the other side of the teleport. There's a small elite monster here.
It's a horseman.
Oh, another snake!
Yeah.
Come on!
Thank you.
Right there.
Another gold cup. Oh, cool. I'm normal size again.
Oh no, there's a whale
another
right there.
horseman.
No, I'm really gonna be flying everywhere.
Well, give me a new.
Oh gosh. Teleported the Wandering Trader.
There's it.
You guys alive?
Yep.
Yeah. You said there was something all the way up there, right?
Yes, there's a blacksmith. Forge.
And then we gotta get back to that Trackmaster and do the train too.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I want Prime. Does anyone want the Prime card?
What does it do?
Prime 2.
Weak spot hits deal more damage, but non-weak spot hits deal less damage.
And here's the portal to the forge.
I'll take it.
I just don't really have a way to aim pretty much any of my guns.
Neither do I.
Welcome back, everyone.
But I fire so many shots.
Some of them are bound to hit.
So if you grab the portal here, you can get to the forge up there. I said snowman.
Okay, so where are we? So we're over here. There is a thing nearby to do. Okay.
Yeah, it's a car that we need to fill with all the energy stuff.
Oh, okay.
I'm out. There was two. You can have one.
Oh my god, enemies every time. I hate it. I almost jumped on the train and enemies shot me out of the air, so I missed the train again. It's impossible. I guess until you killed every enemy on the map, maybe, then you can get on the train.
I got the train
portal's
first
next to the
try.
place.
I haven't been able to get it.
God.
Oh, careful. Nuke.
I mean, I know it's because of bad luck for me, but it's just like, it's constant bad luck. I threw a crystal in the car. Oh, it rolled in. Interesting.
I think you need to find a high point.
I don't know if I like Contagion. I felt like it would be a bit more effective, but like, especially for the cooldown, I feel like it should do more.
Rated good attacks.
Oh my god.
Fast healing.
Ooh, bell
Fast
shot's
healing.
fine. Excellent, excellent.
Move speed while shooting. That's good.
I have 3 utilities.
Oh, there's a thing over that one. One marked a grave.
You'll need to take maybe.
Oh, there's a portal to it?
No, I'm going over there
Brings you a
now.
lot closer.
I'm right next to it now. I just need to find where it is. Is it up there?
Yeah.
I just put the portal next to it. There's a lot of enemy. Careful.
Oh, come on. This train's impossible.
Oh, come on, I just got stopped.
I jumped on it and it slid me off the end, so I fell off anyway.
Yeah, as soon as enemies spawned, it canceled me. Just like threw me off my horse.
I even got in front of it and jumped from above, and it just wouldn't let me stay on it.
We might just be cursed.
Oh, hey, there's a storm coming.
Oh, someone went directly into the thing.
Completely unrelated to
what?
What was that? Use your horse to jump on it.
Nope. Oh, there's a
So
pit.
like I basically got on it, then
okay,
I
cut
slipped.
it off.
I slipped
Keep going
off. Ah, no!
Wait, aren't you faster when you shoot?
I am, but I'm not fast enough to catch up with the train, unfortunately. I tried that as well.
What's that?
Ah!
Coming around.
Oh, come on! No!
Oh,
Ah!
horse! Wait,
Yeah.
horse.
It's crazy how often it's sliding me off it when I land on it. I think it's because I'm using the dash to get on and it just shoots you off the other side. This train's gonna be like the whole stream, just trying to get on it.
That bridge there is what I used to get on the first time.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to high rock the one time, but like this. Okay, now how do I grab the card without getting off? Oh, okay, good. That worked.
Did it? What card did you get?
Speedster. All about moving faster.
Oh, we're at the mission guy.
I assumed that was going to be like a challenge or something. Like it would unlock one of the thingies. Oh, the gravestone's gone. Spent too long chasing the train.
Oh, I know where the gravestone is. I just need to find a way to get up there. I think it's from all.
I think there's also the Trackman too to do quests for here.
Yeah. I'm right where he is.
I feel like it's been in a storm so much, I haven't actually seen a lot of the map yet. I've just been running through fog where you can only see 10 feet in front of you. There's gotta be a way up there, right? Oh, over here maybe?
Yeah, I'm taking care of it. Give me a sec.
Oh, look, the train showed up. The train came to me.
Yay!
After all that time, the train came to me. Who would have thought?
Hey, Tweak, you down there?
I'm down here.
Yeah,
but...
you're here. Here, go ahead. Come down here.
Oh, is there like a launcher from another,
I just went next to the place.
Oh.
I was able to climb with my speed and everything.
Ah. I do wonder how... Gotta be like a launch pad or something to get up here. I was looking for a rope.
Yeah, I think it's like on the other side of the cliff.
Ah, yeah. Well, actually, you can just walk across from the other side of the cliff.
Oh.
Huh. Okay, so Swiss is at Horseman. Oh. Another storm.
Ah!
Is Tuna the only one that hasn't triggered a storm this run yet?
Yeah, because I've been dodging everything. Hi, Swiss, I'm here.
Just for this particular run.
I never triggered that storm, the train did.
Well, yeah, I guess that's fair.
Oh, nice. Legendary card. %50 chance to not consume ammo if I don't move. I move
a nice
all
one.
the time. That's a very bad one for me.
Ooh.
Anyone want it?
The train has made it back to the track, man.
I mean, I'll take it. I kind of have a movement speed build, but I don't think I need to be moving. I think it's just what my movement speed is increases my damage. So I think it'll work.
I know, Spurs.
Is that what the cow skull is? Is the Trackman? No, you're over at the track.
That's near the cow. That's near the track.
Oh, okay. I'm just shooting tons of dudes behind me.
Oh, you made it on. Nice.
Oh, very easy. I am way faster than the train.
With how little the horse is actually able to be used, I'm actually considering that, or that removes your horse for more move speed.
Fun fact, I'm not even
like the
using
horse.
that.
I'm keeping my horse.
Oh, you aren't?
Ah!
Oh.
No.
It causes a problem.
There's a whole bunch of exploding guys. Oh my god.
There you are.
I died over here. There's a card where I am if anyone wants one.
I'm going to where both of you are, so I can raise you ready for the train. Crash!
It's free-willing us? That was a good one. Wasn't it like one of those like dune worms or something where it's jumping overhead? Also, hello, DJ Dragon. You should be able to hop in once you get the mod. No. It's just in this channel, like the event channel chat.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Can you join mid-mission normally in this game? I think you can.
I'm not
yes,
sure.
Yes, you can.
You
yes,
can?
You can?
Okay.
Two. There you go. I can hang for this bird.
Thank you.
Alright, quick.
Doing dramatic combat music still.
It's always dramatic.
True.
Right, you're over there.
Yeah. I killed an exploder house and then ended up done. There is one of those, like, skeletal dudes here.
Where?
I don't think he was here earlier either. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, someone's chasing you, I see. At least I can kill the little guys.
Yep.
Whoa!
Ah!
Oh.
He bashed me with the shield.
Oh, I wasn't sure if he bashed you or if my ricochet bullets popped off the shield.
No, he bashed me with the shield. I had like 5 HP. Hi, Amber. Thank you for the happy birthday.
Hello.
Ah. Killing that bull. I'm killing that bull.
Running low on ammo.
Just one utility. I love this.
Okay. Head to
No,
Swiss.
no. Oh god, oh my god, seriously?
Oh, there's a card here.
Oh, I was muted. Sorry, I had friends coming.
Ah.
Well, I tried to revive you.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn. I went around it, but it snapped to me. I must have been too close. That's me trying to cut corners.
Dang it.
There's a lot of beer, at least.
Yeah, I can generate more in a sec, too.
Oh!
I have no idea what this map looks like yet still, so I'm just following the train track.
The goblin.
How far am I getting? Oh, there. Okay. All I can remember is that there's one cliff here with a train track under it. It's like the only landmark I'm able to see. Oh, another one. Okay.
Oh, you won't survive. Fight! Fight me!
Fight me!
Fight!
Fight me!
How many of these Valkyries are there?
Oh my god, there's two!
I killed like 2 or 3 of them.
There's a couple. Oh my god, there's 3 here! No!
4.
Ah!
Is it this one?
Yeah, Reeve is up there.
I'm rushing toward Tweak and oh, there's another one here. I got speed.
Invisible dudes.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Fuck you! Exploded on me as I rezzed! What a bitch!
Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, I'm just gonna mark them on the map. There we go.
How you doing, Ember?
Oh, how dare.
Oh wait, where were those?
Where were those?
Yeah, the thing that you're fighting.
I was just looking for the train man to do the quest in the area.
I'm taking my revenge on killing them.
Man, that was insane.
Oh.
I just want a mine. Why can't I rock and stone?
Getting stoned, dude.
If any of you have the fireball, it can destroy the gold also.
I have the surcharge.
If you find any dynamite nearby.
Gosh, where do these guys keep coming
No,
from?
snake, bad.
I got distracted farming energy at this side objective.
Snake!
Found a grave?
Train?
Over there.
Oh, I see that.
Anyone got the train? No one has the...
I ended up landing on it already. Grabbed the card.
Okay. Yeah, we're trying.
Oh.
Oh yeah, right. Here, tweet. Since you said that you can use that.
Oh, okay. Here, Tuna.
Yes. Hey, I have now 5 dash.
Oh my god. 1 energy left. What's your massive?
Let me place this here, and let
I
me
actually
go...
have giant ant.
And here, if anyone want to grab the
grave? Nice.
Yeah.
Did they like update the portals to have infinite range? Or
No, it always been like that.
It always
infinite range, and it can just stay there till I decide to remove them.
That's crazy. I thought it was like a short range portal. That's why I never took them.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Oh, you want to give me spell cooldown? I'm gonna be flying everywhere.
Don't get spotted.
Okay, I'm heading to the train, man. Wait, so it's still mining? We already got all the energy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is on auto mine. What is the... Oh my gosh, hold on, there's enemies. Get out of here. What does the track man want us to do? Realign the mirrors. Find the mail bags. Plow through the frozen mailmen. Or follow the post office clues. I guess we might as well do them in order. North of mirrors?
Train's coming. If you didn't get into the train's coming.
Yeah.
I'm in.
Yay!
Oh my god, I'm the only one that had the crazy time getting in.
This is my first time that I got in.
That's true.
Hey, I'm coming soon.
Oh, there's a conjure sigil right here too. Oh,
Hi.
Hello.
I lost track of train man.
Train all slow.
Oh, he went over there. Okay. Wants to align these mirrors?
So where are we going?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mirrors are tedious. He would have went to the first mirror.
Oh.
Oh, okay. We need it up there. Okay.
A
Me
fine
and Suit are
beer,
just
I
vibing
think.
on the train.
Yeah.
Oh
Going
man.
for a ride?
Yeah,
Wait, what's this?
They should have made this in like coordinates, not in like individual little turns like this. There we go. Like it should have been like northwest, east, south, up 1, down 1, or something like that. Yeah. Cool concept. Just better execution possible.
Did I hear a rock and stone?
So we need to
Rock and
find
stone.
snowman part for him. I see.
Oh, there's a snowman?
There's a dude who wanted to have snowman part to make a snowman.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing.
The next mirror.
Way up there on top of the cliff.
Oh my gosh, okay.
Yeah, I should be high enough.
Huh? Are you missing it because we're...
Yeah.
Oh, it's further.
Yeah, that's a spotlight.
I'm heading this way. Oh, it needs to be higher. Wow. Why is its mirror so high up? And, oh, there's gold.
Hi, Sue.
Sorry, it's all shiny.
Hi.
Hello! I just got blown up.
Really, the
I
rock
saw
and
that
stone
from
moments
far.
you need to mine.
Yes. Need the gold.
Oh, it's over there. Okay. Oh wait,
What do I
there's
do with
like
it?
stairs or something? I guess we gotta rotate it to face wherever the next mirror is.
Yeah, next one is down there.
How do I rotate it?
It should be arrow buttons.
Yeah, I see the buttons. So lower.
Oh yeah, it's like down that way. So to your right and down.
Whoops.
Ow.
Down quite a bit, actually.
I'm in agonizing pain.
Ah!
One more.
I also see Soot fighting down there.
Take your argument, that's fine.
Yeah,
keep going
claw
down.
stuff happening.
Is that it? No, one more right.
Right here.
Hey, you did it. Holy smokes, you're pulling it off.
Do you want to do it? Tweak?
Sure. I can go. Oh, there's a case up
Hi.
here.
It is a pain to get up here.
No, Tweak is here.
I'm already here.
Oh.
Oh, there's one over there.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I see a zip line.
Zipline? You don't need those. You just jump.
Wow. God, all of us have mad hops.
There we go. That should be it.
Hi, Clay. Thank you.
Let me go over there and look.
What happens if you shoot the spotlights?
Good
You
question.
go to storm.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's what
the
I did
skeleton
last time.
spotlights. Yeah. I'm gonna do it by accident and then it started a storm.
It was the first time I saw it.
Ah.
So you can't shoot them, you can't walk into them.
And if you walk near them, sometimes they just snap to you too.
Okay, so where's the next one after? On the left?
Down here.
Left.
Oh, down that way. Wow. These things are all over the place.
Oh, don't shoot the... Ooh, shiny thing in the sky.
Oh
One
my
more.
gosh. You did it. We got letters.
Whee!
Yay!
Why were they frozen in a wall?
Because why not?
Good question. Side objective, yeah. Good call. Bam, bam,
Or so
bam,
slow.
Bam, 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 bam. Oh yeah, I should also mention now that it's after food time. Any subs or gift subs on our side, we do a shot.
Ah!
Or sorry, no, it's drinks or a shot based on the amount of gift subs. Tune is more than welcome to join in too, since they're doing a birthday thing, right?
Yeah, you know what?
We have our drunken
I will.
stream as a goal later.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, an actual drunk stream is a goal as well. Oh, it's this one. Just because we haven't done like we did that one time in the past.
We
or
did
we did
but the one time playing
Floor
Killing
2.
Floor with It was Jing and Bucket.
Yeah, and basically it was like every time we just kept adding rules. Like every time someone dies, we take a drink, and every time someone dies, we take a drink. It was great.
It was really funny because Jing is tiny and.
I don't use this on me. I'm only in the air.
Who wants the rubber ducky?
She got so drunk.
I can shine.
Join me in the.
It was good time.
Wait, Suit, are you already glowing?
What? I am glowing.
You have the glowing card already?
I do.
Yeah.
There you go.
I do.
Get brighter.
What?
I want someone to like suck up all those breakers.
I'll become so bright.
okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Here's Suit.
I'm just wondering how much it scales. Like, does it just keep going up?
Oh my god.
It
I will
does.
become lamp. How bright am I?
You're pretty bright. You're RGBing a bit now.
All right. I need to get up there. I'm gonna grab this.
I was actually expecting it to go a little brighter. Personally, you are very bright, but I was expecting like I was gonna get blinded at like 5 yards.
Oh wait, I forgot to drop that portal.
Oh.
Oh wait, I just found a soul up there.
Oh, a snowman.
I'll take the drink.
Yep, I just saw the grave up here. So I put the portal to it.
No, 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 no.
So I may have jumped through the portal before and ended up at Snowman Land.
Alright, I'm coming to get you.
I'll get there eventually.
Nah, I'm coming to get you.
I missed a card. Shot. That's a nice card.
Hi, sweet.
I dropped that one. I don't like the pick shot with a machine
Here.
gun.
Directly to the grave.
You don't want a million pigs? Oh god. Oh god.
Well,
did you fall?
if I get more than 10 kills, my fire rate doubles.
I landed in the portal and then landed in the portal again. Oh yeah. We were wondering if there's a cap on the fire rate because in the last one I couldn't seem to get it to go any higher.
Oh.
I see.
Even though
I have a grave suit.
Even though I had like that
What?
one where you're supposed to shoot
Grave.
faster for your move speed,
Wee.
Portal.
and it just like
Wow!
It's just gone down.
So fun.
Here, let me drop a portal down here.
Ah,
Big Shot is such a weird card.
wee.
And you went on the other side now.
It is a pretty
Maybe I
small
shouldn't
ledge.
do this on the horse.
The Filbo Baggins. I have some Twi'lek words of wisdom.
So it's like right here.
Don't break someone's heart.
What about-
They
Oh!
have one of those. Instead, break their bones. They have 206 of those bad
Nice.
boys.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
All right. It was nice knowing you, Suit.
Nice, well, dudes, don't take that advice.
Oh god, tuna now!
That's Twitch advice. Don't take it.
I missed my item. Ah, fish!
Okay, I'm almost at the Swissening. I don't know if I'm supposed to be going to the Swissening.
I don't know where we're going.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, that's right, snowman. We need to find snowman
skull.
peaks.
Where's snowman?
Wait, there's snowman skulls? What?
No. No.
I think
Are
we're
these
only
snowmen?
missing the head.
It's missing a butt in the head at the moment. Like,
So hi, Tanny.
it's got the middle.
Oh.
We got a snowman midsection.
Was anyone doing pyro?
Yep, I'm doing some pyro.
The pyro mastery. If you want it.
Oh, okay, I will. I'm gonna run back over there.
If I were
DJ.
a butt or a head, where would I be?
In the snow.
I feel like as a butt, I'd be in an outhouse somewhere.
Is there no like quest icons in the map?
For snowman, no. I think it's like
for me.
I think it's like the map special, but
Yeah, you have to find it.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
Usually they are either in the cave or pretty high in the air.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like the
everything for electricity.
like the metal quest. I think Soot's using fire and poison.
I'm doing fire and acid.
Yeah. Yeah, acid.
Well, I'm
Tweak.
I've got a
I got a
curse
gift for
build.
you.
Or the hex build, whatever it's called.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
I found the button.
I've been doing electricity and acid.
Yeah.
Tweak. Have a gift for you.
Bouncing around a little bit, but so far I like acid and fire and
Can I have
maybe
it?
fire tornadoes.
It was beautiful.
The best part about it is I can just grab it and run everywhere with it.
Here you go. Here, have some booze.
Thank you, thank you. It was a perfect.
Hey, Tweak. Tweak. Shoot me.
Shoot you.
Oh, not that much.
Oh, just a little shooting. Oh wait, you're back.
Second drink.
Oh.
I wanted to grab the drink.
Hey,
Right, I wanna
the
see
dragon
on top of
spawned
this
in,
ship.
but they spawned in on a horse.
It shuffled all of our colours around.
Yeah, it shuffles all the colors.
Hey, Tweet, I got a surprise for you.
Wow.
Hi, behind you.
Oh, yay!
I'm out!
I died dead.
Tweet, you destroy your butt.
You killed me! Ow!
Well, at least I dropped some free booze before I died.
I died too.
I'm surprised I'm shooting the nuke and I haven't died to either. Like, how does that make any sense?
Well, for me, I have the thing to cast my spell faster. So I have like it's 30% off HP.
Ah, that's fair. Yeah, 100 HP
That's why
must
I'm
be just
building
enough.
everywhere.
Is DJ in? Or are they just like...
Yep, right here.
Okay. Well, yeah, I see their character. I just didn't know if they were fully
Yeah, they-
connected.
I know they said they had to help their mom with something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
That's fine. I'm sure they'll just be randomly murderated by a nuke. You bet.
It's fine. Oh, I can get up there.
We went. Oh, snowman being built. 2 out of 3. You found one.
I did. I found the button.
Shit!
That's gonna make the third one.
No!
You found the butt.
It just spawned out of nowhere.
Ah!
I didn't know you liked butts that much. Liz, that you'd carry one around the map.
I'm never too far from a button.
You could say to hold it, you had to have a butt ton. Oh god.
Follows me everywhere I go.
Oh my god.
I'm running for my life. I'm running for my life. I mean away from wherever that was. Woo!
Finally.
Oh yeah. Dun, dun. I'm excited. The bone rooms apparently had a big update, by the way.
Yes!
Added like a co-op escape the bone rooms mode. It's supposed to be really good.
Oh my god. Okay, that sounds fun.
Yeah, like we'll probably do some classic first, but then we should try that escape the bone room. Oh.
I found the head.
Oh my god. Oh, it was right here? I was so close. You have to like roll it? Oh, you can't carry it. Oh. Where are we going with it? Just in here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, you
Out
can.
of here.
Oh man, the fact that you have to roll it. Oh.
Yeah, sometimes you'll stop rolling it even though you're pushing it.
Is it in here? Yeah, okay.
Hey.
Suit is red now.
Also, I'm gonna put the portal next in here. The portal is next to a grave.
Okay. I couldn't push it anymore.
Yeah, that's the bug I was talking about. Sometimes it just stops.
Yeah.
I think it's because there's too many people next to it.
Yay, we got the caribou skin.
By myself as well.
Weak, you're tiny.
Yeah, I got shorted.
Right,
Who wants
so,
Yeah, I got big.
careful. The portal is next to the water. But there's a grave in there.
Jerry, inner distant screaming. Wait, the snowman's alive?
I'm
Yeah, you'll start to see some interesting things happen with the snowmen around the map.
Oh.
The last 2 bullets in my magazine explode, but yet I have a bow, so every bullet explodes.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
We found out it's the opposite with the minigun. If you have like the first 25% of your magazine does extra damage, that's your entire magazine.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah. Because your magazine
Find out with the
gets
boomerang.
smaller.
I'm just fast.
Great.
Oh no!
Or the cards where it's like you waste ammo when you reload. Doesn't do anything on the minigun.
You know what? That's smart.
Technically, neither of my guns can do anything about losing ammo when they reload, so I just take those ones all the time. It's free damage.
Yeah.
Why is the snowman kind of glowing?
Yeah, all the snowmen are glowing. Should I be concerned? Did we give all the snowmen on the map sentience or something?
Nah,
Yeah.
they're
Oh, that's another grave.
I don't know.
they're not a lot. That would be silly.
Where are you all at?
This is a serious game.
Oh, there.
Oh, that was incorrect. Okay.
Before you activate this.
Oh, that's 2. Okay, so
Oh, so
DJ's
here.
got the
Sorry.
first one,
I'm
that's the
like,
second.
What's this do? Oh wait, this one.
The portals go to another grave again.
Oh, okay. I think it's that one next? I'm like an ugly brown color now.
And that's the last one of that.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Well, then let's hit that portal. Is the portal purple now? Oh, it's because it's based on your color.
Yep.
Ah.
Oh.
By the way, that portal launches you off a cliff. Just a heads up.
It does.
The grave is there. Tuna did not lie about the grave being there. You gave them sentience but no mouth. Yeah.
It was funny to place it there.
They have no mouth, but they must scream.
Yeah, I replaced it correctly now. There are a lot of enemy in here though.
Oh yeah. Oh god. Oh, he's purple. He joined the perp.
Whoa! Perp.
Hey look, an invulnerability zone. Just dropping some bottles on the ground in case anyone needs them.
Hey.
Yes, please.
On my way.
There is no way. There's only the
I-
way.
Only the way.
No way.
You said you put the bottle over there?
Yeah. I'll have more in like 50 seconds. You need more bottle. Oh, there's a bottle right here too.
Oh, I went all the way over there just to grab the bottles.
Oh gosh, there's a claw guys in there. You just get like stabbed out of nowhere. They're pretty invisible, honestly. Like compared to like the invisibility you see in a lot of games where it's like, yeah, invisible.
are you talking about? We don't see jack shit.
Or like in Rogue Core, they made the invisibility now that they just have like basically a white outline on them. Like, yeah.
I could spot it out before the update.
Yeah, but I don't think they were highlighted as much.
I think the thing they should do now is just have the same skin, like they're not invisible at all, and just rename in front of their skin invisible.
Yeah, yeah. You can't see me.
Are we detonated?
Yeah. I guess we might as well detonate it. Unless we know where the trader is and want to spend a lot of
Oh
money.
my god, the train is so far that I'm gonna go all the way over there.
Oh, sorry, trader.
Well.
Not train, but...
Hey, I'm gonna put...
Unless the trader's on the train.
It's on the wishing well, which is not marked on the map.
My kidneys. Because the trader got teleported right after the beginning. There was a message anyway that popped up. It's like, traders got teleported.
Yeah.
Because I think I bought one thing from them. I think everyone left to go find the trader.
Yeah. No, I left to go put the portal at the train.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm back already.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hi.
High five. Aggressive high five, but high five.
Aggressive high five!
There's a lot of duck squeaking.
Yeah, I think I have a duck. Yep, I have one too.
So do
I
I.
have ducks.
Because I dropped 3 duck cards and people pick them up.
Yeah, I'm like almost
Or was it
always in
2?
the air, so ducks
Yeah.
do nothing to me.
I'm just dropping
Alright, so
bottles every 80 seconds.
I'm feeling a bit hungry, and I'm
Tweak.
feeling like having some Gurulina pumpkin to eat.
Yeah, help.
Oh, thank you. Instead of yelling, I just drink unlimited booze.
I don't think I need more speed.
Uh-oh.
Tui, do you want more speed?
Sure. Speed directly translates to damage for me.
Here.
So. Sweet.
Sue, do you want to do your spell more often?
Whoa, yeah.
Here. There you are. Over here. Small one.
Oh, excellent! Blast cannon again.
How do you drop jokers?
Oh, if you hit tab to open the map, you can click on the joker you want to drop.
Yeah, you just click on
okay.
them.
Oh,
Unless they're chained.
Tweak.
Hey, Tweak.
Grab this.
Want to do more damage
Grab
every
this.
shot?
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, to be fair, my minigun already has a perk on where 30% chance for an effect on every bullet, but... Oh, okay,
Yeah, but
sure.
with an extra
That's good.
5% now.
There you go.
I'm sure this will be fine. Oh, look, more bottles.
Not overpowered at all.
Think that's enough bottles? We should probably hit the bomb.
No,
Alright,
we need more.
Oh, it's going. Okay. Where do I find this one? A train? It was a train, I think.
Yeah, it's train.
Train time!
I like train.
I like train.
My lord.
Woo!
Oh, I ran out of ammo. Okay. Gotta go grab an ammo box. There we go. Back to firing. And the train absolutely melted.
Oh yeah. We killed it
my
before
God.
it even
I
see
didn't
that.
see its health move, it just died.
Oh, really?
I portals directly to the train.
Okay. Portal time! And we're here!
Ding.
Definitely seems like something that the Cryptic Overseers should have thought of when we had portal technology.
Their fault. I'm gonna abuse the shit out of it.
Oh my gosh! I made too many explosions!
Explosion!
Does Ricochet scale 30% chance, so it probably makes it like 60% or something instead of 30%. Yeah,
either that or Ricochet once for 30% and Ricochet for a second time.
Oh, that's true. I think they need to do, gosh, what game was it that does that? I think it's Deep Rock, right? Where whatever number changes is a different color, so like you know what stat actually gets upped.
Yeah, the new Deep Rock do that.
Like that was a good way to handle it. Oh, train! Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. There we go. I need a little more oomph in my hop.
Yeah, I think next time I'm just gonna put both of my portal next to the train so you can jump into one and jump in the air for the other one.
It'll be flawless. Except I'll jump in a portal before you change the two, and then I'll just fall off the face of the earth.
That's what it's called. Almost at level 6.
My boomerang from level 10 to level 18, 11.
We also unlocked the Canadian robot. Nadiobot.
DJ, when I started 3 map ago, it was level 1.
Yeah. Caribou skin. You can now be a Canuck. Yeah. I figured out how to play Mary Had a Little Lamb on the piano. Okay, if I get rid of Chonk and Heavy Drinker, can I put in the Disgrace?
The Disgrace?
Yeah, it's purely Disgrace. Oh, I could also do Lazy instead, though. Lazy was really good. I think I might get Lazy in there. I'll be able to put Disgrace in after when I hit a higher level there. Yeah, that's probably the best. Man, Disgrace just gets rid of your horse. It seems so evil. You're a disgrace. Yeah, I am. How did you know?
I have to go for about 30 minutes.
Oh.
Alrighty.
Okie dokie.
Try to cut it down to 20 minutes.
Sounds good. Okay, I swapped out Elemental Spin for Ricochet, so now my minigun will start with Ricochet on it. Should be good. And then we have to Gamba. Gamba, Chad. That's a nice one.
Pumpkin, I found this spell in Suit's spellbook. LVL 5. Manual breathing.
Manual Samuel.
Manual breathing would be awful. I mean, to be fair, it would probably just make it so players couldn't concentrate on spells, right? Because they'd be concentrating on breathing.
Yeah.
Oh, weak link. I like that for the sniper.
Oh yeah, I forgot my name. I forgot I made myself a gambling addict. I was like, what title do I have right now? Week the Goblin, the Gambling Addict.
Forgot you could have a title.
What's mine?
You're a blackout drinker.
All right.
My hunger can no longer be contained. Time to eat the Filbo Baggins.
Oh, the Filbo Baggins got eaten.
No!
I got Nixie.
It happens.
I own Nixie now.
Oh my god.
I'm so
Amazing.
close to getting her. I'm saving for Nixie, which is why I haven't gotten anything else.
Is that the mount that's like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Soon.
There's Nixie and there's Phantom. Phantom's crazy priced. I'm not a fan of Contagion. I think we're gonna swap that out.
I am broke. I forgot I used all my gold last time to buy this character.
Oh, fair.
That's fair. Gotta start with a good
I was
character.
able. I can get so many perks for my hero, but I don't have the money.
Angry
Hit him so
Toaster.
much.
Oh, sorry.
I need that.
My perk is Funny Max.
Holy Max.
Well, the max that I can put, the 20 point. I need to get prestige to get more.
Okay. I'm gonna try Bubble instead.
Bubble is kind of meh. It's just flashy.
Yeah. I like the acid bubbles, but...
I like Wisp. I just switched out one of mine for Wisp.
Yeah. Just because Contagion also didn't... Like, I feel like almost every spell category has, like, one, maybe two that are actually...
Yeah.
Like, good to use. they need a little bit of a tweak of their spell system.
For the acid, the rain is...
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work toward. Bandito looked kind of fun. I don't know if anyone's gotten that one yet with the cactus. It's a cactus golem that fights with you.
I haven't leveled up that much cactus.
Yeah.
This beer is crunchy.
I haven't touched cactus
Does it
at
have
all. I'm
shinies
still
in it?
level 1.
Better hide it
I
from
have
soot.
one cactus skill, and that's the mine.
Oh, you made a crunchy kobold brew. Nice.
Oh.
I'm back. Doing more Far Far West? Yeah. Feel free to hop in if you want.
Yeah, we all decided we wanted to play more, and then...
Yeah.
Probably in a bit, Bone Rooms.
Yeah, we probably got another mission or two in the Bone Room.
Mm-hmm.
Bone Rooms is free, by the way, for anyone that wants to join it.
Yeah.
What is Bone Rooms?
It is like if the back rooms was, I mean, it kind of is a meme, but was like just heavily a meme. It basically
a meme.
all the players are trapped in a maze that's constantly changing. And you had to collect pellets like in Pac-Man. And the maze is basically the back rooms. But every
and there's
minute,
skeletons that go up to you and do to the...
yeah, like there's lots of like memey things that kill you. But the thing is, the maze changes every minute, and basically you get to keep going as long as at least one player is alive at the end of the minute. But if everyone dies, then you have to go back to like stage one.
is coming up in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
The love joined. And
It's very much a party game.
Lol.
Yeah, it's very funny.
My cabbages.
It's good for a couple hours, and then after that, it's like, okay, I can stop playing it for a while. Then.
Do I have time to try and change up my build?
Yeah.
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah, fine.
I wonder if the person that's been balancing it for 8-player is going to consider doing more.
16 players, 32 players, 64 players, 128 players.
It didn't get supported in the newer versions, but they did that for Elden Ring at one point, where the seamless call went up to 128 players. And I'm like, bosses scale at 100% extra health per player. Imagine the insanity. Is that the records?
It is.
Yep.
I don't know if I've ever... Oh, I can't pick a different disc.
I have almost every single one of them.
I was just wondering. I was just wondering what I have. Oh, is there? Oh, it's over here. Oh, I'm only missing one. Whatever that second one is.
Oh, you're only missing those? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, did they really did that?
What's this one? Always late?
Alright. I have a build.
That's my favorite.
Have you all seen the screen inside the saloon?
Oh,
they're doing like the old 98 Windows thing, trying to go to the corner.
Oh, nice. I wonder if that is a video file, because I wonder if I could make a mod that lets you put YouTube videos on there. You could like use this as a hangout space.
Either that, or you just place your own clips in there. If you make
exactly. Ad is running. Time for a health break. Good timing.
Right, I should be ready.
Okay, me and Twig are having a pretty good conversation right now.
Yeah. We're speaking monk or barbarian. It's a little tricky to tell.
Yeah, it's both of them. I'm monk barbarian.
Yeah. I don't know what's happening. We're all murdering.
I don't know either.
I got 1 minute left on the ad. Which one's pretty good?
I love it.
All those at and one code.
What do you change your hat at?
Oh, it's in the cosmetic guy in here.
Yep.
It's under battle cries.
Oh.
Oh, that is not in sync.
It also does your.
It is not. We're doing the eco one. Oh my god.
What is that? It's so playing an instrument. All I can hear is guitar. Oh, beautiful.
This is the song of my people.
Oh wait, you don't wear the hat by default?
No, it only.
I was a little sad about that too.
Yeah, it would have been nice to like have it appear on your character too.
I would have been happy to have a cone in my head.
Yeah. I guess some characters like start with hats and stuff too, so it might be a little. Oh, though, why can't you put a hat on a hat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nan is the Canadian caribou.
Welcome back, everyone.
Oh, that's right. I want to be a marauder.
Oh, the Marauder. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Hey, we're back. Okay, now we can go on an adventure.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hello.
Wait, I think I have a better skin for myself.
Oh. There's a better skin. Man, I wonder what they're gonna add next. Do you think? I mean, they have the Pumpkin Jack skin, so they're probably planning something for a Halloween event.
I'm invincible. I have the stash.
Oh my god. And suspenders that hold up nothing. It's crazy.
I'm perfect.
Back to the north, I guess? Or do we want to do... Have we gone to the woodlands yet on the stream? I don't know if we've gone down yet.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Woodlands have all the get high mushrooms, right?
And also bees. Be very
Oh,
careful.
the bees.
Oh.
Not the bees!
Oh
The bees kill me. The bees kill me more than the enemies.
no. Oh no. Okay.
Hmm.
Cool.
I wonder
you
who's
see a nest,
faster,
shoot
me
it.
or the bees.
Yeah, if you see a nest, just destroy it, and
Okay.
then keep running.
Oh, okay, yep.
Because they will chase after you either way.
Sounds like a modest pile of hats. It's quite a modest pile of hats.
Nah, there was 2 cone in there.
We're at 76 subs already. Pretty good.
Wow.
So,
Damn.
Yeah.
Only 76.
Only 7.
Oh no.
Yeah, we were missing 3.
Well, if we hit 100, we plan to do a merch giveaway from our 4th wall.
Yeah. 100 will be a merch giveaway. And then 125 I
100,
have
you
to
say,
match
eh?
the next one.
Y'all are sus.
Very sus. And everyone got kicked. No, I'm just kidding. I like how this is just like Deep Rock. Only like 4 people are actually like riding on the train and get paid for the mission, and everyone else is just here for experience.
And oh my god, there's a lot of exploders. I will also.
Yeah, the base is broken already.
I did that wrong.
That is a
That quickly.
line, a huge.
Whoa!
What the heck?
Whoa!
What the heck?
Wait, what happened?
There's so many enemies!
Yeah.
Oh my god, what the
exploders.
fuck? What the fuck? What the heck?
Yeah, there's a summoner there too.
I'm a little scared.
Heal.
Oh!
Legendary.
Yeah.
purple.
Good jump. What's this? You are small. Legendary is the dwarf card.
Oh, I got extra
There you go, Tweet.
dash. Oh, you want me to be a dwarf?
Electric for
small last
anybody
time.
that uses electric.
Me.
Oh,
Yes, please.
we all of
I have
us
light
use electro.
Yes, please.
What's something? Oh, you have to
Over
pick it
here.
up. I think you have to pick it up and then drop it. It's the only way that everyone's
So are some shown to everybody and some not?
Nope. They're all individual. They only get shown to everybody if you drop it.
Oh, because everyone was saying there's
Oh,
a
really?
legendary,
Okay, then
so
I
I
got
didn't
the
pick
dwarf
it
one.
up because I didn't know like.
Oh,
You
no.
all get the same type.
Yeah, you get the same rarity.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where's the
Okay,
electric?
good. I'm
I have
just
a
still
cactus
getting
share over
used
here.
to that. I'll drop
I can
the-
drop electric. Here you
Yeah,
go.
I'm just.
Cactus cooldown, put cactus spell.
I also have an electric Dewey.
Yes,
I
Tweet,
think
do
someone has more cactus than I do.
Tweet, do you want to do a trade? You said you're small, right?
I just asked for pyro.
I don't have
if anyone
any-
sees
I have machine gun.
pyro.
Well,
Who's
here,
got the
Tweet.
cactus magic?
Oh, okay, cool.
Was not
There you
that
go.
one, but
Hi,
Tweet.
Shark.
I want you.
Okay.
I want you to be both giant and chunky.
Oh.
And who wants
No,
stomps?
I'm not being careful. I'm never careful.
Oh, and Chonk? Okay. I've got a big, here you go, here you go, Tuna.
Who's got all the cactus magic equipped?
I do.
Oh, okay, so it's
Who?
Nan.
Nan? I'm
Yeah.
coming over Nan. Hold on. I have
Oh
a
my
gift
gosh,
for you.
I'm so big.
Oh, map's not wide open. Hold on.
Alright, who wants more
There
killing?
it is. There you go. Cactus mastery.
I love killing.
Okay.
I mean, I guess that's fair. That is what you.
We haven't had a storm yet, so fair.
I keep aiming at Nan, thinking it's a Marauder.
How would you do that?
I missed my 5 dash.
Man, only having 2 dash.
Yeah, I feel weak now.
Well, what a downgrade.
Oh, it's weak.
Hey,
That's a
nuke. I love that you started running. You almost knew. You're like, wait a second, we just saw it.
I started shooting it also, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay. Excellent.
Woo!
Same explosive brain cell.
The hell was that?
Yeah, that was a lot.
That was a
Really?
spoopy.
Hello?
Wait, where? Oh, there you are.
You guys all walked right past it. Why?
I tried picking you up. Did it not take?
No.
It's funny, I turned around and just throw bottles. And I was like, oh. You have the bottle? Yeah, anyone that needs healing.
You guys go over, tweak and kill him, but then not me.
That's because I was bigger. Wait, actually, as a ghost, I don't think there's any difference. But
Lag. Okay, there we go.
unless it is bigger as a ghost, that would be kind of interesting.
No, you were the same size.
Oh.
I also has a healing spell.
Hello, my brethren. Why are you shooting me? I'm also Marauder.
I don't think it quite works that way, unfortunately. Imagine it did, though.
That would be crazy.
Although I guess that would just give that skin a straight advantage. Okay, you know what card I want? The anti-snake card.
Yeah.
It's weak.
It's gotta be. Oh my gosh, a lot easier.
That was for you.
Yay! The forest has mushrooms in it.
Oh!
In this case, there's mushroom clouds, but
Dang it.
I'm sure it's fine. Man, there's a lot of enemies just roaming.
Yep. Oh shit. Ow.
I'm so large. Ooh, random mushroom to eat off the floor. Oh boy. Oh look, a random mushroom to eat off the floor. I don't know if I just ran in a circle twice. Because I was so high. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, hey, Nan. How's it going? You get really high. You should try one when you see it on the ground. Don't worry, eating stuff off the floor has never caused anything bad to happen.
No, it's been fine.
Whose lap is that one? That's a good one. Oh, that's bees by an explosive barrel. You know what? That seems handy. Did not kill the hive. Okay, the bees are dead. At least those bees. Restore the factory's power system. Okay. Legendary Joker. Where's that at? Over there?
What? Nah. Last two, never mind.
I'm coming. I heard Legendary Joker.
So when
neither of these are legendary.
When Hoarder activates, does it create a Joker for everybody?
Yes. Oh, okay. I see 2 Jokers. Oh, they're both movement speed Jokers. How convenient.
Hey, you want something?
I don't know. Do what? As I aim down. Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, nice.
What does that put the... Yeah, now. Ooh, only... Wow, that's a huge decrease.
There, and two clutch.
I don't... Will that... I don't know if that'll... Will that trigger on the minigun?
No,
Super...
it won't trigger for a submachine gun.
Oh, yeah.
Yoink.
For the... Yeah.
Yeah. I was just like, wait.
I'll take it for the bow build.
Because I know the opposite one does. The top 25% of your magazine triggers all the time. If you get that one.
Where was the legendary one? I didn't see any legendary here.
I have a legendary that I can get rid of.
Oh, this is a refiner here.
Yeah.
I put a legendary in.
Oh, okay. Do we all need to?
Oh yeah, mine was separate, I think.
Oh, it's all individual then.
Yeah.
Is it?
I have double ricochet now.
Alright.
Oh, Battle Mage.
Oh, yep. Okay, you called it, Tuna. Ricochet happens twice now, instead of, like, a better chance.
That's what I thought.
Alright, I got magic friendship. Everyone heals near me.
Wait, you found My Little Pony in this game.
Hey, Tweak.
It's like... It's in everything. That's right. Oh, wow, you
Hey,
are
Tweak,
tiny.
another one.
Hey, Tweak, hey, Tweak.
What, another one? What?
Tweak.
Oh my god, there's so much stuff. What's this? Oh, nuke!
That was for you!
You
Ah,
don't
that's
reload,
beautiful.
so there you go.
Beautiful. I love the smell of radiation.
By the way,
Just
there's
play
a
the
card
rest of this
where
round with the pickaxe.
Oh, there's a mushroom here if you want to try it.
Horseman.
Did you go to the left or the right? Wait, hold on.
Did you get mega high? What horseman? Oh, there's another mushroom if you want to try it, Dewey.
Oh, yes, please.
It's right by the
Fucking
card here.
snaked.
Yeah.
Chunky. Oh, what the hell?
it's pretty bad, huh? It does heal you, I think, though. Like a little bit.
I don't think that's worth it.
If
No.
people want even more clutch.
More
So
clutch.
basically, how that works is everyone past the first makes it so that the next two should be the bottom 4, the bottom 6, the bottom 8.
Oh, then I should probably not be holding on to 3 of them.
You can pass them off to
Well
someone
built.
else.
Oh god, what is this hellscape I put myself in?
Do everyone want to have a card?
Sure. Where are we going?
Yeah?
Oh, there's
It's pretty simple. You just have to
Joker
go
here.
through the portal.
Through the portal?
Oh, you're heading through the portal, but there's a Prime Joker on the set. Does anyone want? Oh, does
Oh my
anyone
God.
want weak link for
What?
weak spot hits?
I got immediately tackled by balls.
Here, I will drop it on the
Legendary
ground.
here.
Wait, in the portal?
Yeah.
Wait, I cleared the place.
It's fine. It's just because it's me.
I'll be right back.
Also, this regenning ammo is so good now.
Yes,
Like-
it is.
Like how they went from like it being almost worthless to being one of the best in one update.
Like, I'd be okay with this being a legendary.
Yeah. I went through the portal. Did I miss a legendary card somewhere? Didn't see any.
No, it was not legendary, just card.
Oh, just
no,
card.
I spawned a legendary where we were.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. It's just it was from the hoarder effect.
Wait, how am I missing mushroom?
Oh, mushroom.
I like that if a marauder hides behind a shield, if I really want to, I can just shoot the wall behind them. Oh, a card came out of the chest.
Wow.
Oh, same here.
Oh, wow.
Magic friendship. Yay.
Yay. Oh, both had a card.
Wait, this place looks familiar. This where there's a record? Yeah, there's a record in the toilet in here.
Yes, please.
Oh.
Toilet record.
Why can't I grab it? It's being weird.
Might already have it.
Yeah, I already have it too. We've been here
Oh,
before.
I'm surprised it still shows it.
Well, it's in case other people want to grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
No,
me, I didn't,
that's fair.
like me, I didn't have it.
So
I'm pretty sure DJ doesn't either.
It's real drugged there. Okay. Oh, I heard bees. Oh, there's some more chests. I don't know if we want Nan to open them for the order skill or...
Oh, no. I don't have stonks, I have hoarder. So every time there is a joker, I have a chance of doubling it.
Oh, okay. Not stomps, got it. You know what? I'm a little afraid of shooting around the spotlight, because if a bullet ricochets into the spotlight, I think we're in trouble,
I'll shoot the spotlight. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Whoa!
Problem solved.
Problem solved.
Oh, lazy. Wait, I
Too
got
lower
lazy twice. Does that mean
gravity.
20% of my magazine every 12 seconds?
Oh, electric. Yes.
I got more electric. Maybe.
I have
I'm
4.
just gonna
good.
place that here.
I'll
Okay, I'll take it.
Oh, so I can take one. I
want
have some
it? You want
electric
it?
spells,
Okay.
yeah.
Or, yeah, please want it then.
I probably don't need
Forgot
more
that
than
you're
one,
also
though, 'cause
doing electric.
I only take strikes, so it's not a lot of electricity.
But for me, my electricity is more for moving than attacking.
Yeah. It's a big bubble shield.
You bitch! Next!
I didn't know
It's
we
not
had
a shield.
massive
Next!
Oh, it's not. Oh, okay.
It's anti-gravity. So you can
Oh.
jump. Yeah.
Get out of here, Snake. Nobody like you. Also, yes, chat. I am also losing the frame slightly. Just slightly.
A little frame
Enough of the
lost it.
snakes.
Striking to
I
pull
made
head. Thank you for the streak. 15th streak, DJ. Scribe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sue, do you want to be able to cast more faster?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Why so many snakes?
Yeah.
Get out of here, snakes.
Thank you.
Yee. Wait, I think I see the train crash.
Wait, there's a train crash on this map?
Oh wow!
Well,
I'm back.
there is
Welcome back.
big smoke. Yeah, there's a train right here.
Oh. Probably just, it's probably just someone being a smoker.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to you all and just put the portal next to everyone.
I is dead.
Deads.
I need to revive.
No, you're fine.
No, the souls! Got him.
Where are you, DJ?
Oh, that's a... Hey, so you want another Wild West Wizard card? Your health will get lower, but...
Yeah.
Does anyone use pyro spells?
I do.
Would you like a pyro?
I would like pyro.
Okay. Well, here's West Wizard. That's it.
Awesome, awesome.
Hi.
Oh,
I'm stealing
thank
it.
you. That's gonna give me so much cooldown.
Yeah, it's
with
like, what's
the
your
other
cooldown
stuff.
like now?
Oh, here, tweak.
Well,
I don't need
let's
those,
see.
so you can have this
Oh
one.
my god, the wisp is 30 seconds. That's like 100-second cooldown
energy.
originally.
What's it? Oh,
You
Soul
can have this one too.
Okay, sure. Every time explosive round.
I mean, for me, I throw one boomerang and then wait. Throw one boomerang, then wait. So the 5% is like not likely to be happening.
Yeah, I did notice, like, because in a lot of these games, when your gunfire is fast, they lower the chance. I like that this game doesn't. Like, minigun's actually just good on low chance.
Yup. By the way, I put the portal directly to where the train wreck was.
Oh, okay.
Anybody focusing on electric spells?
I am. And so is Casey.
I mean, that's fine. I'm happy to see how crazy your thing gets if you get even more jokers. Like, what's your cooldown at, R?
Let's see. 3 seconds.
Oh my god. Hit it to 0.
Okay, there
Oh,
you go.
boing.
If we do get it down to like 1
Still
second.
3 seconds. It's still 3 seconds.
That must be like a cap. Damn.
Yeah, the train was right there.
Sure it was. You didn't just make up a train to get us to go through your portal
Oh,
to a
look,
trap.
right here.
Oh, it is right
See?
here.
That's a train.
Huh.
Yeah, but there's no train event.
Yeah.
No, but there's a new.
Oh, yep.
Oh, hi, Nuke.
All the nukage.
Wait, Tuna, come here.
Anyone need any beer bottles? Here you go.
Heal up.
After the nukage.
It didn't heal you for some reason. Come back here.
Oh, here. See? I got heal.
There we go.
Ah! Ow!
Excellent, excellent. Wait, where are we? Oh, we're pretty far away from the event.
There's still a side objective.
Yeah, or the side objective. Yeah. I wonder. I don't know if I know what the Woodlands special event is. Wishing well. It was a nuke! Yay! That's the best one. You know how, like, when a bird poops on your shoulder, it's supposed to be good luck? I feel like the nuke is the good luck of this game.
Suit, wait. Suit. Help.
Oh, I didn't see you, I'm sorry.
The nuke killed me.
Let's celebrate your revival with mushrooms.
Oh, yes.
I didn't even heal you that much, did it?
No, not really.
Goblin!
Where's the card?
Oh, there is a
It's
card. I thought
shiny.
it was to the left, but it was to the right.
Here. Portal.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Portal.
Womp.
No, right next over there.
Oh my god.
Oh, welcome to hell, I guess.
What the fuck?
Who needs
Oh, my 1 frame a second. Wow. Okay, we're back.
Ping it so I can get there and put the portal for them.
Oh, the souls are getting away. No. Okay, got them. I got a good amount of them anyway.
Souls.
Here, snake. Kill it.
There was a blueprint.
Get me, snake.
On the green mark.
Sid, come here.
Okay, so what we have to do here? Oh, it's the weird number thing. Okay.
Blueprint the portal, and at the same time, there's a grave down here.
There is.
What's this? Hello.
Oh.
What's down there? Oh, okay.
A grave.
I just started doing the puzzle over there.
Oh god, the bees! Not the bees!
Oh.
Not the bees!
Oh wait, I forgot to put the portal back over there.
Well, I died to bees.
Oh.
Okay.
So the blueprint's by Nan? Do we?
Movement speed.
Come
and I put the portal back here.
Ooh, portal.
So does this mod add like respawning enemies?
Apparently all it does is it scales everything based on the vanilla scaling, but like above 4 players. I think that's why the hordes are so large, and we've run into things where the boss health bar is above the max of the health bar, so it looks like you're not damaging the boss for a little bit.
I saw that when I was watching the stream. I was like,
yeah.
I was like, either the boss healed very quickly, or you're not doing nothing.
Yeah. This is Wild Wild West, or Far Far West. It is the Wild Wild West, but it's far
Yes,
west.
yes, but it's very far.
That one also 5? Oh, okay.
Oh yes, yeah. Yeah, this is far west.
8.
8? Yeah.
That's 3. 7.
8. Yep.
7.
No, it's 8.
I feel like it's 8. 8 wasn't it? Yeah.
And it's pretty fun. You're basically robots blasting magic at undead.
Alright.
Oh, works for me. But yeah, magic robot men. It's very like if you like Deep Rock Galactic, you'll like this one.
It's very Deep Rock.
It is.
Anyone want the last bullets in the magazine? I can't really use that one. So.
Yeah, it is a ton of fun.
I think if I only have one bullet. I think if I only have one bullet, it's my last 2 bullets in my magazine.
I think DJ could make a lot of good use out of it because of the lever action. Just having a whole bunch of them.
Oh.
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Here.
I didn't care for D-Rock, but this looks more fun. Oh, surprising.
I have 4 of them now, which means almost all of my magazine is explosive now. If I could get one more, my entire magazine will be explosive.
Wow.
This is a lot more fast-paced.
Yeah.
You can't really stop for long.
It's very slow space.
More roguelike. This actually reminds me of like relaxed Rogue Core more than Deep Rock Galactic. Now that I've played Rogue Core.
Yeah, that's true. Although it was nice last time playing, since you can balance it out.
Yeah, you can actually choose to scale the difficulty a bit.
Choose to scale the timer. Yeah.
And the reroll when everyone picks a card was nice too.
Yeah. Shroom. Oh. Triple shroom.
Okay. I'm slowly working on factory power.
Big went boom.
Oh.
Yay! Killing time.
Kill.
Excellent.
Hello, True Dragon.
What's happening over there?
Death.
Death and destruction.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I'm at the factory.
Oh. Let me come get you, Tweet.
Me.
There are like items over there I should be going for, or the trader.
No, but we're all here, so I'm gonna get you.
Oh god, there's bees! There's bees!
Hi.
Hello. Oh, everyone's near the alien.
Yeah. Yep.
Alien! Paulino and Kobo. How's it going? Welcome, welcome.
Welcome in. My feet squeak with every step.
I'm stuck
Beautiful.
in a tree.
How did you get stuck in the tree?
And I ran out of ammo.
Well, that's not good. Oh, this is the exit.
Lazy, keep up. Hi, Beast.
Yeah, I guess I'll teleport back to the thing. Tuna's portal goes right to the objective.
Yeah, I placed it directly here.
Bong.
I placed the portal where the train was.
You get to, like, so you can manually control which side you're placing too? That's kind of handy.
No.
No.
Oh.
I placed the first one, then I placed the second one, and then the first one's gonna go away.
Oh, okay.
All the way. The new one is gonna stay for one more all the time.
So I now have 2 hoarder cards.
Excellent. Oh, there's a card over there? Oh, down there. Okay. Oh yeah, there's 2 cards here. Oh, this is for voodoo. I don't have any voodoo.
Voodoo? Where?
I do.
You can grab it and just drop it.
Yeah, I'll bring it to the factory.
Yeah, I got double voodoo and a cactus.
There we go.
Heck yeah.
Is there someone who get hit a lot?
Ooh, legendary.
Hell yeah.
Legendary. Right in the chest.
I am big.
Okay, I'm coming. Oh, something.
I am giant.
Something nice I learned, by the way. If you're not a fan of like holding shift on your horse to run faster, you can just hold click.
Also, is there someone who
Like,
gets
hold down the
hit a
fire
lot
button.
who want to have some regen?
I'm so big.
I guess I'll take it.
Here.
I got camper, so now I can regen bullets even faster if I'm standing still. I've got double lazy and camper.
Oh wait, let me portal to go back up there. Oh wait, it doesn't work like this.
It doesn't work.
Double bucky.
I'm just dashing back over there, and then portal. No, it's here.
Ah, my beer stash. Hey, Tuna, how's it going?
God.
I'm not a heavy drinker, I swear.
I would understand it if they were all coffee.
They do have coffee liquor.
This is what happens when you extract the pure caffeine. It turns green.
I went to Tuna's portal at the wrong time. And I'm
Radioactivity coffee.
Yeah. the robot equivalent of coffee. Oh my god! This might be trickier than I thought to actually turn on the thing while it's exploding.
I think I can pick out the one in the air.
Oh man. That newest, we just recently watched that newest Rick and Morty episode. It was really good.
Oh, it was really good.
I can tell that portal's very annoying.
It's funny, they're super useful in the way, but yeah, they in combat they sometimes get in the way.
They suck you back in.
Yeah. Oh, more beer for my beer stash, or coffee for my coffee stash. Oh man, look at this coffee. Anyone need healing?
There you go. They're not in the way now.
Oh.
at all those boosts!
I love that there's a pig on top.
Run, piggy, run!
Everyone shooting their gun and I'm just throwing a boomerang.
I got in the middle of some ammo.
Ammo? I'm lazy.
Oh yeah, I'm
I have
lazy
ammo
too.
back, so.
Also, when I'm standing
let's see.
still, it also refunds.
Oh, also tweet. Which one was it? If my map will open, thank you. I got another one.
Oh, awesome. Awesome possum. Does that portal lead somewhere good?
No.
Oh, they don't go anywhere. Okay.
Yeah, give me a sec. They will pretty soon.
Okay.
There they are.
Holding.
Yeah, they are going to the boss now.
Yay! I'm here. I did it.
Whee!
Look how fast that went with no help
You did.
whatsoever.
Oh,
Hold
you did jump.
on, I have to make the bottle corner again. There we go.
Where? Train's over there.
You should steal a bottle from my stash. Oh my lord. Wait, am I big or are you small?
I'm small.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I'm also big, actually.
You're big. I gave you a big thing.
Right, yeah. So I'm big and you're small.
I have both the big one and the small card. I have
So you're
both
normal.
cards.
So you're a giant dwarf, is what you're saying.
Yes.
I think you pretty much cancel both of them. It's right there. Yeah, you have.
Oh my gosh.
The,
That would be amazing being a double halfling. So you're a human. No, I'm a double halfling.
what did you start at, DJ? Start the boss fight in the middle of the way.
Does that work or does it end the?
No, we have both now.
Oh, there we go. Now its health is scaled. Okay, it's we won't see its health go down for a little bit.
No.
Okay, there's another bottle corner. Oh yeah.
Welcome back,
Welcome back. That's fine. We're probably going to transition to bone rooms, I would think, after this mission.
Yeah. So wanted to start that about 9.
Yeah.
That's free.
Yeah, anyone who wants to hop in, that one's it's chaos. It really is.
And I think there's inside voice chat in the game.
Yeah, it's actually, I would say the
yeah,
voice chat in the game is fun.
Probably gonna want to just do the in-game.
Yeah.
But it's definitely funnier.
Yeah, the in-game voice chat is really fun. Well, especially because can't enemies like mimic you and stuff too? Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to use the in-game voice.
There you go.
Ah, I was taking a sip.
Rescue spell heals allies.
Oh
Is the
shit, Buzz!
Oh, boss, thank you.
Guess what?
Also,
You're getting added to the raffle.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Buzz!
Bottle corner.
Into the raffle you go. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I made a frozen garlic chicken meal.
Oh wait, did Sue make it through the portal, or is she dead on the other side of the portal?
I did.
I got her.
Oh, you got her? Okay.
I did.
Here you go. Oh.
Where's Stewie at?
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, no.
I need to grab some booze. I need to grab some booze.
Oh, I think Dewey might have had to step away.
There's booze on the other side of the portal.
Did they disconnect?
Just come through the portal.
Oh, I'm in! I'm in!
Everyone in the portal, my second control the portal
I've
here.
been knocking side on real food,
No
so
one
I
go
remade
in.
it. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. We get frozen lasagnas all the time, and they're really good.
Frozen lasagna is pretty good.
I need a bottle. Oh, I didn't grab it in time.
I keep dying. Lord. Lord, save me. Lord. Ah.
No, don't drop the bottle. Okay.
Oh man, I have a lot of leftover pizza from today.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, the train's here.
Good thing my only plans tomorrow is Car World.
Oh, dude is dead on the train.
No!
Well, it was very good. The one chat made, it was.
Yeah.
My weakness is I'm very fragile, but I can move fast.
Well, I had the double glass cannon.
It might be
No wonder we
worthwhile.
keep dying.
It might be worthwhile to
I
write down.
I just kept bouncing around with my rescue spell healing people.
It's true.
I should look back at the order for that because that was good. Oh.
So you mentioned it's called Bone Rooms?
Yeah, the bone
The
rooms.
bone rooms.
Yeah, it should be free on Steam.
Yeah. And so that's what we're doing after this?
Yeah.
This game is actually amazing.
Yeah, I highly recommend. If you haven't heard of it, it'll probably be even more entertaining than when you played it the first time.
I finally got my title.
Oh.
I will not get title till I get
6-shooter.
I'm
Yeah, I'm
liking
gonna
the
focus
whisk.
on nothing but hero upgrades until I can max them out.
Yeah, I'm liking the whisk.
I'm gambling.
I'll go ahead and get the game downloading then.
Sounds
That's a
good.
good idea. I checked and it didn't seem to need an update. You said they got like a big
And I explode everybody out of the lobby.
game mode added. Oh, that was fun though. I haven't played Far Far West since really early when it came out. Yeah.
81. Oh my gosh, we're close.
Oh shit. Yeah, we have
let's
quite
see.
a few of you in the raffle.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what game was it?
Bone Rooms. The Bone Rooms.
I was
I guess.
meaning your game raffle that you were doing giveaway.
Oh, the
unless
game.
it's not.
Oh, the last one was Village.
Village, right?
Yeah.
Mhm. Good game.
So we've done Core Keeper and Village as our 2 raffles so far. We haven't hit no way, we hit 75. I do need to do it. It's at 100 that we have the the other
That's our merch giveaway.
yeah. Let me see.
Hey, it's downloading. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
And we never heard of DJ.
Ooh, should I do Tunic?
Ooh, yeah. I'm sure Tuna will
I agree.
definitely recommend it. Maybe.
I recommend
don't
it.
know.
I would recommend it as well. It's very good if you like puzzle games that are a little bit obscure at times.
Tunic. Need to note it down.
Oh.
I agree.
Okay.
Very good game.
Excellent. Oh, perfect. This site only lets me do like 6 free giveaways per stream, so that's kind of handy. That I don't need that many. So the next one is Tunic. Start giveaway. Okay, now you can do ! Enter if you want to enter for Tunic. Let me update the round.
Yeah.
Could get another copy of Tunic for myself.
Who
Who is currently doing 2 different archipelago tunics at this moment.
Yeah, that's not enough.
Yeah.
I think I already passed over the 10,000 checks. You should grab it, Swiss. Try to win it. It's very fun.
Yeah. Game you don't have. What the heck? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Sue told me that. Nan told me that. Val told me that. I was like, what the heck? No, you do.
Chazos Games.
I was actually typing Tunic in my game stream and I almost launched the game.
Like, whoops, that's not right. Welcome to...
This time, I'll be in the game since the start and not at the end.
Oh, shoot. Okay, I gotta hop out.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Fair.
Well, thanks for joining for Far Far West.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Nan.
Oh, actually...
Bye, Nan.
I just realized I gotta do my options first, because we're gonna use in-game voice for this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can just silence everyone in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Play and match music. That sounds good. Microphone is on. It looks like it was picking me up. All right. Co-op mode, host.
Hi, Tenny.
Enter has been on my list for a while. Excellent.
Nice.
Oh, I hear.
Oh, hello. I don't actually know how many players this goes up. I know it's at least 8. I just don't know if it goes higher than 8.
Give me a second.
We only have like 4 or 5 right now, so
yeah.
We should be fine.
Yeah, should be fine.
Oh,
max player. The max player is 8.
Okay. That's fine. I'll hop in if there's any. There is at the
wait.
moment, yeah.
Right now, the game
Yeah.
is feature game. You can do free fall, red versus blue, and you even have a co-op.
Yeah, so the co-op mode is really, like, the versus and free-for-all are fun, but in the co-op mode, you can get really far, like, into the late-game monsters. It gets insane. It's really good.
Welcome back, Swiss.
Hello.
There is friendly fire, if I remember correctly, in the co-op as well. So if you shoot a monster with, like, a rocket launcher, you can kill your friends, Vex.
Yep.
Accident, quote-unquote.
I beat Suit into the lobby, haha.
Actually, while the lobby's loading up, I'm going to quickly refill my beverage, and we can run an ad to get it out of the way so people don't have to have ads at the start of the game.
Actually, good idea. Yeah.
For me to silence everyone in here.
Oh yeah, good point. So I can hear people in game now.
I need to get up and do stretch anyway.
We're doing in-game chat?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. But, it's because...
Whoa, I hear people.
So the thing is, you want to use in-game chat because the monsters can record clips of your voice and then try and mash them together to, get you to fall for them. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I will be right back. We run the ad.
Don't pay attention to the dog. Kevin, you do it. I don't want to kill a dog. Okay, Kevin killed the dog. I'm not responsible for this. Okay, I'm gonna...
I'm terrified because I don't know where it is.
So these emotes are entertaining me.
I hear it. Oh, there he is. So Death is here. So that's our new spawn.
No. Death,
This
go
wants
away.
something good, except Death keeps coming to murder us.
I don't want it. Death, go away. Go home.
Did you just cheese Death?
Yeah.
What is going on back here?
Put me in the toilet! Let go of me!
Alright!
I should have
I got the poo on me!
Oh no!
I got the poo on me!
It's fine, it's fine.
This is like the most
Just relax.
horrible way to die.
I'm gonna wash the poo off you.
It's okay.
So you have to climb that spinning log over there.
I'm spectating. Spectating.
I'm getting that everyone's dead. Ah!
I'm alive. It's funny. It says I'm spectating Tweak even though it's clearly set. Oh.
Yeah.
You were doing good and then you launched yourself.
That doesn't seem to be working, so. Okay, perfect. Let's go start the adventure again! Whee!
Wee.
Third time's the charm. Oh god. I am no longer a child. Oh god!
I'm so tiny. I'm so tiny compared to you. Okay.
Oh my god! It's perfect! Look at that accuracy! Can't even hit the thing right in front of me.
That's crazy.
Oh god! Guys, gravity turned off! Oh no!
No!
There goes the gravity.
How dare!
They turned off my gravity.
How dare!
Oh, my
I think
gravity's
that's
still
it.
on for me.
That was the Moon Rider effect.
Oh.
People go up and up, and down and down.
Oh, ow.
Jake, you okay?
It ran out and slammed me into the ground.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh! I win!
And then we fall through the pod at mission failure.
They win!
Oh, so it just disappeared.
What? What? I failed!
What? What?
What?
Wait, what?
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 What? How? That doesn't make any
but
sense.
We fail, but we won, but we failed, but we won, but we
Wow!
failed, but we...
Hacks!
Oh god! Freezing exploders.
The big one. Run in front of us. We gotta run out of here. Oh, I'm stuck again. No.
What the?
Please no.
Oh, what
Not
the?
like this.
Oh.
It's electric. Run.
Yes, Lisa saw the bulk and just freaked out.
I'm gonna give him a hug.
My goodness, I've never seen such insanity. Oh my gosh! This is... Do I need to do anything? Are you guys friends?
You don't want to be like this.
I don't think
This
we
is
can
disgusting.
kill all these.
This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't.
Oh my god, this is not what I was expecting going into Sons of the Forest today. Don't pay attention to the dog. Kevin, you do it. I don't want to kill a dog. Okay, Kevin killed the dog. I'm not responsible for this. Okay? Okay, I'm gonna...
I'm terrified because I don't know where it is.
So these emotes are entertaining me.
I hear it. Oh, there he is. So Death is here. So that's our new spawn.
No. Death,
This
go
wants
away.
something good, except Death keeps coming to murder us.
I don't want it. Death, go away. Go home.
Did you just cheese Death?
Yeah.
What is going on back here?
on me.
It's fine, it's fine.
This is like the most horrible way to die.
I'm gonna watch the poo off you.
It's okay.
So you have to climb that spinning log over there.
I'm spectating.
I'm gonna get that everyone's dead. Ah!
I'm
Oh,
alive.
it's funny. It says I'm spectating Tweak even though it's clearly set. Oh.
Yeah.
You were doing good, and then you launched yourself.
That doesn't seem to be working, so... Okay, perfect. Let's go start the adventure again! Whee!
Wee.
Third time's the charm! Oh god. I am no longer a child. Oh god!
I'm so tiny! I'm so tiny compared to you! Okay.
Oh my god! It's perfect! Look at that accuracy! I can't even hit the thing right in front of me!
That's crazy!
Oh god! Guys, gravity turned off! Oh no!
No!
There goes gravity.
How dare!
They turned off my gravity.
How dare!
Oh my
I think
god, it's
that's
still
it.
up for me.
That was the Moon Rider effect.
Oh.
People go up and up, and down and down.
Oh, ow.
Jake, you okay?
It ran out. It slammed me into the ground.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh! I win!
And then we fall through the pod and mission failure.
They win!
Oh, so it just disappeared.
What? What? I failed!
What? What?
What?
Wait, what?
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 How? That doesn't make any
but
sense.
We fail, but we won, but we fail, but we won, but we
Wow!
fail, but we...
Hacks!
Oh god! Freezing exploders.
The big one. Run from us. We gotta run out of here. Oh, I'm stuck again. No.
What the?
Please no.
Oh, what
Not
the?
like this.
Oh.
It's electric. Run.
Totally fine.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Wow.
We are in the room of the bones.
We
Done
are.
as many
we are with
checks
the
as I
bones.
can before.
Bone.
The majority of the checks I have left are behind explosive barriers.
Sorry, it unmuted me in I think Tuna did as well. It unmuted me in the thingy.
Yeah, the
When you
way
go
that I
live.
did it, instead of just clicking on deafen, I right-click on it and put the volume to 0. Like that, all the PNG and everything is still moving for me.
Oh, okay. That's handy.
Yeah. Anyway, Suit, you want to hear something funny?
Oh.
Well, when I first hopped into Dredge for my Seagrass game, I got bombarded with so many items. I immediately had to start searching for materials to upgrade my boat. So I found a pile of scrap metal, and I was going through it trying to get metal out of it. And lo and behold, in the middle of the pile of scrap metal was a master sword.
That's how I got my master sword. Oh my goodness.
Yes, it was just
I
in
could've
a
so
pile of
easily
garbage.
Not have. We didn't decide to do this.
I mean,
someone threw away the master sword, and I said, why?
You saved me. I would have been so stuck because I still don't have the Kokuri sword. I would have not had anything.
I just find it weird when like some of the items just sound so bad out of context. Like someone sent Stitches a progressive hoe. And I'm like,
Hey, yo, what game do you play?
Yeah. Would have been even funnier if it was from Rise with the weed.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I sent Search like 2 progressive hoe.
Yeah, there you go.
Like the
Don't worry, I
Decky
also
scrub.
sent them the most important progressive thing ever, the progressive trash can upgrade.
Excellent. That's the
In
best one.
Archipelago, it's
Oh, I should
actually
ready up.
pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, ready for bone rooms? Basically run around to collect dots. You can interact with
Oh, I didn't
slot
realize it already.
machines and things to buy items and survive. That's very much the whole goal. Only
some
one
more.
person has to survive for us to make it to the next stage. So.
I need someone to have the monster imitate their voice saying, "Until we meet again."
Until we meet again. E-Man.
Until we meet again.
I've got a bone to pick with you. I don't know. Okay. Suit, just went on you to ready.
Oh. Oh no, Dewey! I'm so sorry.
Oh, the Wi-Fi broke. That's what happened. It was really, we're like, what the? Maybe they had to run for something. Yeah.
No,
Did it go? Oh, start.
They're saying that the Wi-Fi broke.
Whose Wi-Fi and why did you break them? Okay. Stay alive as long as possible. Here we go. Oh, box. Speedy shoes. Oh, it costs 20. I see. I will buy some speedy shoes. Phase shifts in 46. 46. I haven't seen anybody yet, though.
I saw one person.
I hear a skeleton. Unless that's someone playing with bones. Oh no! Someone died.
No.
Oh, hey, how's it going? Oh, I'm surprised you didn't color your suit. You're in a yellow.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, that's in the lobby.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a box here. Oh, a defibrillator for 80. That's a good one.
I can't afford.
Oh, road to switch.
No.
Oh, Tuna's dead. Oh, you're back. Welcome back, Tuna.
Oh my god, nope, nope, skeleton.
Okay, go on this way. Okay, that's good.
Okay.
No.
I hear everybody on the other side of the walls, but I don't see anybody. Oh, hello, Swiss. How's it going? Oh god, that's bad.
Run!
I'm just gonna do this. Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
I left Swiss with a skeleton and I teleported away. Hey, how's it going, Tuna? Wait, that's not Tuna! That's not Tuna, is it? Oh. Oh, what's that? Oh my god. That's amazing.
I have a gun!
I was like, wait a second.
That did make me waste my gun, though.
It's fine. It was worth it. Teleporter's good if you want like a quick way out.
I bought gun.
Oh, I haven't seen DJ yet or Stitches. Oh, I hear Gamba. I hear Gamba. Where's the Gamba machine? Gamba machine. Mystery item. Nothing. Mystery item. Mystery item? Oh, give me a gun.
I hear my own voice. That's not good. Fight me.
Wait, who am I hearing? Num Num? Wait, why do I hear someone over here? Are you over here? Oh, Tuna's dead. Hey, Stitches. Oh. Hey, Stitches, how's it going? You want a horn? Oh god. That's a fake. Oh god. Oh god. Run, Tuna. Run. Oh. Wait. Oh no, they stole my voice, didn't they? That's not me. That's not me. Oh no. Oh god. Run. Holy. Oh my god.
That's not me. Oh, there's something weird going on there.
Oh no! I'm hearing other me Hispanic.
There's an invisible enemy around the corner.
Oh god.
I think it's using Tweak's voice.
There's a static. There's a static ghost version. It's invulnerable to guns. It can't be gunned!
Oh, like this.
Can't be stopped with guns. It's gotten too powerful. Oh, lights out. Oh god, no!
Oh no. God.
Oh no.
I'm dead.
Hey, Stitches. That's not me. That's not me.
Well, that is awful, awful hard. Okay.
You gotta keep looking at this one. Weeping Angel. That's not me. That's not me. Not me.
I'm alive.
Awful, awful. Oh my god. Okay. Please no.
Hi.
You gotta keep looking at this one. Weeping Angel.
What the fuck? Please don't. Whatever that is. Don't. What the fuck?
I think just make fart sounds. You can change your sound and like... Oh, that's a fake me! There's a fake me in front of me! I don't want the fake me. Fake me's is fake.
Oh God, please!
Oh. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. That guy isn't good though. Oh no.
Okay.
God, escaping the bone rooms is a nightmare.
That's a fake.
Escaping the bone rooms.
Dead.
Pitch enough. Oh fuck.
Ah, skeleton.
There's like an army. What stage are we on?
I don't know.
I just keep playing bi-cultic in everyone's ears.
Nope. They walk just slow. Nope. I don't like that. Up skeleton.
Man, they're copying so many of our voices now. Oh god.
Okay.
More dead ends now? Oh no. There's more dead ends now?
Extra oh god, extra dead ends. No doubt. Oh wait, is that real? Oh no, that's not real. Fuck it, I'm teleporting out. Oh, Stitches. That's you? Okay, that's actually you.
Oh,
Okay.
that's you. Okay. Hello. This is a dead end.
I got a landmine in case we need it.
Nope.
Beautiful. I have a glue trap.
Up skeleton. You juked.
This all dead ends?
This is a terrible place to be.
Maybe there's more dead ends now? Oh no, that's not good.
Nope.
This is dead.
Nope.
I guess if we have to run away, at least I can... If we know there's only one way, then... Well... Okay, maybe not him. A dead end, okay.
I don't know.
I think this is protecting us from the skeletons.
Oh no, that's not good.
Oh, that was not me around the corner. I saw a not me.
Oh, there's somebody down.
Yeah. I'm just gonna leave that there. Oh, well. Oh god. I'm sure it's fine. Horn.
Is this a dead end?
What the heck? Oh, it does loop to a dead end. That's unfortunate. I like that you got a spider in your suit. Probably get that checked out. I'm sure it's fine. Oh. You hear that?
I'm hearing a lot of things through the walls right now.
I like hugs. Give me hugs. Hugs. Happy hugs.
That is a dead Swiss. That is a fake you.
Oh, yeah.
He's coming. Oh.
Yes, I am very dead.
Oh no, he wants hugs. No. That was a no touch. I didn't want the hugs.
That's not real. That's not real. That's not real. That's not real.
No.
Oh god.
That is a dead Swiss. That is a fake you.
The lines are getting so good. Oh, we made it 8 minutes.
Wow.
But now everyone kind of knows what to expect, right?
I just immediately, I spawned in, took 2 steps, and died.
Oh, there.
Yeah,
So
that's what's been happening to me the last 5 rounds.
Yeah, sometimes they spawn right on you as you
I
get.
didn't even get jump
a bunch.
scared.
The
I didn't even jump scared. I just died.
There are some invisible ones that do static, and then there's some skeletons that only move when you don't look at them. They can like teleport to you. I want to fly in a maze of cheese. Nom 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 cheese. Nom nom cheese.
Oh, someone's been down here.
Yep. Oh, hey, Tweak.
No, I haven't. I haven't been down here. What are you talking about? Need a little bit more. I want to buy that card. There we go. Boop. Uno reverse card. Don't worry, buddy. I got the Uno reverse. Hello, cool Phantom. This card. Hey, who ate all the dots? Who's ball munching over here? Trumpet. Oh, there's a dead skeleton. Someone killed one of them.
Hi.
I'm totally real. I am the real Tweak. Oh my god.
That's what's been happening to me the last 5 rounds.
Oh my god. I'm the real Tweak. Definitely not a fake Tweak coming to murder you right now. 100% real Tweak. Authentic Tweak.
I like that.
Authentic Tweak experience. 10 out of 10. Real Tweak. There's a Roomba after me, by the way. Authentic Tweak experience.
No, not the Roomba.
What's the Roomba?
Is it not? Is it not over here? Oh, it was in this hallway.
Hey, the Roomba just went past me.
Oh.
Went that way.
Authentic Roomba experience?
Yes, Roomba experience.
Hey, hey, you two want to take a different path? How about we go this way?
Oh, that's sweet.
Uh-oh. Well, that didn't last long.
Take that fake soot.
I'm real. I think. I have a horn.
No.
No.
Oh my god. I'm totally real. Everything is real. Nothing's a lie. All is
No,
legit.
that's a lie. That's a lie.
Everything
I'm
is
running.
real. Oh god,
That's a lie.
everything is real. Oh god. Everything is not real. Everything is awful. Everything is pain and agony. Everything is awful. I'm about to have my neck snapped by a skeleton.
I found the plot machine.
Gamba.
Oh, never mind.
Gamba.
Oh,
Oh boy.
I forgot about those freaking angel skeletons. Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
So foggy.
That's a fake Swiss. There's a fake Swiss right in front of us. It's called 6.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
I need this.
Oh god, there he is. You stunned him. You got him. You're good. There's a fake Swiss right in front of us. It's called 6. It's a 6. I'm real Tweak. I'm legit Tweak. There's no fake Tweak. All Tweak are real. All Tweak are real Tweak. Believe me. I am me.
I'm ready. That sounds fake. That sounds fake. I'm leaving.
Why do I sound fake? What are you doing?
Keep moving. Ooh.
Stupid skeleton.
I'm very glad you had that song on.
Oh my god. I'm so real. I'm 100% real right now. Why would I be fake? I'm so real. I'm 100% real. Right yeah, definitely believe that guy. That guy's the real Tweak.
Oh my god, I actually no.
Don't worry, that's the real Tweak over there. I'm definitely not the real. Oh god, there's skeletons behind you. Oh god.
What happened? A glue trap.
Hi.
That's the real Tweak.
Hello.
over there.
I saw myself teleported away.
That was probably a smart move.
Not the real. Oh god, there's skeletons behind you. Oh, I made the voice line so bad.
That was probably a smart move, I said. Swap card.
No.
Skeleton.
Oh, I made the voice line so bad.
Gamba.
They're listening to me while I'm dead too.
Oh yeah.
I forgot about
I've been playing them all day.
Nope. Nope.
I have this game, but I've never really played it. You're welcome to join in. Oh god.
Oh, no, not the
Oh come on. Damn.
Just keep him in your vision.
They're listening to me while I'm dead too. Joke's on you. I'm into that shit.
Careful, run! That's you!
Oh no!
Me? Oh!
Careful, run! That's you!
Something killed me.
Is it just Tuna? Oh god. Oh my god. Oh come on. Wow, Tuna went out like a bomb.
No boxes to specimens.
I may have
If I'm
died,
gonna
but
die,
I
I'm
took
taking
a
you
tuna
with
clone
me.
out with me.
Oh come on.
I took out a tuna clone with me as I died.
You believe in Swiss after love? Do.
Okay, I'm
do,
going
do,
to
do,
repeat
do.
himself, and that seems like a problem.
I'm doing this.
Believe in Swiss after love.
Don't trust everything. Everything's a
Hey,
lie.
Tweak.
Hey, it's me. I'm the real Tweak. Believe me.
Okay, I'm gonna do something funny.
That a real person behind me?
Everything's a lie.
God.
I saw myself.
Be careful, that skeleton's one of the ones that goes at you when you look away.
Don't trust it.
Okay. I got away from it.
No, that's me! That's me! You're me!
DJ Dragman? That's not real.
No. I will still trust everything.
Everything's a lie.
All fake. Everything is fake.
With me as I died.
Nothing is real
Swiss is
and
dead.
everything's...
Don't trust Swiss.
What? Oh my god, Swiss is dead, don't trust Swiss. Okay. Whatever you say.
Hey, Tweak.
Oh god.
If you see my clone, kill her.
Oh, that was my fake dummy.
I'm doing this.
Game, Blue.
What? No!
Oh, suit woot? That's wrong! That's not right! That's suit woot! Suit woot!
Wait!
Oh my god.
Damn it.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. There's a fake suit down that hallway.
Come here. Come closer to me.
Oh no. Oh god.
Kill him.
Well that can't be me. I'm me. Me! You can't be me! I'm the real me.
I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Oh
god! Oh god, it's statues and thweeshes and a skeleton! Don't chase me, I'll shoot! I'll shoot! I'm Canadian, but I'll shoot! Okay, well. Oh god, no! Oh god!
No!
Oh god, it's statues and
Holy shit!
Ah! Fuck! Forgot! And Joel, move.
Well.
No!
There are so many.
Okay, well.
They're everywhere.
I got a gun!
I just found a defib.
He's got a gun!
Buy it.
Take him out!
That's it.
so quickly.
That's game.
Wait, we survived a little longer?
Okay, let's go back to the lobby too, because I know a lot of people just... Yeah, a lot of people stayed native yellow, and it might be easier to actually identify too, if we, Oh, I hit quit the menu. No, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on a second. Get us back in there. Well, let's try a free-for-all round. Okay. Welcome back. Sorry about that. The wrong button.
How do we switch color?
If you click on cosmetics button there, you can...
Yeah, but the cosmetics are DLC.
Oh, you need the DLC to change your color? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh. That's my bad.
You don't have the DLC, you can't change the color right now.
I didn't know that. Oh, so it's gonna grab it actually. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, give me a sec. I can just grab it.
How much is it?
I mean, you don't have to. If you enjoy it, they make the game for free. So
Oh, $2, I think.
yeah, it's $2.
Yeah,
It's-
$1.99.
It's free for me.
If you do get it, you have to restart your game.
That's true.
Yeah, I will. It's not that I don't have I have a fast PC. I'm fine.
Yeah. So in
Great, the voice
free
clips
for
have
all,
like been getting me.
I started just messing with them too. I'd be like, I'm the real Tweak. I'm the real Tweak. Tweak's real.
I was saying stuff like, "Wait, where are you running? Come here, come here.
Yeah.
Come on, I need to show you something. Come here."
Check out this cool item.
You have to load back into the game, and you'll see it.
Yeah, you have to
in the lobby.
Yeah, close and reopen.
Cosmetics.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, yeah, there's a vine sauce shroom.
Yeah, they did a thing with vine sauce. Yeah, you can get pizza on your head, you can get a worm, you can get a skull, a top hat, you can be fancy. Googly eyes.
I almost switched to the googly eyes. Actually, you click, they check
my
the
God, I
box
can
custom
meet.
suit color.
Yeah,
Custom
you
color
do
will
have to check that, yeah.
Wait. One sec.
about
I
the
think I
color
tried in
sliders?
too fast.
you didn't get to let it download in time?
Yeah, no.
I'm just gonna put a wet meatworm on my head.
I grabbed the googly eyes. The pizza's barely visible. And I'm gonna grab the disguise glasses.
Swiss core, I found this spell in Soot Spellbook, LVL5, greater thickness.
Because we're all disguised.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
There you go.
guys. Hey, welcome back,
Alright,
Tuna.
so who's taking which color?
And I'm green. Moment.
I'm blue.
I'm
not light blue.
I have a vine sauce shroom on my head.
I am default.
Default yellow.
I'm grabbing red.
Sounds good. So this is the free-for-all mode. Take those.
Free for all? What does that mean?
It's a fun
So,
mode.
so basically, we can kill each other with the weapons and stuff, but also the last person standing is the victor of the round instead of.
So it's just
gonna
kill,
be
kill. Got it.
Yeah, but the maze will keep shifting and skeletons will keep spawning as we go too. So.
And mimics too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Thank you
it's
for
gonna
the
be
happy
fun.
birthday.
Yeah, it's pretty
guys,
crazy.
and thank you for all
We
the
won't-
fish, the snack in the water.
It just won't get as intense because we probably won't like live as long, you know. But it's fun.
Yeah.
That's usually why we play the co-op, because we try to break the record. I think our record is 12 minutes in co-op, which is crazy. But
Oh yeah.
okay, let's try it out. Then we can also try teams after if we want.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
It's not
Oh,
like
which
I
one-
randomly,
which one-
I
which one
randomly
is this?
reached in my pocket and 5
This
pounds.
is the free-for-all, so everyone for themselves.
Okay. Fight me.
Yeah.
Yes. As soon as suit's ready to go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cute.
Fish.
Here we go. Ready for murder.
Like have like an actual like
I'm a fight.
Why
Uh,
you grab on my arm?
Oh, I heard a
my God,
skeleton.
I'm not going that way. Not
Yeah,
going
that sounded bad. Oh, it's so you can make fake skeleton noises.
I'm too poor for that. Damn it.
That looked bad. I'm gonna go the other way. I might just have to outlive the skeletons, honestly. Oh, who did a dupe? Someone's ding-donging in my ear holes.
I'm gonna get you.
Gonna get me. Oh. No.
Hi.
I don't have anything to murder you with, so you have to come back later.
Come here.
No. I don't want to come here. I want to go there.
I'm not saving this bullet for you.
I'm surprised you didn't murder me.
I'm waiting.
Okay, fair enough.
One more shift.
Come here, Twig. I just need to talk.
Wanna talk. I wanna do.
Fine, get skeleton then.
I wanna talk. I wanna do. No, Swiss! I don't wanna talk. Wait, is someone still alive? Uh-oh, is it not just me? Gamba! Gamba! Where's the Gamba machine? Oh god, no! Gamba machine, you've betrayed me!
I did it! I did it!
Congratulations. Oh, what's that?
Around trying to find items.
Only
item I found was a flash
the
grenade.
Gamba machine.
Oh, the Gamba did betray me. Oh my god. That's evil.
See how long I can survive now. What?
No, DJ won, so we're in the next round. Everyone's back. It just goes that fast. I believe in murder of the first degree. Bum bum. Bum bum. I believe in murder. Make me do it, skeleton. Did someone just shoot that skeleton? Oh, okay.
Nope.
Yeah.
Don't shoot me.
No.
Don't shoot me. Okay. It wasn't. This is your fault for telling Kay when your birthday was. Hey Tuna, how's it going? Are you
Hi.
murder yet? Ooh, Gamba.
No.
Okay, I'll wait my turn for Gamba.
Shit.
Oh, okay, never mind. Let's no more Gamba. Uh oh. It was nice knowing you.
It was too. I think he's going on the left. Let's take him a Gamba.
Oh, it's a
Look out,
mask.
Tues, it's on me.
Oh, I'm out. You can Gamba. Hey, Suit, we're gambling. Oh,
Hello.
wait, I didn't get any. That must have gone to you.
It was mine.
Yeah. You want Gamba?
Why are you pointing at me?
It's 10 Gamba per Gamba. I need to go find more money. I'm poor.
Last time I Gamba, I died.
I'm poor.
Thank you for the one tier sub, Vinum. Thank you for the happy birthday.
Hey, I love that it was.
What should I talk?
Oh god, hello.
It's a robot. I don't think it cares about Flash.
That's a statement. What the? Oh, hello. Ah, I see. You cheeky bugger. Oh, you know what? I thought I heard Swiss. I don't think it was Swiss anymore. Okay, that sounded bad too. I'm sure everyone is fine. And definitely not a Roomba monster trying to kill me. Definitely not. There's no such thing as sentient Roombas. They can't hurt you. Hello. Are you a sentient Roomba?
No, there's one around the corner though, so
Hello. Oh god, I'm out of here. Bye. Just instantly gone.
No, there's one around the corner though, so
Oh god, that's a
Apparently
fake.
Stitches had a gun.
Yeah, apparently. I'm surprised I'm alive.
I'm feeling a bit hungry and I'm feeling like having some heck the kobold to eat.
See, all the Canadians are hesitating with a gun. Oh god. Or Europeans. Hello, Heck. How's it going?
Hi, Heck!
Oh god, this Roomba needs to back off.
I.
hello, Tuna.
I'm not evil. I'm not gonna shoot you.
Oh, I appreciate it. There's a skeleton around here. He's like around the corner somewhere. Careful. No, there's one around the corner though. Oh.
Oh, I found a dead Swiss.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me.
That was Tuka. I just saw two. Oh god. Oh, I didn't pull out the mouse fast enough. Oh.
Yay, I win!
Congratulations.
I know you!
Oh my
I
god.
didn't find any weapons, but
Oh man, I didn't get any weapons, just hiding tools and running away tools. The teleporter is fun, although you can just teleport into shit and then be dead anyway.
That is true.
I didn't even know. I don't think I ran into Tuna like once, and besides the beginning, and yet we were like the last two alive. I hear a skeleton. I feel like I'm in a skeleton of trouble, you know? I've got a bone to pick with you. I'm a skeleton. I'm going to eat your bones. Wait, is that how that works? I thought this was quite humorous. Ah, my kidneys. Is there any boxes or weapons around here?
Well, that didn't sound good.
Oh, hello.
Hi. Hi.
Nice Uno card.
Yes.
No.
The fact that I heard a second death from the same person is concerning.
Oh my god, hi.
I was doing the same thing, Twig.
Gamma.
I was doing the same thing, Twig.
Yeah. Oh god.
It's scary.
Oh, you're
to
real.
hear
Okay.
myself laughing. Oh, I'm hearing something. Oh, it's scary to hear myself laughing.
Flash grenade?
Smoke grenade. Ow.
Oh, that's fake.
Time to gamble.
Alright, now I want to go grab those.
Holy cow, I think she didn't vitally hit me. I'm just injured. Oh my god, I'm just injured. It wasn't a killing shot. I just got injured horribly. Oh god. Oh god. Killing shot.
Oh!
I just got injured horribly.
Thanks, Tuna.
Oh man. Brutal. Wait, so
I
did
knew
you
were Tuna next to me, so when I heard it.
Wait, so did Stitches actually shoot me, or was that just like... Or was that a dummy person that walked by me? I got shot and didn't die. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Joke's on you! I'm into this shit! Hello.
Oh god, you're real, okay.
I think it's too early for clones in the first wave. Found a good item, but a bunch of pellets. Good item. Darn.
Maybe you could get lucky and get a big pellet.
I don't think there's big pellets in round 1 either. Hello. Oh god, skeleton! Oh god, we don't want to be here.
There's a couple big
Run,
pellets back
run,
here.
Run!
No, 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 no.
Oh.
Oh.
That was a good shot.
I got it.
Oh.
Damn.
No, 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 don't go
Whoa,
back.
whoa! It was just dabbed towards me.
It's just dabbing.
The defibrillator. I can revive someone.
Wow, that was violent.
A little violent.
Just a little bit. Oh, is it a loop? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My hunger can no longer be contained. Time to eat Heck the Kobold.
I still haven't found a weapon in any of these rounds to be a dangerous goblin. I feel like I should have some sort of explosive device, which would be perfectly safe in my hands.
You just stole my... I wanted to grab it.
Oh yeah, I believe in. Why is there so many bones clicking around?
You're singing right. You're not fake right. Let's tune it right.
Oh god, they're all fake. Oh, damn it.
And then my...
Yep.
Hey,
making suits.
Oh, that's just my dummy.
I was trying to break line of sight to put the mask on.
I put some glue on the ground
right click, you can free cam.
You can free cam?
I
Right
just
click.
heard a skeleton. I don't
Hey, you can even
know
fly above the map, above the maze. and
Oh,
watch it.
that's cool. Oh my gosh.
Like fly above the map after you right click. You can like watch them. Can't hear them very well, but you can. It's like you can see the whole maze.
Man, I had a... I had just picked up basically a landmine. I was holding on to it.
Oh, I died on spawn.
I heard the skeleton rushing at me. I didn't saw him, and I turned the left and saw him in the last second.
Oh, tuna, right click. You can free cam.
Yeah, I know. The last second. Time to mess with suit.
I think these guys should stop.
Some little advertisement.
Time to mess with suit.
Oh, well, that's dead tweet. I'm teleporting.
Oh, it's Suit and Stitches left.
And then back to dead.
Why'd you put it in the middle of the walkway?
Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Oh, that's just my dummy. Oh, oh.
Oh, I missed. That sucks. That sucks.
Watch the DJ. Watch this.
Oh, okay.
Whoa!
And I put glue on suit strap.
That's not so.
Sylvania.
That's not so.
Fly me away.
Damn it.
diamonds on the monster.
Break my spine.
Hold on, sir.
No.
You won.
Excellent.
You won.
Okay, let me bring us back to the lobby. Oh my god.
Everyone just died in
This is
front
terrifying.
of me. I love Twig, you missed that. I love us who saw me start singing and she looked at me like, wait,
and I'm
are
like,
you a monster?
"There's something going on.
No,
Okay.
I don't understand what's going on. You don't sing usually. What? Are you a monster? Are you real?
That's so good. We've got so this one's 3v3. Red versus blue. So it's Tuna, Suit, and Stitches, and me, DJ, and Swiss.
Blue team, best team.
Wow.
Okay.
It's the red team versus the bad team. I'm here.
Oh.
Wow.
You say that against, I don't know, out of those
Let's
four
do
matches,
it.
we won 3
That's
times
true.
in the blue team?
That is true.
Yeah, Sue won once, Tuna won twice. But hey, I won once.
I won twice, yeah. You won one?
Bam.
That's good.
Yeah, I won the
Yeah,
first one.
Bam.
And now we start.
Hello, fellow red team.
Still free for all.
Red versus blue. Oh, there's a dirty blue.
Stealing everything.
A bluebie. Bluebie.
Oh, hi. Oh, it's
Hello.
changed. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're all the team color now.
Okay.
Well, that sounds painful.
That sounds good for us, though. Dude, one of them is dead.
You ever felt your kidney get ripped out through your spine?
For some reason, I thought that was you were a mimic. I was like, why would you?
Why would I say
you
that?
Say something like that.
You ever been shanked from behind by someone you completely trusted?
Oh, well, this suit died, so be careful.
Ever felt like your skeleton wanted to be removed from your body? Oh god! That was pretty funny. The timing.
Get ready.
Reporting.
Yeah, shit, that's coming.
Nope. Go away, fake me. Oh my god, fake me is following me. Stat. I know you're not real.
That was me.
Sorry.
Oh, it's still 2-2. Wow, we died pretty early. I still find it funny that I was like skeleton getting ripped out of your body, and my skeleton got ripped out of my body.
Okay, both blues are that way.
Then we go forward.
It just has a gun.
And I keep hearing them. Do.
I like to eat people alive.
Here we go.
Do. Walk for more points. That's all I can grab right now.
There's a mimic over there.
Wait.
It shot
What?
me? Are you?
Suit, if you're watching me, try.
What
We
happened?
just need to survive those. We've got to kill
It
the other
shot
two.
me.
though.
The vending machine
That's a
shot
fake
me.
Oh, you gamba'd a bullet. I see.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Blue Team.
I just love that I was singing about having my skeleton ripped out of my body, and that skeleton came around the corner and ripped my skeleton out of my body.
Try to guide me to your body.
It's all in you, Tuna. Oh, I like that. Like mine underneath.
Ow! Miss.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, she brought tuna. The tuna brought Soot back and Soot took the death worm. Tuna accidentally used you as a meat shield. Bye. There's not as many mimics in this one, the team one.
Miss.
Oh, that's you. Okay. Keep going, run.
Miss.
Oh, hey,
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh, really? Oh no, that sucks.
I thought I could get around them.
Oh.
We win.
Oh man, that's so lucky. They had a
Tweak was the last one standing. We win.
no. Oh man, they had a rocket launcher and everything. That was a good attempt.
Oh, I'm dead. Yep. Yep.
That sounded fine. Shit, I think I fucked. Hey, Tuna, how's it going?
No.
You want to give the skeleton a hug?
No, you can keep
No,
him.
you can have him.
He's your friend.
No, you can have him. I don't want to.
He's your friend.
I was running him for so long.
No, he's still your friend.
Oh, he's gone. He left. I don't have any friends. What? I mean, I guess me. I would love to give me a hug, me. Me's sorry, got AFK. That's fair. Me's gotta hug me, you know. Sometimes you gotta give. What's happening? Okay, well. Oh, hello. That's fair.
Hey.
Me's gotta hug me, you know. Oh god. Sometimes you gotta.
No!
I think Suda's dead.
Oh god, I'm fucked!
I think Tweak is
around and
dead.
there was another.
Yeah, I led my clone over to you because I didn't know what to do.
Evil!
Yeah. Yeah.
Friend. Bye, Coltic. He's your friend.
He's your friend.
Oh my god, Tweak.
Friend.
Fight me.
Oh, we'll have to go back to co-op mode after this, so I had to step away for a second. I can adjust the settings too. Like I can change the money values and stuff. Excellent.
That's perfect.
Okay, let me bring us back to the lobby since we're down to 5. Can't really do a thing with 5.
Wait, did DJ left?
DJ had to AFK, yeah.
They said they had an AFK for a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
Every dot's gonna be worth 10 points now. Yeah. Yeah, it was very brutal. I kept leaving that skeleton to you, but it just couldn't catch us.
I just waited for my clone tried to get close to me to grab me and then just switch place with Swiss.
Oh, that's brutal.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I didn't have any weapon. I found an RPG right at the start. I'm like, oh, there's no way I could ever buy that.
No, it's 150 points.
Yeah. Hey, here we go. So we're in cooperative mode again, but now every dot is worth 10 times the points. So let's see if this gets us any, like, crazy runs going.
Let's do this.
Yeah. See what happens. Oh, yeah. Welcome, welcome. If you're just joining us, this is Bone Rooms. It's free on Steam. Check it out. Fun game.
Tweak.
Yes.
I think the points reset when you change to cooperative.
Oh, I'm getting 10 per.
Oh, no, I'm only getting 2, and apparently
getting
Tuna's only
2.
getting 2 as well.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it can't be individual. Okay, I might have to bring us back to the lobby then. That's weird. So everyone was only getting 2?
Everyone is getting 2.
That's weird.
Oh. Was it maybe the big ones that it changed the value for?
No, I was getting 10 per small one. Oh. Yeah, let me change it to free for all. And then back to car. See if that fixes it. I might just have to also, if this doesn't work, I might just have to go back to the menu. Maybe that'll fix it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try again. See if it works. Rooms are made of the bones of victims, apparently. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
No, still 2.
Still 2 points.
No, still 2.
Oh, 2. Weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to try a menu restart?
Sure. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna go to the menu then. Boop. Can I change the options in here? Head bulb amount now. Allow jump scares, skip and Joe, first person emotes. Oh, there's emotes. Okay. SGG, sure. Co-op mode host. Okay, it is back open. Dot value is 10. Do you don't have like a client options button, do you?
Nope.
Okay.
Ready, cosmetics, and disconnect.
Oh, okay.
And cosmetics is locked because I don't have that button.
Okay. Sounds good. I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Unfortunately. But hopefully that fixes it. I know we used to do the thing where we turn up the points. Especially when we did the free-for-all and everyone was getting RPGs. It was insane. Just gotta wait on suit. Ah, there's suit. Oh, their body flopped on the floor.
I just love our bodies just fall down the ground when someone joins.
Yeah, they just ragdoll in.
Yes, it's so good.
I'm number 3 Electric Boogaloo.
Save my cosmetics, it did good.
Yeah, I will. Here we go. Come on, 10 points.
Yeah, nice working.
Okay, let's try and go as far as we can.
Hello.
Man, that means a rocket launcher is 15 regular dots. That's gonna be insane.
Fine.
Okay.
The stun gun is very good because if a skeleton grabs you, you stun him.
Yeah, I had that in the last round though, and 3 skeletons grabbed me, so the stun gun didn't save me. I know the skeleton mask works, but that's probably the finickiest item.
Yeah, for me,
A health break is coming
I
up in
use
2
a
minutes.
skeleton mask and they rush at me anyway.
Yeah, I think it needs to be on before they notice you is the only problem. It's just...
Yeah.
Dude, the ceiling's really stained here.
Oh yeah, I couldn't hold myself.
Oh. Ew, nasty.
I just went like...
Oh, is that how you changed the bone rooms?
Right beside the Roomba.
Oh god, Roomba, look out!
So mean.
Roomba.
Oh,
I assume you found a different Roomba.
it's a skeleton, skeleton, skeleton.
Oh no!
Oh no, Tweet.
Get back up!
Oh,
Get back up!
I'm fine, okay. Okay. You got me just as I whispered in Stitch's ear, you killed me. No, no! Oh.
Okay, I got him.
Oh. That was a little anticlimactic.
All along.
Well, I was ready to drop on my knees and do the Vader thing when you died.
No!
Oh, you can lean around walls? Oh, didn't know
Yeah. I don't think it gets much use. Now you Twig.
Hey, Swith. Look out. There's a skeleton. Got him.
Jesus.
Hey, Swiss. Play dead.
Yes. Wait, what? Ow.
If you hold X, you can emote. And there's the Family Guy photo. Oh god, no! I'm out!
A health break is starting now.
Oh, there's a health break. Okay, people are on an ad, but that's fine. This game's pretty random.
I shot the robot too close.
Oh no. Oh, I never thought about that.
Hello.
Hello. Oh. Hey, Duna. Oh god, no! Wow, literally said hi and then fell over dead. Oh god, no! Skeleton, please! I just came back to life! Ah, you missed, you stupid bitch!
Wait, what? Ow.
Don't worry, I've got their one weakness, the trumpet. Yep.
Stop it, please!
Oh god! Well, I scared the skeleton and I died to something else. Oh, it was an invisible. Oh. There's an invisible one. Oh, invisible one nearby. Oh no!
The joke's on you! God damn. Damn.
The invisible. Oh. Oh god, I don't want a Roomba yet. I just need something to defend myself, please, game. I'll take anything. Oh god, I don't want a Roomba yet. I just need something to defend myself. Why don't you give Tweak a big ol' hug? A big ol' happy ol' hug there, eh? Oh, sorry about murdering you there, eh? It's one of them there skeletons there. Well, how about we go down to Timmy's for a double-double and some Timbits there, eh, buddy? Oh, he gone and got himself killed there, eh?
I got Roomba.
Oh, oh my god!
Oh no.
Something touched me.
Hey, Tweak, how's it going?
Good. Oh.
Careful, careful, careful.
Oh no! I just respawned! Oh no, I just respawned! If you do the duplast, it stops them. Oh no! Oh, it's the right click! I should have specified! Okay, I now have the means to assert my dominance. A gun.
Welcome back, everyone.
I have asserted my dominance once. Oh god, no! Please be something. No, that's useless! Okay. I now have
Well, that was a roll.
Yeah. Well, that was close.
It's all on you, Tuna.
Yeah, I'm gonna survive.
Tweak already?
No, I'm not dead. I was lying. Oh god!
Oh, it's getting hard to stay alive. even with 1,400 points.
Yeah. My gosh, someone's stacked. Is that Stitches? Right click works. Yeah.
There we go. What do you do with an RPG? What the heck?
Emerkin.
What the heck? Just T-posing, asserting dominance.
Oh, T-pose on your corpse. Yeah, those static ones, they jump at you if you stop looking at them. Terrifying.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I was hoping I could like raise you before it got me.
Oh my god, dude! Wait, did you just RPG them? Is that what happened there?
Yeah, it looks like I killed myself.
You did kill like 4 of them, though. My god.
Oh my god, dude, I'm
Stitch has killed 4 of them, but there's so many.
No, no.
1,400.
I put myself in between Suit and the skeleton. So she
Oh,
can
no.
play more.
There's so many. It's insane. We're definitely in the late game now. Even with all the points.
We are.
Sweetie, sweetie, they're coming for that booty. Oh god, they did! Oh, what? Hey, that was good enough, apparently.
Oh, invisible one, invisible one. No.
Oh god,
You know what? The invisible one might be better.
1,400 points.
Shit. Shit, talking shrooms.
Oh no, thank you.
Shit.
You're the only one alive.
Damn. I had a defibrillator, but I was looking for a loop to get back there. Oh, only man, I had like thousands of points, but nothing to spend them on.
Same. So I hope you like my quick.
Yeah, they say, "Hey, Swiss, you're alive." Oh god, you're not alive. Oh, that's. Well, you know what?
Already?
Yeah, so me and Swiss spawned right beside a skeleton. I'm like, Swiss, you're alive, and I turned around and Swiss was dead. Oh, gifted subs. Thank you, Swiss. Oh, was that the death subs? Oh, that brings us what's that bring us up to? 86? Thank you. Little dapper, nice. Bear of Mischief. I has a gun. I was busy looking at gift subs. Ah, that's what happened. Got the dude. I can now outdude the Skeledutes.
If we want to survive, we need points, and I can.
Oh, Gamba machine. Gamba. Mystery item for 38. There's 3 more Gambas over here if someone wants to Gamba. Come toward my voice for the Gamba machine. This is the real Gamba tweak. You can tell because I'm addicted to gambling. I love gambling. Gambling is lovely for everybody. Someone just burst through this wall here. I think they missed it by like half a centimeter. Hello, Gamba machine. Oh god, there's a dude here. I don't think... Here, I'll lead him this way. I don't think he can die to landmines or guns because I've tried a couple times. Okay, I'm taking him away. You guys Gamba. Have fun. Oh god. So the static ones can go through the walls? Just a heads up.
Ow.
That's Swissy. Oh my god. I just killed Swiss. Oh, hey, Swiss. Yeah, look, right over here. Swissy. He's dead in the corner.
No.
Oh god, static behind us. There's a static guy behind us.
That's fine. I have a stun gun. I'll be safe.
Does it work on the static guys? The guns don't work on the static guys.
I sure hope it works.
Oh. Also. Oh god. Wait, how do you drop stuff?
You press G.
My inventory's full. I can give you like a stun grenade or a trumpet if you want to try the trumpet.
Keep running.
Yeah, I'll take a trumpet.
If you use the right click on the trumpet, it makes them all run away.
That's pretty cool. Oh, I think Tuna's gone. Oh, no.
I'm sure they're fine. Oh. Hello, are you real?
Probably are now.
On a scale of 1 to real, how real are you? If you use the right click on the trumpet, do you have any weapons or anything?
I have a teleporter.
Oh, okay. Here, let me give you this then.
How do you drop stuff?
G, if you equip it.
You want one of these?
There's a fake suit running around down there.
Oh man, hold on, where is it?
Yeah, right turn here, and somewhere around here. I blasted it away. There's a fake suit.
How often do you get the opportunity to shoot your wife?
Oh, sweet!
I saved your life. Oh God! Oh, hey, we're good. Nothing happened. Oh no! Oh well, I can't save that one. That was like back to back to back.
I have a defib. I can save one person.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna hang with you then. that was crazy. Literally a thing grabbed.
Is that a fake tweet?
Oh God, look out, Sweats! No! We looped each other!
It's fine, I had a stun gun.
that was crazy. Literally a thing grabbed. I don't like that was happening. Oh God, no! Oh God! Second one!
Did that work? I don't know if that worked. It didn't work.
There was so much murder. Oh. Oh.
Sticking with me was the right idea.
Yeah.
But now I have nothing.
I don't know if I died to the skeleton or if you accidentally murdered me with Supreme Prejudice.
That's me. It's okay. It's okay.
You're real, right? Okay. Okay.
Well, I mean, what isn't real? Oh.
That's me.
Oh, you won. Oh God, no! Oh
That's you.
Oh shit, I'm out of here.
Come here.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Oh my God, I flashed myself because it sucked.
Tuna, you're with me, right? So who's the other Tuna talking
there? The fake Tuna, I guess.
The fake Tuna? Oh man, I hate fake tuna. I love eating real tuna.
Fake.
That looks illegal. Oh, okay, we did it.
Oh wait, we didn't even war. Oh wait, the maze changed.
Yeah, the maze.
Me.
What? Uh-oh. 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 Oh, okay, we did it. That was horrifying. Oh God, no! It's me! Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
My God, I didn't even know what to do at that point. That was insane.
I thought we were doing so much better.
Oh man.
But it was only 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Oh, crazy. So crazy, it's great.
It's such a good game for how simple it is. You know?
Yep.
Feel free to join in too if you want, Philbo. It's a free game, so you can just download and hop in if you want. Anyone that wants to join, more than welcome to. The more the merrier. It gives us a better chance to survive, technically.
Okay. I'm good. I'm good. I was talking in chat.
I'm just standing there, menacingly. Okay. Oh my God.
Oh shit.
Hey, how's it going?
A landmine? I don't have enough points for this landmine.
I might. Yeah, I'm gonna grab it.
Oh, Swiss. Hey, Suit.
Yep. Yeah,
Hi.
Suit's real.
Oh, God.
Suit's real. Oh, no! Suit, what did you do?
Oh. Just flop over dead. That's such a good emote. Okay, sounds pretty violent over there. Oh.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
I got a defibrillator.
You can't defibrillate yourself. That's what my granddad always said.
Did he?
Suit?
Oh no, it's Soot!
I guess so.
Play dead.
Was that a part of the pack? Like, where did you get? I need that.
Oh, if you hold X, you can do emotes, and it's the Family Guy emote.
Yes.
Oh, it actually is, isn't it? It's the Peter Griffin death note.
Hello, okay. Oh, thank you. Uh-oh, we're about to get swapped.
How you doing?
We're doing some bone room. It is horribly cursed. Oh, I hear Gamba. I hear Gamba. There's a Gamba machine.
How you doing?
Want Gamba first? Or you want me to Gamba first?
Do it. You might get shot.
Oh, present. I wonder if these will stay on the map when it shifts.
Yes. I got a gift.
We're on the other side of this wall. If we get a hammer, we'll break it down for it.
So much Gamba.
Nice.
Remind me how to drop things again, because I have some gifts for you guys.
Oh, it's a G when you have it equipped. Oh god, it's Stitches.
I got a gift.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah, so all the skeleton masks I left on the ground stay on the ground. That's handy.
Oh, that's not me. That's not me.
Oh god, you flashbanged me while I was about to shoot a skeleton. No.
It all went wrong. Oh no.
Well that went horribly wrong. Oh yeah, so all the skeleton masks I left on the ground stay on the ground. That's handy. Yeah, so if you drop items on the ground, it actually stays, and people can grab it later.
Think you would have snagged dehydrate and everything, bro.
Everyone's getting eaten. Yeah, it's getting kind of crazy. It's pretty much Pac-Man mixed with the back rooms, mixed with like just a chaotic party game.
Yep. Alright, bro.
Everyone's getting eaten. Yeah, it's getting kind of crazy. Here's a fish for every year you've been alive. How many fish is that? That's a good question. Oh, my skeleton mask is still.
I don't like that skeleton.
Yeah, so anything you leave on the ground is still around. It didn't work.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, the landmine worked post-mortem. Yeah, killed 3 of them.
You still saw that. I TP away from 2 skeletons, right into the arm of a fake person.
Oh.
I stun gunned the fake person, and then the bot died next to it, exploded and killed me.
Oh my god. I laid a landmine, the skeleton missed it, killed me, and then walked back and blew up the landmine and killed 3 skeletons.
That was pretty fun.
Nice.
Oh no, Soot.
Hey, you're coming back.
For every year you've been alive. So at least 7.
Terrible.
At least 7.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Hey, you're coming back.
That real Stitches? No, that's fake Stitches! No!
Bruh. I see what you're trying to do.
I heard fake me.
I was
I
betrayed.
heard fake me and it was terrifying. Okay.
It was Sketches, not Stitches. It was Sketches. It was Skitches.
All right.
Oh,
God damn it.
What? Oh, did you get shot? Oh.
I got bullet.
How's your
time
luck
to
so
scare
bad on the
Swiss.
Gamba?
Right, it's time to scare Swiss.
Okay. Wait, are farts not scary?
Depending.
Oh, God damn it.
Oh, hey. Oh, I'm dead anyway. Wait, are farts not scary? Oh my god, it's insane! Look at all the skeletons! Oh my god. Oh
no!
I caught you.
Way too fast.
It goes so fast. I'm gonna give it a kiss. Look at all the skeletons!
I was betrayed!
Sounds like something Kobo would say. Wow.
Oh shit!
Oh, 7 minutes, we beat our record! Woo! We did it! Oh. But I can't believe even with the extra points. Here, let me go back to the lobby for a sec. Just back to the okay. Does anyone else want to hop in? Because
It's true.
it's a free game, so if you want to play, you just have to grab it off Steam. Just let us know. I want to do the giveaway as well, because I've been holding off on that for a little bit. So let's see the winner.
Also,
Yes.
time for me to maybe also just remind people every 5 gift subs gets you into a raffle for a PNG tuber.
Yeah. Should be good. Itching to finish the giveaway? Yeah, exactly. 3%. Oh,
And
only
I
3%.
guess-
I guess we're not gonna finish it then. I'll
I
just
guess what
abandon
I'm
the
gonna
giveaway.
say, on my side, you all should go look on Sipco's side, since they're doing their 5th anniversary stream today, and they are doing some giveaway and.
So it was a 20% chance for each person who entered. Swiss is the winner. Yeah. Congratulations. That's for Tunic.
Right, Swiss, I guess it's time
Yes.
for me to hold your hand and to show you all the cut dress.
So we got Ulas for Corekeeper, DJ Dragon for Resident Evil Village, and Swiss for Tunic. Gonna have to send everybody messages afterwards for all the things. I'm watching Stream for a Birthday. That is totally fair. Far too cozy in bed to get up and play. That is also fair.
I don't blame you there.
Master Grasser.
Yeah, I'm the
That's
Master
fair.
Grasser.
The iGamer
He
maxed.
is. I've seen it.
iGamer maxed. I have a doctor's note that says I don't have to touch grass.
I have a doctor note that tell me all grass are the enemy.
Oh, heck. Can't
I
wait to
was the
play.
chosen
Yeah.
one. I am the hero of grass.
The hero of grass. Excellent, excellent. Dokie, let's freaking instant coffee while at a break at work. Oh yeah, I guess that wouldn't work either. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Let's get back into it then.
Yeah.
I think people
When
can
will I ever get
join
to
too,
play
so
a
let
game
us know.
with Roa? We never line up.
Don't worry, Suit. I'm starting to look around and make a plan to have you, Tweak, Broa, GM into make a chameleon
yeah.
together.
Yeah, that'd be
I'm
good.
down for that.
Gonna cuts grass because they can't smoke it. Wow. But
Yeah,
wait,
because I'm a non-smoker.
Wait, we're in Canada.
yeah, I was gonna say we can technically.
I can do it for free, and the police will just let me do it, but I don't because I don't smoke.
Yeah.
We don't either.
But we could.
But we cool.
Yeah.
But we don't.
Yeah.
But we cool.
That was actually such a funny thing when Twitch added that whole thing in, because there were so many places where it was becoming legal that they're like, you're allowed to discuss that stuff if it's legal in your country. It's like, wow, that's gonna be really awkward for like. Anyway. Gonna draw like one of my French golds, nice.
Oh god, I was laughing.
I sure am smoking.
Hard
Wow.
the last time we were playing, oh my god, it was so fun.
Yeah. Okay, ready to die.
I'm dead.
That's the mindset.
Yep, that's my mindset. Because if I say I'm ready to win, I'll jinx myself, and then I'll die. Like the anti-jinx.
I won't say it's not possible.
Coffee drinking no jutsu? What happens if coffee drink you? Oh, thank you. That was handy. What is this? Oh, okay. I am skeleton, as you can see, skeleton. Well, that sounded bad.
Oh, hey, Tuna.
Hey, what are you doing over on the other side of that wall there? Better be nothing sus. Like walking behind me. Oh my god.
Don't worry about it. You're gonna feel good.
Oh, okay.
It's only a small shot.
Does it sound good?
Oh, it was a big explosion.
Well, when a mommy explosion and a daddy explosion love each other very much. E-lover, what is this nonsense? I mean, I did like the coffee flavored tea. Well, I'll give it that. Do 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 do. So far, so good. Nothing terrifying happening. But that actually worked. I used the skeleton mask effectively. Okay, now we eat all the dots. Make sure to sing Happy Bold. Oh yeah, we could sing it in game and then the skeleton or the clones will copy us, right? Happy birthday to Bold. Happy birthday to Bold. Happy birthday, dear Bold. That's getting chased by a skeleton. Is probably gonna die, but teleported away. Happy birthday to Bold. Hey, wait, what? You did not teleport far.
No, I teleport on the other side of the wall. Good enough.
Is that a suit dude? Not a swoop dude or a suit oot or oh, there's a invisible. There's a static guy right there. I don't know if you can see him.
Oh, I didn't know what that is. I walked right past one.
Yeah, they're slow, but oh, there's also a dabbing skeleton. You know what? Let's not go there.
Nope, not worth.
Yeah.
Nope, we'll go the other way.
Yeah. Let's take a different route. That's a tuna.
Hi.
Not a tuna.
Hi.
Or a woona.
Hi.
Or an
$5.
newt.
Hey, it's me, Fake Swiss.
Oh, hello, Fake Swiss. How you doing with the real Swiss?
Hey, DJ.
When I die, my Fake Swiss is gonna say that.
No,
I'm ready to rejoin. Oh, excellent. Sure. We won't last much longer, I'm guessing, in this round, honestly. Oh god. Oh. Well, that was sudding.
Reporter.
Oh no, sir. No. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Hi.
Well, that was horrendous to watch.
Welcome back.
Hey, Soot, do you need any items?
I could use a useful item. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I just
Hey, how's it going? Oh, your color's changed.
Yeah. Oh.
Do you need any items?
No, I'm pretty stocked up.
Oh, I saw double skeletons down that way.
If someone wants a stun gun, I have 2.
Oh my glob. It didn't save me. There's so many skeletons. Oh my gosh. Oh god, no, I just got a gun. They're right behind you.
Because I only have one now.
Oh, ready to rejoin. Awesome.
Yeah, it still says...
Oh, it is from the overlay. That's a good point. Let me hit the button. Oop. Awesome, thank you.
I've only heard myself singing, I love it.
Yeah, anyone that wants to join in, as soon as we start the next round, I'll kick us to the lobby.
He's very young.
It's called the Bone Rooms on Steam if you want to hop in. Free to join.
Yeah. We are walking.
I mean, I guess you're walking.
We can see everything. And there's a skeleton after me.
Hello.
Oh,
hello.
Oh, that's not me. That's a fake me.
Yeah, there's a fake you.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Oh shit. Oh, another fake. Damn, so many.
Why are you throwing me?
So many fakes. Oh my god. Oh, that was Tues. I got killed by Tues. I love the fake names. It's like just enough.
Yeah.
Tuna, no. You're the only one that can actually survive all this.
Yeah, Tuna with a V instead of a U's got me a couple times.
Are you feeling lucky, punk?
I do love me some.
Oh, Skeleton Mask actually saved me.
Yeah, Skeleton Mask is good if you get it up in time.
Oh shit.
That sounds weird. A bone's only as good as you can get it up.
Oh, that's a...
Oh, Skeleton Mask actually saved me. It's just you and Stitches. It's just you and Stitches.
Oh no!
Well, I think it's just you now.
I'm completely out of items. No!
Well, I think it's all on now.
Man.
That's much better than last time.
Oh man, did you see how fast I whipped out that gun on that skeleton? It was like a fraction of a second. Okay, we're back in the lobby if you want to jump in.
Hello,
thank
Trixie.
you. How's it going, Trixie? Welcome to the Bone Rooms.
Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you
Yeah.
doing? Welcome to the Bone Rooms.
The Bone Rooms.
Welcome into the Bone Room.
Hi back.
The Bone Room.
Welcome back to the murder. We got pretty far, so now you get 10 points per dot. So we're trying to see how far we can get in the co-op mode. We're at like 8.5 minutes now. Oh.
Earlier we made it to 9 minutes.
That's true. 9 is the current record. Stone raid, yeah. They're sharing boners. Yeah, it's true.
Nah.
The skeleton mask is only good if it's pre brought up. So you have to have your bone up in time.
Right, now that I think about it. Okay.
Zip here.
One thing.
Glittery,
Remnant
damp
2.
treasure chest of the deep.
Tweak and Soup.
If they're sharing that
Wolves won't
drama,
ask for
I'll
that.
keep my eyes on the shine and my loot.
Yeah.
Drama-free, coin-heavy, and ready to crack a
Remnant
joke.
2 was
Very
like...
interested into that player mode.
Yeah, Remnant 2 was like one of my favorite games. Like, Remnant 1 and 2, I've 100%ed, so...
And now,
love them.
all three of you will finally have a game to play together.
Yeah.
I've been trying so hard to find a game that you three will love to play together.
I do love me Remnant 2. Oh, you too, bro.
I feel really bad, but like a lot of times, it's just too late for me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
same thing for you, bro. Kate that found a mod to play 8-player on Remnant 2.
Even if it's trickier, that's fine too. Because I make a lot of mods, I've got a little bit more of an intimate knowledge for modding.
That is true.
Yeah. Such a good...
It's almost like you're just your job.
I'm sure we can figure it out.
Modding and everything.
Yeah, like I usually can't make like the really late times is the only issue.
But we do have that week I'm gonna be off, so I can probably plan around that if that's a possibility.
True.
Yeah, either that or maybe on the weekend at one point.
Yeah, that could work too. Don't shit in the void. The Eldritch won't like that. Wow, that's a long. Sorry. Anyone else hopping in? Going once. Going twice. Going 37 and a half times.
Going 69.
Putting Tuna on the top shelf.
Going letter Z.
Letter Z. Ooh. I like the letter Z. I prefer letter Z, but I'll take Z. Your googly eyes are freaking out. They're googlying.
What the heck?
Nothing sus over here. Don't worry about it.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, we just found DJ in the corner, so we're like, yeah.
We just decided, like, if you hold X, you can do tons.
Yeah, that's the Family Guy pose. Or Family Man. Oh, next circle. I didn't even get that many dots. DJ AFK. Well, there's a horn for them. I have a horn.
You got a silicon horn.
Double horn.
Just leave him a bunch of offerings.
Oh god!
Oh, I flashbanged myself.
Yeah, I got flashbang too, but that's fine. The skeleton got more flashbang. They got more flashbanged. Damn, Tuna got face up on Tweak's body. Wow. Hey, I was just talking about how I like real tuna and not fake tuna, so makes sense.
Oh no, train.
Oh, hello, Swiss. I didn't know you were going to go full Kool-Aid on us. Wanna be here anymore. Oh god, no. Don't spawn a skeleton on me. That's not me. That's not nice. Hello. Vending machine? I will take the mystery 37. And I will take the mystery 26. Oh, that is a great vending machine. Anyone want an extra gun?
Oh, damn.
That's not tuna. Nope.
You can tune a fish, but can you tune a skeleton?
Oh my.
Well, okay. That sounds like the answer was a no. You cannot, in fact, tune a skeleton. Nuclear Nightmare? Nuclear Nightmare is fun, too. Kind of insane, even on the easy difficulties, but very fun. Okay, maze shifts quickly. Hopefully I can find like Stitches or someone to give them a gun. Oh, there you are. Oh no, that's Asuna. It's Asuna. Oh, hey DJ, how's it going?
Hi.
You here? Have an item.
Item.
And then here, take this one.
Item.
Yeah. Suit. Do you have a weapon?
Can I drop things?
Yeah, G. If you have it equipped.
But yeah, Nuclear Nightmare is really good.
Gamba.
I love any kind of co-op horror game.
Ooh, Gamba.
Or survival games.
Ooh, Gamba. Oh, Gamba.
Gamba?
Okay, I'll let you Gamba if you want.
Gamba?
Oh, we're about to. Oh. Oh, you can get a dummy. Or a gun. You want another gun? Oh god, no, that's fake! Shoot it! Kill it!
Hi, Tweet.
Oh, you got it.
I'm so sorry I failed you.
The second I spawned in, I was pincer maneuvered by their clone and a skeleton.
Beautiful.
I tried
What a
to
way to go.
but it took too long to activate.
Survival game mostly based on a thing. Yeah, it's a fun. Nuclear Nightmare is fun. We did a whole stream of it with Atticus as like a double date thing. We played.
Nightmare, very fun, very fun.
Yeah, we played on the easiest difficulty and we still like won. I think one session. It's hard.
What? The second I spawned in, I didn't find it very hard.
Oh really?
Not really.
And like the snow area, everything was just so far apart, and there was like no gas in any of the vehicles. It was awful.
Welcome back. Oh, you went for the easiest difficulty on the hardest map. No wonder.
Ah, okay. I didn't know the maps also were like. I guess the forest map was. Oh god, no! It's a fake suit.
I don't know if you can still hear me, but yeah, the map's the hardest one.
Nuclear Nightmare is very fun.
Yeah. I didn't know the maps also were like. I guess the forest map was. Oh god, no! It's a fake suit. Tweaky the goblin. Oh no! This is looking. Uh-oh! How bad is this? Oh no! This is real bad.
It's just
one person standing.
14 seconds. Just like 10 seconds.
Okay, I have no items. This is
okay,
for
5
7 seconds.
Run! You have to run! Run like your life depends on it, cause it does.
Oh god, that's a Roomba and a skeleton right at the start. That's unfortunate.
There's no skeleton.
Oh wait, I can save suit. That's a fake. Oh my god, no, that's a fake army. Oh my god, come on. Couldn't do anything.
Well, you know, last one left. Go for it.
You're the last one.
Just you, Swiss.
Oh, Tuna's back.
I'm here too.
Nice.
I had a defibrillator on me, but I just couldn't get to the body in time.
I do have the fib too.
Yeah, I have one.
Well, if they find me, then there's another defib. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have dropped the defib the moment that I died. So it was like right next to my body. What am I doing?
Yep.
5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3, 2.
Oh, skeletons are sneaky and quiet. That's why. Oh, I didn't realize that was the modifier.
Short break. It's time now.
Oh, okay. Just free money or free time to explore.
Hi.
Oh.
Right.
Oh, I hear Gamba.
Roombas are still around.
Hear Gamba machine. Hear it over here somewhere now. Like to our left. Oh yeah, found it. Oh, it's not a Gamba machine, it's a big machine.
Oh, the vending machine. Lame.
65. Ooh, landmine. Okay, that's a good one. Hey, Gamba's right here. Or,
cool.
or machines right here.
Let me just drop this.
Yeah.
There's a Gamba this way.
Oh,
as
Gamba's this way. Oh my gosh, more stuff.
Alright. Oh, how nice.
Oh, there's a line for the Gamba machine though.
A clue trap? I could take a clue trap.
Too bad, I took it. Oh, I stepped on it immediately.
Yeah, you did it. Oh.
I placed it and stepped on it instantly.
I could take a clue trap.
Oh, no more Roomba. Kelton.
It sounds bad over there. Holy.
Oh, it is very bad.
There's like 3 of me over there trying to run.
Did I kill the real? Oh god, I don't know what's happening. Run!
I don't know.
Oh god, this is awful. What's happening?
Tuna was looking at.
Come on, I'm gonna lead him away. I'll lead him away, and then I'll teleport out.
There's like 3 of
Oh,
me
okay. No, I didn't make it.
Tweak, no.
You're the last one left. You must do this for the
No
squad.
pressure.
All
No
pressure.
pressure, but don't die.
You must do this
Last
for the
one.
squad.
Oh my gosh, we're
Good
still
luck.
going. Oh, box. Skeleton mask.
Hi.
That's Suna.
I wanna-
That's not Tuna.
That's not Tuna. That's not Tuna. That's not Tuna.
I don't believe in. That's a dead Tuna over there. There's a skeleton around the corner too.
No pressure, but don't die.
No pressure, but don't die. Okay, I got it, Tuna. Don't worry. That's taunt. That's a taunt. There's a Suna and a taunt.
No pressure, but don't die. No pressure, but don't die.
Oh, God.
No
Aw.
pressure, but don't die.
It's only you, DJ.
Oh no. I was stuck between a Suna and a taunt.
Don't you fucking
5 more
die!
seconds.
No pressure, but don't die.
There's so much no pressure.
We're looking at the booty.
We believe in you. I believe in you. I'm gonna die. Oh god, my kidneys. Please save me. Oh god, no, why?
Hi.
Damn. It didn't teleport me in time.
My god,
Hey,
you
Tuna.
me.
It's me.
Careful. Fake me's coming. I actually got jump scared. Like, holy shit.
Oh, they're everywhere now. Oh my god. Why did you bring me back to this hellscape?
I actually got jump scared.
I don't want to be here.
Good luck, Tweak.
I'm out.
We believe in you.
Oh.
Well, I killed it.
Good luck,
Oh,
Tweak.
you Tuna.
Oh, that sucks so bad.
You got this.
Oh, 11:22. Oh man.
11:22
Holy
is-
crap, we did
Man, that was
good.
pretty much a record. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a record.
That's a record for
got
this
this,
team.
we got this.
Our top record is 12 minutes. Like we almost hit like our best time ever.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh man.
Yeah. I hear a skeleton already. I'm worried it's chasing me.
Oh, shit.
Oh no.
It got shut.
Hello.
Hi. Booga 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 booga.
Oh god.
Booga 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 booga.
Yeah, you don't see me.
Oh, you're alive.
Yeah.
I thought you died. I was like, what?
If you hold X, you can do emotes.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Oh, hi.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm part of it.
What was that line?
Booga booga.
Booga booga. Ekum pokum. Oh, I hear Gamba. Gamba, 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 Gamba. Oh, there's a skeleton.
That was having fun. Actually, just a skeleton, so you don't have to choose me.
Nope.
Okay, I have 2 landmines, a gun, and a flashbang. I am armed to the teeth. Oh god. No! Unless it's invisible. And I can't shoot it.
Yo.
Oh, hi. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm.
Turns out invincible.
It's time to scare Suit a little bit.
I heard you say turns out. That's it.
Ghost hurt.
Oh, nah. You know about the bone now.
Hey, glitched.
Hey, Tuna, do you want a weapon? Like a landmine or something?
I can do this. Oh, yeah!
What?
Yeah, you know what? Sure. That works. Does anyone else want a flashbang or a landmine?
Yes, please.
Do you want a teleport?
I'll take a landmine.
Oh, yeah, I like teleports. It's a good panic button.
Skeleton.
Oh god, skeletons.
What's the one? Is that one?
Oh, good kill. Good shot.
Yeah, we got him.
Oh.
I am out of gun though. I'm no longer American.
We need to.
Are you real? Are you real?
Bang.
Oh god.
Okay. Oh no. What? Okay.
Oh.
Bot. Skeleton, bot. Everything dead end. I'm dead. Ah!
Okay, I'm staring at it. If you want to go around, oh, that's a dead end. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, perfect. Okay, maybe not. Okay.
Careful, Suit.
Okay, it's safe over here. I'll watch the skeleton if you want to come around the corner. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, perfect. Oh, hope it's safe over here. Okay. That doesn't sound very safe.
It's okay, I have two so I can run away from you.
Oh, did you get hit by that? I looked away, but...
Sounds very safe. Yeah, I did.
Suit?
Come here, Suit!
Hold on.
Oh my god, he's in the wall!
I'm right. No one mess with me.
Man, we killed a lot of skeletons in this round.
Damn right.
Yeah.
No, Stitches! I just watched Stitches die right in front of me. Oh god!
Close call.
Yeah, that was a no-win scenario, I think.
Hey, how's it going? There's a clone of you.
Oh my god, my heart. How is this game giving me like such panic?
Oh, is that people I know?
Oh,
Hi.
I died to static. I think it was an invisible guy.
Oh, the skeleton saw
I
us.
didn't even see.
Yeah.
There's two.
If you drop it by dropping it, that's fair. Yeah.
That's a fake.
Oh no.
Oh my god, it's all fake. Yeah, you know what? Good call. that was
careful, it's gonna be sneaky.
That was your dead scenario for sure. Sneaky, scary skeletons. They are too quiet. They'll sneak up and stab you in the spine with their spine. Oh god, Tuna's dead, and now I'm gonna cry. Now DJ Dragon 2, Stitches is trumping on a corpse.
Oh, it's
Do 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 do. Oh god.
Went off into a dead zone.
Is that it?
Oh, that's game.
Oh,
that's
that no, the main shifts. What?
Glitched.
Oh, it glitched. Oh, is it gonna go to the next
No,
round?
we're fine. We just need to wait the 15 seconds.
Yeah,
then
what
we're
the
gonna
heck?
Be alive.
It's glitched. Yeah.
We got
It
this.
glitched, so, but we win because of it. We win from glitch.
Excellent. Celebratory farting.
Wait, I'm not hearing Tweet talking anymore.
Oh, you aren't? Uh-oh. I was alive the whole time. Joke's on you.
No, we're fine. just need to wait 15 seconds. Then we're gonna be alive.
Yeah, Tuna, that's how 15 seconds works.
Yeah.
Oh god!
That's a big switch. Oh,
rough.
It's all on you.
Tunt. I'm being chased by Tunt.
I was joking, it wasn't all on you. Okay, it's all on you.
You got this, Tuna.
No pressure, all the pressure. The whole world lies on your shoulders right now.
Oh, there's two of them.
Yeah, we got this.
The whole world is on your shoulder. Full pressure.
Watch for a mimic named Tunt.
Tunt?
Oh my god, he's gonna taunt me.
Tumpa.
Watch for
That mother tumper. There's witches over here.
Careful, run!
Ah, I'm out of items. Oh god, no, there's static on me. Oh my god. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. Holy cow.
It's just you and Tuna.
Oh, it switches.
Hey, me. Hey, me, piss off.
I like that they all go for the dummy.
Run.
Keep running.
Hope you didn't skip cardio
Just
day.
you and Stitches.
Oh my god, he's gonna taunt me.
Oh dear, gee, okay. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I know you're mine.
Oh no.
Oh, it didn't see her.
It's okay,
1
don't
second.
come,
It
don't
didn't
come
see
in
you.
Dun, dun,
Oh
dun.
no.
That's not a Tuna. It's coming out of the ground.
How are we still going?
It didn't see you. Keep running.
I need to find some sort of anything. It didn't see you.
Skeleton.
Oh, another one. Damn.
It's getting very difficult.
Yeah.
I think you're the only
Another
one.
Damn.
You're it.
Dun, dun, dun.
Last one.
Oh,
Good luck.
Okie Only gotta wait for 20 seconds. Ooh.
Yeah, only 20 seconds. They got boned. Yeah, they had
One
a
of us.
Hey.
they had a bone to pick with Tuna. Oh,
Oh, you
that was
can't-
only 9
Oh,
minutes?
no.
Oh my gosh, it's so crazy. Okay, we'll
It is.
probably wrap up there. That was a fun go.
That was so good.
I love this game.
Bone
Every
Rooms is
game
so good.
It's so great.
Yeah.
I feel like around October we'll be doing a lot of this again.
So I noticed the game mode. Oh, here, let me go to the lobby. I noticed
I want to thank you all so much for the support.
I noticed the game mode wasn't in yet though. Apparently they're adding a game mode where you actually have to like escape the bone rooms, and it's gonna be like you have to solve puzzles without dying to get to like the next area and the next area. So
Health break is
pretty
coming
much
up in
like
2
the
minutes.
back room.
yeah, it's like the back rooms,
That
but
sounds interesting.
more comedic, I guess.
Yeah.
Excellent. Sorry, I snoozed the ad because we're wrapping up. Just because I didn't get to do the thingy.
Did we? I don't know if we wanted to run like the raffle for the PNG.
Oh, do you want to run it on
now,
stream?
or-
Yeah. If you have all the names, I can. Or we can do it on our Discord. Is everyone whose name's on there on the Discord? That might be easier for you. We're taking the names over the course of the thing.
I'm sorry, my name's gonna get pulled in there.
Oh. Crazy.
Nah, I'm not crazy. I just believe in my luck.
Beautiful. Here we go. Just because we didn't quite get to that goal, but I want to do
Well,
thing for.
Give me. Oh.
Since I didn't have a chance to do a match There we go.
There you go,
Is that a
everybody.
challenge?
Is
that a challenge?
Congrats.
Is it a challenge?
Is that a fucking challenge?
Do it.
Oh, beautiful. But thank you again, everybody. Appreciate it. I'm glad everyone joined Bone Rooms.
Support. I'm so excited to make somebody a reactive.
Yeah. Bought a Ulith pillow. Yeah. Okay. So everyone there is in our Discord. Perfect. So yeah. Unless you want me to run the thing now, we do have like some time if we want.
That's true.
Okay.
We could run it now and see.
So we got Chibata with 2, and Ulith with 1, Philbo with 1, Swiss with 2, DJ Dragon with 1, and Buzz with 1. So let me see here.
Tuna is getting something better, by the way. Don't worry, I didn't leave you out. I was just like, I made you one, I'll make you something better, so don't just you wait.
I was thinking to myself, I already have one, so it's fine if I don't get it, but it didn't say my name. Did I give nothing at all? Did it believe me I gave nothing?
Oh. Anonymous gifted. Oh, thank you.
Anonymous.
Unknown.
Thank you so much.
Unknown.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Also,
Oh, wow.
I wanna make you.
No, actually, that's not me for real.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's someone else who did that.
So I rolled a
I'm gonna
D8.
make you a special art.
This is 8 votes in there. And I rolled a 4, which lands on Philbo. So Philbo wins your PNG raffle off.
Oh, let's go.
That was so. I'm like, oh, there's exactly 8 tickets in here. I can just roll a D8. That's handy.
Congrats, Philbo.
Yeah, congrats, Philbo. You're gonna get a reactive.
I'll be in touch with you soon.
Yeah.
You should thank me, Philbo, because mine ain't got take out, or else I will have won.
We're also.
I'm gonna bug you, Tuna, because I wanna make you an illustration.
Yeah. Be good. Should be good. Thank you, everybody, again for coming out. Appreciate it. We're probably gonna just send you over to Tuna. Since Tuna's birthday thing's happening right now anyway. So it's very convenient. It's almost like it was planned in some sense. Almost like there was some sort of scheme going on in the background here.
Oh, but seriously, thank you all so much for the support.
Yeah, no, it's been
honestly
fantastic.
Been unbelievable.
Yeah.
And this game again.
Go support Tuna.
Hey, if we want to do a drunken game night, Bones Rooms is also a great idea. Like every time you die, you have to take a drink. That'd be amazing.
Oh God, that would we would get wasted.
It would be real bad. Yeah, I'm sure it'd be fun. But here, let me send.
I'll be one of these defibs just to res someone so they can take another shot.
Yeah.
I only drink cider, so I'll drink an entire can with every death.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
I've been drinking.
I don't know. We die a lot.
Lavender gin this whole time.
Yeah,
A health break is coming up in 2 minutes.
Oh, lose it again. Okay. So we're gonna send you over to Tuna. Go enjoy some of the birthday shenanigans over there. You will see us again on Monday. And thank you for joining us.
I know that like Cow World is gonna be a big thing with us.
Mhm.
I might even maybe we'll do some of that on Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's gonna be a community server.
Yeah.
Yes.
There are
Excited.
actually going to be 2 community servers, one on Sickle's side and one on Kaler's side.
It's true. Yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna try my best to like.
It'll
You
be
can
torture.
carry over pals, right?
Yeah, they both have the global
different
thing on,
things.
so you can travel between the two.
Then I can like
Yeah.
actually kind of like jump on servers when I want to, and
Yeah, it should be good.
That would actually be
I'm
really
excited for it too.
nice.
And with that, thank you for joining us for our 5th Streamiversary. Here's to another year of Streamiversary. And of course, don't get shanked by skeletons that dude around the corner.
Too late.